나는 제발 내일 얘기해. It's time to wax. 고젤러 눈치 보지 마. 그 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병. 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여. Hey this so what you gonna do. 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move. 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨. 안쓰고 질러봐. 목이 터지도록 방패 Speak your mind. That's right. Just spin around. 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안쓰고 미쳐봐. 팬님들에게는 들려봐. 부대에서는 미워. 안쓰고 질러봐. 태어나서 처음 뱉은 울음처럼 나의 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 짠 싸울리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend. You know we got no time for hesitate. Then now take that red pills. Feel like living in the mattress. 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling. 뿌리는 champagne. Let us get funky. Hey this so what you gonna do. 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move. 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨. To the left, to the right. 이끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐. To the left, to the right. 목소리는 더 높였어 you know what. 안쓰고 질러봐. 목이 터지도록 방패 Speak your mind. That's right. Just spin around. 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안쓰고 미쳐봐. 팬님들에게는 들려봐. 부대에서는 미워. 안쓰고 질러봐. 태어나서 처음 뱉은 울음처럼 나의
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He does it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
everybody to day 2 of the 2026 Mid-Season Invitational Bracket Stage. Today we're going to conclude our first round of the upper bracket. Then we'll know who's locked into the next round in the winner bracket and who fights each other down low. As we see Furia, who will be taken to the stage today to fight Lion. My name is Shock, a research analyst ever, Emily, by a disgruntled TES fan who should actually be a European fan, and by the latest winner of the Minion singing competition,
Not okay.
Raz. Hello everybody, it's the 4th of July, kind of.
Yeah! Well, look, it's also a belated...
Not in that time zone.
Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, I was going to say Happy Canada Day!
Amazing. Well, it's kind of apt then that we have Lion versus Furia today. Let's take a look at the bracket. Before we do, though, the matches of today, Ox, let me have a little commentary about what transpired yesterday. Why HLE is playing G2.
So I actually had an appointment around when Game 3 started, so I stopped watching the series when Top Esports were 2-0 up, and then I came out of the appointment.
So it's your fault.
And initially, I didn't
your
actually
fault.
You did that to them! You did that to them!
I initially didn't actually check, because I'm like, oh, well, it's over, right? And then I got it up and I'm like, why is it still going? Why are we in Game 5?
Now that you went through it, what was worse, getting your wisdom teeth removed or seeing that TES threw that lead?
You know, just take all my teeth out, honestly.
Okay.
I would prefer that. That's the better fate.
Yeah.
That's the better torture technique.
As said, continuing the upper bracket today, so let's take a look at that schedule. Lion versus Furia. Up first, followed by BLG versus Steel. What a day, Emily.
I'm so excited for both of these matches. We have the, I don't even know, the LTA grudge match.
Yeah.
I know that Furia definitely want to face Lion, and then BLG T1 is like always a banger. These two teams have met each other internationally so many times. I'm so excited for today. It's gonna be a long day, I think.
It will be. 9, 10 games, give me every game possible.
Yes.
Except, like, honestly, more games to stomp Furia. I want that. That's personally, that's what.
I was like, Rez, would you rather a Lion 3-0? Or would you rather 10-game day, like,
let's give him some hope.
We've had too many 3-0s already in this tournament. I feel like we need to bulk it out a bit.
You seem a bit condescending towards Brazil. I hope that doesn't come back to you.
Okay, we should. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. Anyway, so the Daejeon Convention Center also had a ton of activity, so we sent out one of our most capable reporters to check out the action over there. Annyeonghaseyo, I am here at the official FanFest for MSI 2026, so we're going to check out all the activations. But behind me, you can see our beloved Timo, as well as the official mascot of Daejeon. Don't they look a little bit similar? So we've got stands for all of the teams. We've got Top Esports there and BLG. We've also got an LCK zone. There's some little trivia where you can win some prizes. Riftbound stand, of course. I already found someone super special, Miss Chim Chim. Hello, how are you?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Great work, by the way, with Summoner Sofa. The clips live on my TikTok. I love it. But so, yeah, how excited are you for MSI?
MSI is so excited. I mean, this alone, and we're just outside. We're not even in the venue right now. Blowing my mind.
Okay. Any expectations for Lion here and how they might do at MSI?
We're winning MSI.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll check in with you in a few days. All right. Have fun, girl. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie, it's spooky in here. And here we have the wall where everybody can write down their messages. So let's take a look if we can find out some secrets or some greetings, perhaps. So we got a lot of HLE win. Wow, some people really went all out. If any European or NA fans or international fans are here in Daejeon, this wall needs some love, okay? We need some let's go G2, let's go Lion, let's go Furia, come on. Luckily, I found the Lion there, right at the very end.
Did you draw that? Did you do that?
Yes, I'm very talented like that.
Nice.
It's
Okay,
crazy.
nice. Well done.
So let's talk a little bit about the last hope for the LCS. Who wants to kick us off, Raz?
I'll do it because Lion has not only won, of course, the Spring Split Championship, are repeating champions from Lock-In. They've had an incredible year thus far, and I feel like the disappointment that they had from first stand, they're definitely here to kind of come back stronger than that, and I feel like the biggest winner of all of the split has been Saint. Saint's been actually blowing my mind alongside Inspired.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I really want to point out is Lion have just such a deep history throughout their time in Latin America as an organization, and then coming to North America as part of the short-lived LTA experiment, and then staying.
Will never be forgotten.
But as Lion Gaming, like, I remember watching this team in IWCQ qualifiers with Audi. They were always such a really fun team to watch. They were dominating their region. They then became Movistar Rainbow 7, and then are now Lion, just Lion,
Just
no
Lion.
gaming.
I may say gaming
in the
accidentally.
LTA.
And if we're talking current Lion, then I think Inspired has been the main character in this roster and previous rosters. It feels like he's such a big force in the NA region, and has just been winning so many titles. He's a shot caller for the team. He's also the person setting up a lot of these plays for them and dictating the team's macro, and you can see from these accolades, he's been doing very well for himself.
It's crazy how the first thing is the most important one, obviously, right?
Yeah.
LEC Rookie of the
You
Split.
know,
all the way.
Faker did not win that one.
No,
he
he
actually
didn't.
doesn't
There
have
you
that
go.
one.
But my NA friends here, can you tell me a little bit about what it is that makes him so special? What it is that every single team he gets into, he's almost like a champion maker. What is so special about Inspired?
For me, it's really how he reads the map, and specifically how he reads his opponents. The thing that's super interesting about him is that we've seen him go through an entire split playing one way, right? He's going to farm, and then he's going to show up to team fights. They might seed a bunch of objectives. This happened when he was on EG, when he was on FlyQuest. But then he always tailors his style to whatever jungler he's going up against, especially in playoffs, and really, really turns it on then. I think he's so smart at reading the map and reading his jungle opponent.
Incredibly vocal. A lot of the times just hearing how he plays out a team fight, always telling his team, reminding them to play out fights slowly if they're trying to poke, just always reminding them that. If there's somebody that's playing flank from the opposition, he's going to be there to weed that out. So, like, he is incredibly vocal within the game and famously very vocal outside of the game.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Like, people have always wondered, like, oh, how critical is he and how is he going to do on this team that has, like, so many egos and have so many voices? Well, if he's telling someone to shut up, they're telling him to shut up too. And, like, hearing the comms from both him, Sane, and also Berserker just cracking up the entire time as the, like, interactions are happening, it is an incredibly fun team that other teams in the LCS are like, anytime a Lion's voice comm comes out on YouTube, they're all ready to watch it.
And I love how you just have Doku in the top lane, just chilling, just having a good vibe, having a good time.
He's back, look. I mean, and he's usurped the position. He's alone again. Like,
Yeah.
it's his.
Yeah.
There we go. Dokla videos on TikTok every day.
Yeah,
I believe.
they're
Yeah, it's like,
always
that's real.
bangers.
He's amazing.
I'm gonna ask him a really interesting question because he was going at interviewers last time. So yeah.
How's your day,
Be
Dokla?
prepared, Dokla.
Everybody always goes at interviews. You try it for a day. You try being an interviewer for a day. Anyway, speaking about being energized and letting your voice be heard, let's talk about the jungler for Furia in Tatu. I mean, he's just electric.
He always is. I feel like the best moments are like in the game-ending team fight, because then you'll see in the picture blown up. He's the one dancing at the end. Like, he is the most excited, most energetic. It's always fun to be able to see him enjoy the game purely.
Yeah, and I mean, you say at the end, I love when he taunts his opponents mid-game.
Yeah.
Like, after a fight, he's just screaming at them. It's amazing. Yeah, jumping
Negative
out of
2K.
the chair. I mean, the best thing to me about Taju as well is he is willing to try anything out in the jungle. I know, Raz, you were a big fan of the jungle Gnar until it didn't work. But he kind of owned that in the community, right? And we've seen him slam the Nasus as well. He played the Rek'Sai, so he is truly incredibly creative and absolutely the engine around which the rest of this Furia team runs.
And I think looking at the matchup into Inspired, it's clear that both of these two are the best of their region when it comes to jungle. Both of them such big forces, big voices for their team and how they play. And the matchup, I think, is very much going to come down to who gets the advantage in that jungle matchup.
Yeah, because if there's one thing that Tatu doesn't lack, it's confidence. Like, he's always willing to find angles. There are times where if he knows where the ward is, he's going to flash over the wall, like just trying to see if he can get something going through mid. And whereas Inspired, I think this is the one split where people have been putting question marks on Inspired during the regular season. Some people would point out like certain series, like the Dignitas series, but then it goes into playoffs and it just doesn't matter anymore. And so when it's a stage like this is when he's most engaged, most focused. So that's going to be a really difficult kind of like matchup for him to play out.
Absolutely. I think Lion should still be the favorite here, but there's just so much behind this matchup, right? You talked already about the LTA situation, the fact that for Brazil, they've been a region that has been so self-sufficient and so energetic, bringing in so much domestic fandom and also bringing that to the fandom for the international tournaments. And they have a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove that that was a mistake, that they deserve to be their own region, and that they can beat the best.
Because they've made it clear very much throughout the entirety of the LTA. It's like, hey, why are we losing our region? And then when they got it back, it's like, what the hell? Why does LCS have 3 seats and we don't? And then they beat us throughout the entirety of like America's Cup and everything. So like they have been very vocal anytime there's been a naysayer, anytime LCS has been given priority over them.
And this roster has been together for so long, right?
Yes.
Like they're all really close. They're close friends. And I think especially because they missed first stand, that was really unexpected for them. So this is kind of I remember talking to Gigo when he was on our analyst desk down there. And he was really adamant where he was like, we wanted to come here because we wanted to prove ourselves. And this is that same Frutia team against all of the LCS teams
So what's
in America's Cup.
Raz, can we
you guys can't see it, but Raz is slowly backing away from the deck.
Can we get a fact check on that?
Yeah.
Are those the correct scores? There was 0 games in the first series, 0 games in the second series, 0 in the... Is that what happened? Can you explain it?
It might be correct.
Oh.
It might be accurate.
You can't get any further away from the desk, man.
What's worse is that people put that all on C9. Sentinels was there too. But then, but then we should have proven ourselves, because when it came to first stand, we still took down the first seed of Brazil. We still took, it was allowed.
That series is pretty close. Yeah. It was
But
5
it
games.
was a definitive victory.
So, well, the problem is, what are you going to take like at face value, right? Because it wasn't Lion in the America's Cup. It was, of course, Cloud9 respectively and Sentinels.
Yeah.
Then it was Loud at first stand. So we can't really tell because Furia is a different team. I guess the question is, how much better is Lion than Sentinels and Cloud9?
Much better. I'll say that. I'll say much better. I think we've seen enough games of C9 to say much better. But I will say it's been very proven and very loud from the Brazilian region how strong Furia is and how much the entire region is leveled up. Like clearly, throughout the entirety, like the entire history of the CBLOL, this has been the golden point. And so this is a series they're all watching and looking forward to prove the point that they have been making, that they're better than North America.
And for a lot of the fans, the expectation was Furia was going to attend first stand.
Yeah.
And it was a big disappointment when they didn't make it there. And then obviously not being able to win out over Lion. This is that chance to kind of have that redemption and show what they can do on the international stage.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to me going into it is this could actually be a slightly tough matchup for Frutia, because I feel like they obviously are going to play through Tatu. They're going to play through mid jungle a lot, and like we already covered before, Inspired is the type of jungler to really evolve and kind of contest whatever style his jungle opponent brings out. So it should be a really interesting matchup, like between these two teams for the grudge match and the pride, but also between these two junglers.
And also, both teams are incredibly creative when it came into the draft. I mean, like, you see the lock-in tournament, all of the creativity that comes in from Lion, and like, oh, we'll play Varus, we'll play Vayne top lane, we'll play Aurelia. But then you look at Furia, and they're an incredibly creative team, not just in towards him, but also Ayu willing to pick up like melee AD carries and like Yasuo. So the draft is so important because we talk about new picks going in the main stage. These two teams will show new picks.
Absolutely. Let's see what our fans thought in the MasterCard fan prediction of the day between Lion and Furia.
Fans, please.
Maybe you'll win the vote at least.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, thank goodness.
But it's like Brazil versus like America and then every South American country outside of Brazil.
You know,
it's stacked. It's stacked.
And maybe a little bit of Europe there with the Inspired Love. You know, Polska, Grom and all
He left
that.
us. We don't care.
I was gonna say, I don't know about
He's your quote-unquote NA GOAT. He had the real one.
Hey, he won an MVP from you guys too.
Though, on social media, so I thought they'd have a little bit more here, more than a third. I thought they'd go a bit harder. I'm sure you've interacted a lot with the Brazilian fans. I remember when you were posting some stuff previously.
I had to fight back against the certain pictures coming my way.
Oh no! All right, we're not
I have my own
talk
You guys want a Benpetto? I've got my own Benpetto.
Are you scared, Raz?
A little bit.
A little bit.
My whole self-esteem, my whole self-worth rides on this best of 5 for the rest of the year.
I
Yes.
was gonna say, I don't have that. TES just beat him out of us yesterday.
What about you, buddy?
Doesn't matter. Okay, thank you so much. Furia is up versus Lion in this upper bracket matchup. It's a grudge match for sure. Let's get into it.
MSI 무대 위에 각 지역의 희망이 걸려 있습니다. 아메리카 대륙에서 새롭게 떠오르는 라이벌 관계. 이번엔 세계 최대 규모의 국제전 무대에서 펼쳐집니다. 여기서의 패배는 대회 끝을 의미할 수도 있습니다.
We won the America's Cup against NA.
Top 2 player of the game, player of the tournament, player of the series.
Easy. So basically it was like Furia against NA. We didn't drop a single match.
I know quite a lot about Furia. Their best player is definitely their jungler Tattoo. I think he's the driving force in the team. I'm looking forward to play against him. I think it would be a really fun game.
퓨리아는 ACS에게만큼은 지고 싶지 않습니다.
The history of Brazil, of CBLOL and MSI is not being too good, but I think we're evolving as a league. When we're playing smart, we're really dangerous.
T1 대 BLG 오랜 숙적 관계. 2024년 월드 결승에서 T1이 BLG 상대로 승리를 거뒀습니다. 이제 BLG는 국제대회 챔피언이 되었습니다.
BLG는 일단 정말 강한 팀이라 생각하고 항상 국제전에 이렇게 참가하기도 하고 또 되게 경계되는 것 같아요. 바이퍼 선수와 본 선수가 개개인 실력이 되게 뛰어나다 생각을 해서 저희도 단단하게 잘해야 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
Out up. Oh, they're going to look to set him up. That's the triple. He's looking for the penta. He wants to finish. A penta to finish it.
如果这次可以在韩国举办的 MSI 赛场上击败韩国队拿下冠军，我认为这可以让全世界都更加认可我们 BLG 的实力。任何质疑我们实力的人，最后都会被我们给打脸。
Welcome back to MSI 2026. Azale here, joined by Daejeon. We're both filling in.
I know.
We got a couple men down.
Yeah.
But we're going to bring you a banger America's matchup here that I think is really going to showcase the talents of CBLOL to the world. I think people are sleeping on how much this region has been improving.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see how this goes because obviously the little bit of the elephant in the room was the 8-0 at the America's Cup for Furia, but they didn't face off against Lion. And I think, as you say, like both these teams showcase a huge amount. And even the clash of styles seems like it's going to be super interesting coming into today.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of the questions on the mind of LCS fans is how is our #1 seed going to perform on the MSI main stage? We got a pretty preferential draw because, let's be honest, there are some sharks in the water here.
Stop, yeah.
Furia is a strong team, but they are a beatable team. They're a team that Lion is pretty familiar with here. You know, we have had interregional play. We had the America's Cup. So there's a lot of tape for them to watch to prepare. The question is also, you know, what is Lion going to be bringing into the tournament? Because traditionally they are a bit of a slower team. They like to play the map. They like to focus on team fights. They were heavily reliant on that Enchanter style. Are they going to try to, you know, move over to that more aggressive style we've been seeing?
Yeah, that's my big curiosity, especially for Oz. Like, we've seen the Camille support come through. Does he end up opting in towards that style? Or do we see them continue with that glacially slow pace where they want to play for those late-game objective team fights? Because on the opposite side, Furia, we know they want to get active early. We know that they want to try and play around Toots in that mid lane. And I'm very excited to see Tattoo and Inspired fight off to see what they can achieve in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. I mean, Tattoo, young player out of Brazil, you know, got a lot of attention immediately when he came in as a rookie. Very quickly got himself into a conversation for one of the best junglers in the CBLOL. Now it has moved far beyond that. Pretty much everyone will tell you he is the best jungler, and now it's a conversation of, is there anyone else who could even be considered the best player in the league? You know, there's a lot of CBLOL fans that will tell you Tattoo has proven that he is not just the best jungler in the CBLOL, he's proven that he's the best jungler in the Americas. They feel like he is the best jungler in the West even. They really want Tattoo to be able to come to the international stage and showcase his talents, and going up against Inspired here is a great opportunity for a first step at that.
Yeah, especially if you can get control in the early stages, because we have seen a bit of a shift in the playstyle from Furia when they were at internationals past. Less so about Guigo getting those counter picks. He wants to go more towards those easy tanks in the top lane, play for the weak side, make sure that he's just able to keep himself safe, and then the team can focus more on playing through that mid lane, trying to unlock JoJo to work with Tattoo in the early stages.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're thinking back to America's Cup, they did dominate at America's Cup, obviously, against number 2 and number 3 from the LCS. A lot of that was about the early action from Tattoo, but there's a reason that they were in America's Cup, and that was because they didn't make the first stand. They were the 3rd seed. And a lot of the kind of reasoning that they came to was that they were too unstable, that, Gigo playing all these counter picks was making it so they had too many different lanes to play towards. There was too many different factors going on in these games. So instead, as you've said, Gigo has become much more of that weak side player. He does play carries, like he plays the Mbessa, but he's playing a lot of tanks, a lot of standard stuff, and that has allowed Tattoo to have more consistent early game plans. He works really well with JoJo, he works really well with Toots, and it's about having that consistency to allow Tattoo to be the X factor, to allow him to have enough stability to do what he wants to do on the map, because this guy is a beast. And when you think about America's Cup, you think about Tattoo running over us early, so we're looking for stability.
Huge amount of that then relies on people like Inspired and Sane too, have been a lot of the focal point, right, for a line, seeing if you can try and get control through that strong mid jungle, especially if Saint can get some of these strong counter picks for himself, like the Akalis and the Silases that he is favored. I think that's where you can try and find those good moments against Toots.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Saint has had a pretty big glow up. When you think about Lions' early performance in Lock-In, Split 1, they came in, they were looking like one of the worst teams in the league, early on in Lock-In. It did not work immediately for this team. And a lot of that criticism was being levied towards Saint, because he was the one always getting caught out, always, messing up right in that penultimate fight or that final fight. And as they got into playoffs, everything started clicking. And then here in Split 2, he has just looked better and better and better. Quid was kind of the de facto #1 mid laner. Everyone's just assuming he's going to be the best mid laner in the league. But even when Quid was popping off in the lower bracket, we're like, damn, Quid is back in form. Mid lane is for sure going to go the way of TL. Saint was kind of clapping him up. So Saint is just legitimately now an elite level mid laner, and he has been performing so well.
I think that was the thing that stood out to me the most when I was watching the playoffs of LCS, was just how consistently Saint was able to find Yon in the finals when he was on the Akali, being able to really turn the tides of some of those fights, and even the ability for this team as a whole to kind of find sneaky ways to set up for objectives, wait in bushes, find these huge flanks, and try and play for those moments where they know they can pop off. Because this is an incredibly slow-paced team, and it feels like the only time they want to fight you is when they know they're going to beat you.
Yep, it is absolutely true. They are very controlled. And we'll see if Furia wants to match that control, if they want to create a little bit of chaos here. That is traditionally the CB LoL style, but they have been evolving far beyond that. Gone are the days where there's no macro from the top CB LoL teams. Yeah. Gone are the days where it is just going to be, that coin flip early fight. They can beat you on the map. They can beat you in these early skirmishes, so this is definitely a team to be respected. Champion Select will be starting up here pretty shortly. Excited for that to get kicked off. The debut of both of these top teams from their region here. #1 of CB LoL versus #1 here from the LCS. Kicking off game 1 of hopefully a full 5.
Well, already we're seeing that Camille support banned away for a while, so maybe something coming through in the scrims that has given a little bit of info across. But either way, the respect given towards Guigo as well with the Cassante, but Orianna up and available, the Varus up and available. They have been 2 of the main focuses coming into these drafts.
Also going to be really interesting, we obviously touched on Isles, what style he was going to be playing, but even more so for JoJo. JoJo played almost no engaged supports, throughout this split. Obviously he has throughout his career, but when you're looking at his most played, it is just pretty much all in shaders across the board with a couple of games in there of that Karma, and I think that's why we saw the Seraphine, the Bard being banned out, and it is going to be a first pick Karma here. So looking for that lane dominance.
Yeah, even when there was the engaged meta support, or support meta for the regions, it was still going towards those Enchanter supports. So definitely something that JoJo likes is Duckla. Doing a bit of a shout out. Loves the hover the Teemo. But yeah, I still think that is going to be the focus for Fury coming into this, as the Jace immediately going to be taken for, I imagine, Duckla in that top lane, trying to get some push and control against Guigo, who does tend to go towards those more tank-oriented picks.
Yeah, so they're going to take away the Ezreal, take the Jace, and move already towards the Pocomp. You can already see what is shaping up here. The Jace definitely can go both mid and top, but we are absolutely expecting it to be played there by Dokla. Saint can pilot it if they feel like it's a good flex, they'll do it, but we're expecting it to be up there in the top lane. It does make sense because you're expecting Gigo to play that more defensive style. They banned out the Cassante, they know he's probably going to go Ambessa or tanks, and now denying that Ezreal, they can look to try to play poke themselves. Maybe something like the Nico, I think I could see here on a 3 if they want to play that kind of lane dominant style. And there
you go. Yeah, definitely trying to get control there. And I think also something that works well with, if you've got multiple options to poke, having something that then is enabled when teams trying to jump in on top of you, like a Nico, works incredibly well. I think we even saw T1 piloting something like the Cassiopeia in the mid lane to kind of facilitate that as well. So you have multiple different styles, but as we talked about, tank for Guigo in the top lane. I'm now curious what Tatu and Toots want to try and take as this mid jungle though, because I imagine jungle ban's going to be leveraged towards Tatu. They just try and get him a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, so there's going to be Lee Sin taken away. And we have parity in the draft, right? So both teams looking for their mid laner as well as their jungler, unless we're doing some sort of weird flex. Of course, there is possibilities, but we are expecting that we have seen the top lane as well as both bot laners coming through. Trundle to me always says, I want to play Xin Zhao, you know, and that is kind of one of those potential bans. And also
does soak if you're Sion. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But I do agree. I think the Xin Zhao has been something that's incredibly strong, honestly, for both sides, but definitely more towards Tatu. It's his most played champion.
Yep.
And when you've got this kind of Karma, Jane, can try and look for pushing that bottom side, the Karma and the Xin Zhao just sync so well together for looking for invades, for trying to play around the map in early skirmishes. And we already talked about it. That's kind of the style that Fury has gone to. So I imagine that's going to be the case. And then still, I mean, the Orianna Open available, that could work for Toots, but he's also been more interested in having some of these like roaming styles like the TF, the Rise, the Galio have kind of been his focus.
It is absolutely true, and I think that Lion are kind of saying, like, I dare you, because Akali is up, you know, and those melee champions can be a real specialty for Saint. That is his most played. His 3 most played are all melee champions, you know, throughout the split, the Yone, the Akali, the Sylas. He will play the control mages. He's good at those as well. But I think that Lion are comfortable. And the question is, you know, will they be taking away one of those more standard control mages here? As they are going to have to be blind in some stuff.
Looks like it's going to be the Jarvan, yeah, immediately locked in. I was thinking either Wukong or Jarvan, essentially like having someone that's very strong in team fights, can play that engage tool to follow up alongside the Nico is going to be great. And Jarvan kind of enabling that long range engage to follow up after the poke has been done. But still, I think you've got options here as Tatu as you want to start moving on.
Yeah, and Tatu is someone who absolutely will cook. He's played Nard jungle, he has played the Nasus jungle, he plays Zehen, he plays Skarner, he plays Olaf, he plays all kinds of stuff.
It's crazy.
So, you know, he's not going to be limited whatsoever, and we just kind of have to see how standard do you want to be here. This is probably going to be an Orianna, I feel like, with an Nefiri coming through. But instead, no, it is going to be the Rise. So I was thinking that they might have gone for that Nefiri-Orianna combo, but potentially nervous about some of the answers that could be available.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if they wanted to go towards the Ahri, just try and have something with a bit of mobility against that J4 in the mid lane, because you do the options now to try and set up for some of these plays, and Saint going to be happy to get the Orianna on this last pick, because it's such a strong mid laner still despite the nerfs. And look at the combos you have, like the team fight online is disgusting.
It absolutely is. You're looking at a lot of low mobility champions, the Karma, the Jhin, the Rise. It is instead going to be the Syndra, so playing more for that 1v1 matchup. Syndra definitely something that is rising in priority here at MSI. We've seen it come out a couple times. Caps even got a Penta on it. We've seen it banned out a couple times. So it's something that is getting a little bit more popular. Definitely a lot of ability to fish for poke here from the Lion side when you're thinking about fishing with Scatter of the Weak, Shock Blast, Ezreal Qs. Whereas on the side of Furia, I really think they want that more committed fight.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of space buying tools with the Syndra and the Nico. Also an incredibly strong mid jungle for Lion to try and play around. Like we talked about the lack of mobility for the Rise, so maybe you can look for some plays early around that mid lane. And as you say, for Furia, I think it is about trying to get up close and personal. But even when you get up close and personal, I'm still a little nervous for Furia. So this to me says they need to get the ball rolling early, especially around Tatu, and see if he can then start finding these picks around the map.
Yeah, definitely a lot of threats on the Lion side. This is going to be exciting to see how this game 1 goes. Something I'm always watching out for with Tatu is what is the level 1 game plan. If he feels they can get an edge somewhere, he is not afraid to invade. He's not afraid to do, you know, one camp and to meet your opponent on their camp. He will go for aggressive plays, and they will craft their entire early game around these setups. Sometimes even you'll see his soul laners are going to be sacrificing their ways, sacrificing their lanes to actually play with Tatu. He really is the engine of the team, and I think that is something that can be said of both of these 2 rosters.
Yeah, I think this is where, again, like having stuff like the Karma to try and help sync with you in the early stages is going to be very nice. But We'll have to see as it starts to teeter in towards game number 1 of what I expect to be an absolute banger of a series between the Americas teams.
There we go. Like I said, they're ready to scrap here already at level 1. We are on to the Rift. Game 1 here. Kicking off. It's an All-Americas affair. CB LoL versus the LCS as JoJo does not have his mantra. Remember, he had already used that. So Lion going to take this very aggressive trade. They get the barrier out. The mantra was spent in the level 1 trade mid, which I think prompted Isles and Berserker to say, you do not get to walk back here for free.
Yeah, even investing the exhaust to just make sure they could get the favorable side of the trade. So now both barrier and heal gone makes it a little bit more difficult for Fury to kind of hope for that control on this bottom side of the map. And already Berserker starting to push in effectively. And I think Berserker has been such a key part of Lion as well. He's looked exceptional on the Ezreal. So if you can get him into a decent spot, he's more than capable of carrying a game.
He absolutely is. And Vendetta is Riftbound's upcoming set, arriving July 31st. And it is all about the rivalries that have shaped Runeterra, a few of which have changed the future of Runeterra, quite like Jason Victor. And today we are revealing one half of that iconic conflict.
Yeah, and I think Douglas going to have a decent time in this top lane on the Jace, to be honest. Push already there. And you got the junglers both junglers passing towards this top side. So I expect Inspired to try and cover for him at least a little bit in the early stages. And that was kind of what we saw that early invade to get the vision, to make sure that Douglas can get that early control. But at the get-go, I mean, Line, this is kind of what you want, right? Like, push across all 3 lanes. You're not really giving a huge amount to Tattoo, but he may take it anyway as he's hopped over the wall, now looking to circle in behind the bot lane of Lion.
Yeah, he is going to be back behind Lion's bot lane. Now is revealed. Berserker is going to have to try to get out of here. Isles might be the actual target. They are going to be looking for Isles. The heal's going to be popped early. The root going to be sidestepped. Isles will be okay. It costs them the heal, but it does bail out the Furia bot lane a little bit. On the other side of the map, though, look where Inspired is. Immediately going in. He was spotted by a ward, though, as he crossed through the river, so they pinged out that he was going to be on that blue buff. Doesn't look like anyone on Fury is in a position to respond, though, because Toots is low, and he's going to flash in onto Saint. The ghost popped immediately. Saint is going to get solo killed. It's first blood there for Toots as he flashes in and takes down Saint as soon as that scatter was on cooldown.
The trade looks so good from Saint from the get-go, but Toots waiting for those cooldowns to come in. The flash forward and the auto attack to secure it. A massive win for the CB LoL in the mid lane.
That is really big, because like you said, it did feel like Saint really was ahead, but as soon as he's used that scatter, Toots says, this is my opportunity. You don't have any way to get away here. Even if you match the flash, I have the ghost. Chases him down, takes him out, and we can see Tatu is going to be spotted on this ward. Doesn't necessarily know that he is on vision here. Inspired, of course, aware that he is around, and he is quite ahead in the jungle right now after having stolen away some of those camps.
Jojo has moved up towards this mid lane as well, though, just to try and help out Toots a little bit. So if Saint does overextend, an opportunity to maybe fish for something here. But it looks like the reset is just going to come through. So we're kind of back to even Steven, because I was about to praise the early game for Line. But you can see here, Toots ends up so low on the mid lane. Saint tries to step up for the trade, doesn't get the scatter of the week. The immediate ghost. Toots smelled blood in the water and knew that he had it.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, if the scatter hits, he probably has him. But not only did the scatter miss, he flashed the W. So then there's no spells left. So just really well read there by Toots. And Saint, you know, just didn't think that he would be looking for that aggressive positioning here. You can see this is that matchup between these two.
And I think this is where the most volatile, our volatility is going to be. Like, I think if you're Tattoo, and even we saw Jojo roaming up, I think the focus is from Furia, see if you can now punish the flashless Syndra in the mid lane. Still difficult enough because you do have that scatter of the week to try and buy space, but I would definitely be investing a lot of wards around this mid lane as Tattoo already here. Does he step up?
He might just do so, but he doesn't have flash or ghost, so it would kind of require an overextension from Saint. And Tatu spending a lot of time here. Well, Inspired is farming away. They do feel like they're pretty dedicated to trying to make this work, but Saint's spacing him well.
And that's the thing, despite, like, with the mid lane, little unfortunate for Lion, but the bot lane trade, it was, you know, heal that had already been invested on the opposite side to escape. You don't blow too much. And then it was Inspired who got the real big benefit by invading on that top side, been able to continue as clear, and that's what's really opened up the gold lead there. Plus, it keeps Douglas safe, like you just highlighted. Like, it's kind of like for Lion, good elsewhere, despite the mid lane going a bit awry.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a fight in mid lane. This time the scatter does connect. Toots trying to kite it back. Inspired looking like he wants to finish him off. Saint goes forward, picks up the aggro on the tower. Might get killed by the minions. Very close. Will survive, though, and Inspired does clean up that
Wait a
kill.
second.
The cannon!
Oh, boy!
Oh, my God!
Saint was dancing with the devil there. That was very, very close to going down, but successful gank in the mid lane. Kill going across to Inspired. And again, that was kind of the focus we said, like this mid jungle can be so strong for Lion if they can try and play this, especially while Toots has no flash.
Exactly, and Saint had it all calculated. Got one question for you. Did he have more than 1 HP? He did.
He might have even had 2.
Exactly,
You know?
he's got more than he needed. He had space to work with, Rob. Don't worry about it.
I'm glad you have the confidence there, because my heart was in my chest or in my throat there for a second. So.
Oh, yeah, man. In some of those situations, you just got to believe, you know? And Inspired takes his first base of the game after 6 minutes. So just got a big buy there. Had been super efficient. Tatu spent a lot of time trying to look for these plays, and this is kind of Inspired's MMO. He is going to be Mr. Efficiency. He will look for ganks if it does fit his pathing. He's not going to go out of his way if he doesn't need to, though, and as a result, he's 700 gold ahead and starting to drag it.
It's the levels that are, for me, like Tatu only just hit level 5 after clearing out his top camp there. Inspired already level 6, getting Dragon, going to be able to go move back in towards his own jungle. And as you say, like this is the version of Lion that I think is the scariest, where Inspired is getting to pick up the dragons, getting to play through his own jungle. But Furia, they want to get active on this top side.
Oh, I don't know about this, though. A couple tower shots going on to Gigo. Dokla has cleared out the wave. There's 4 members here top. We'll see if Dokla can get out. You can see members moving up to try to help him. Dokla going to be in some trouble, though. It does get rooted up, and he is going to get knocked down there by Tatu. Berserker is here to try to defend, but it is much too late. Lion loses another kill here.
Unfortunate there for Lion. Not quite able to make it happen, but still Inspired here. Trying to see if he can make something happen. Berserker stepping up, but I think, with too many members of Fury here, they're just going to step away. So nicely done. Fury able to get something on the board there for themselves.
Yep, good play. They move up towards that top side, but again, look where Inspired is. He is stealing away camps on the bot side. You send 4 top. He says, all right, I'll take your bot camps. And Berserker and Isles just playing up towards this top side, trying to fight for this Pixel Brush ward as JoJo takes the bad end of that trade and will lose his ward as a result.
So with the groups in just a few moments, I'm curious how both sides want to try and play this. Like Berserker now going to be able to get pushing that top side. And you do have Oz in the area as well. If you're going to start this up immediately, but Lion want to contest.
Yeah, we'll see. Furia are first to the scene. Berserker needs to get down here if they want to contest. Saint now moving over with Inspired, as well as Isles trying to take positioning, and it is just going to be one grub and out there for Furia, so they're happy that they got what they came for. Lion going to be able to clean up 2 more as Dokla's just down on that bot side pushing, and has that Ocean Dragon, early Ocean Dragon, always going to feel really nice. Now the Realm Warp going to be coming in. Gigo trying to set it up here for Toots. The knockup is good, and Dokla is gone. Another easy kill there as Furia playing the map well.
And starting to pick up the pace, and if Furia is able to do this, this is where they should be able to, again, kind of stop some of the side lane control that can come through from Dokla, get into a position where they can contest these later dragons, and a huge amount of this has kind of come from Toots getting control of that mid lane early. Like, despite the early gank, he's still been able to get push and move into these side lanes now.
Has been doing a good job, got the solo kill early. Realm Warps down towards that bot side. This is what I'm talking about. Fury play the map well. They start the grubs, they draw Lion up, they take their 1 grub, they back off, and then they use that tempo. Well, they know Lion is all sitting for those last 2. They go bot, they kill off Dokla again.
And I think that's been kind of the most impressive glow for this team. Like, when they were brought together, it was like, hey, these are all kind of mechanical gods. They are insanely good when it comes to hands, but it was kind of ThinkHard who brought them together and said, hey, we're going to teach you how to play the game, though, how to work in the macro, and that's been where they've grown the most over the last year, and you're starting to see the results. And now Lion, again, need to try and find these ways to slow down the pace of the game, but there is decent vision down for Fury here. You can see a ton of wards over by the Lion's Krugs in towards the Lion's jungle as well, just spotting out where Inspired is and what his pathing is going to be.
Exactly, and Inspired now does have his Sundered Sky, so finishing that first item here on the map, and will be looking to play around that power. Definitely someone to really try to utilize those item completions to their maximum. That is a couple plates available here if they can actually walk up and get an auto down. They should be able to probably on this next wave, and you can see Saint even cheating down towards that bot side, trying to get some vision down to protect their pushing bot lane.
Look at the trade that's happening, though. Immediately, Toot starts to move top as you get Inspired caught on that ward. So maybe looking for a play towards Dokla, but he's reading this, backing away, does not want to get caught there. So much movement, and Lion starting to adapt to this faster pace from Furia.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and it was a good call. You know, Tiz was definitely looking, didn't have the realm warp quite yet, so would have required Dokla to overextend. He played respectfully. And now Tatu back up here with no one from Lion on that side of the map. Dokla may just have to back off and give up some farm, give up some plates, which he'll survive, but it means he's falling behind this 1v1 because Gigo, after the kill on bot side, took some plates there. Now he's going to be able to knock down that Crystalline Overgrowth, but Inspired looking bot for IU. We'll see if he can find him. Going to decide to turn around onto JoJo, but there's just nothing there as they can't really close the gap. The curtain is going to get called here. IU trying to throw some damage back onto Isles. Heal will be used. Isles should be fine. And they're just kind of denying a little bit of CS. They take down a couple plates, push the bot lane back, and keep the gold even.
Yeah, so Berserker kind of coming out the best out of that situation, been able to avoid some of the getting some of the groups away from IU as we go looking for something top lane.
Yeah,
but,
pops the ulti. That was a bit ambitious. I mean, maybe if Dokla did get hit by the ulti, could have made a play there, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of the ulti for nothing.
I was even going to say, under tower, I don't know if I want to stand there and just try and ramp up that slam, so definitely ambitious is the word for it. But still, I like that we're getting so much pressure. Like, we already know the rivalry that exists between CB LoL and LCS and how much it would mean for both sides to be able to take each other down as we hop into a quick pause.
Gigo testing the waters, realizes, it's not going to happen. But it is a very even game here thus far. A couple of grubs apiece. That early Ocean Dragon obviously going the way of Lion, and Berserker and Inspired with a gold lead. So we do have pretty much a dead even game, I would say, at this point, and it's kind of what you expect from Lion games. If you don't just collapse in the laning phase, Lion generally plays slow. They look for their setups, and they try to get ready for these objectives.
Yeah, and I think this is where, for Lions, like, you're pretty happy. At the end of the day, you've already got that first dragon. You've been able to contest a lot of other objectives, and I think when as the team comes start to roll out, like, I like the fact that you've got this like Nico, Jarvan, the poke that you have, and you've been able to keep pace at a relatively good level, and you have a short range with the Scion, the Rise, the Neferi as well. So from that perspective, I think you've got answers to a lot of what's been brought to the table. So I still think like Fury need to kind of keep this rapid pace so they can hope to find success, get some kills on towards Toots, and hope he can be a side lane threat that can help out.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's always going to be a hard game for IU. You know, he can try to play way far back, but, you know, they do kind of require the damage from the Jhin. And the question to me is, you know, if Toots gets strong enough, you know, if he does get those 3-4 items and has a Zonia and has Archangels, has Roa stacked, has Karma Shields, even if you catch him with your combo, can you kill him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's kind of that difficulty, is we all know Zonia's answers the unleashed power from Syndra so incredibly well. So, you know, if he can become that kind of brick wall and just move in with the rest of his team here, then all of a sudden, even if you get that combo on Lion's side, maybe it doesn't win the fight.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is going to be on Guigo's engages as well. The Scion kind of needs to make sure he's able to close that distance, because if you're trying to take space into a lot of these fights, or in towards these objectives, it is going to be relatively difficult without him there, and also kind of finding that quick fight, because the more poke that lands, the more difficult this is going to get, especially as we were already highlighting. Like, for me, Lion, their setup around objectives is incredibly impressive. Like, they clearly understand how their composition wants to operate, and with a poke comp like this, they will fan out. They will look to find poke around the main tank, and that becomes a little dangerous for Fury in that regard.
Absolutely does, and it sounds like on stage we are ready to get back into it. So hopefully we'll be a quick pause, and we will be getting things underway here relatively quickly. And I'll give you guys info as soon as I get anything more, but it looks like it is all okay. We are back into game, and things will resume for now at this very, very even state. Second Dragon is up, and Inspired is down in that area with Lion trying to get push in mid, looking for that setup around Dragon here. And their base timings are pretty good, so they're just trying to play in the face here of Furia and take a little bit something more.
You have to be a little careful, because you can see that Toots was considering roaming across there, where they would have had that numbers advantage, but now opting back in towards this bottom side. And you still have Guigo pushing top with no TP, whereas Dokla does. So I think for Furia, they kind of just need to give up on this Dragon with the numbers advantage that Lion potentially could have.
Yeah, especially because he used that ulti, that Scion ulti, for that attempted dive. So would be hard for him to join even that way. So it does look like, as you say, Furia will just have to give this up. They're getting push on bot side, though Toots will have to be careful after this dragon goes down that they don't get collapsed on. And we're just kind of waiting to find out, what sort of soul will be available. Infernal, I would say, is probably the best for Lion, given that they're playing pretty poke heavy and it can't be Hex Tech. So we'll see what they roll.
Yeah, the poke and Infernal combo is not entirely fair all the times when you do see it come in. Still, I'm liking the way the Fury are playing this. So they immediately pushed out bot with Toots, and now looking for a little bit of a later cross map as you have Isles up here trying to cover for Dokla. But that's a lot of members of Fury in this top lane.
Yeah, they are overloading the top side of the map. Their entire team is up here at this point. All 5 members coming from Fury. You can see Saint quickly running out from base. Lion realized this is what is going on, so they are going to back off for now, but they would like to defend the tower if they can. Gigo taking a lot of damage. The unleashed power from Syndra just used to soften him up, and now the Ezreal ult comes across the map. And Furia have been answered by this 4 thus far. No one is there to stop Berserker, so Lion answer the play with 1 less man and get the push in mid.
Yeah, you got a plate for Toots, but I think a lot more going across the Berserker there and the wave being lost too, so Lion going to be relatively happy with the way that they defended that one. But again, I love how active this early game is. You've got so much, it's like a chess game, going back and forth with teams trying to cover on either side. And I think a huge amount of that has come down to some really clever vision control that we've seen from both sides. Lion had that ward in the second bush there on that top lane to make sure they could spot out as Furia were trying to make that play. We've got some deep wards that is enabling Furia to try and look for answers as well. Everyone is just on this push-pull constantly.
It absolutely is true. Dokla just trading back and forth. Has rushed the Serpent's Fang, obviously good against Sion, good against, the Archangel's Shield, good against the Karma Shield. So pretty valuable here, and I think once you get ganked a couple times, you kind of realize you're not going to be winning the 1v1 that much anyway. So I think it makes sense to go a bit more for that utility instead of rushing something that is more for that 1v1 side lane.
Yeah, we started to see it more and more, and I do think the value for it is just absolutely insane. But with 20 seconds now until this Rift Herald spawns, an option here for Lion. They do have good push. They still have that TP for Dokla, who, forced the flash away from Guigo. Not the start that you wanted here.
No, and there's the scatter going to be sidestepped by Toots. Gigo definitely taking over in that 1v1, has his first completed item underneath Bear, has the steel caps, and he is kind of just turning into a brick wall here for Dokla, who was not in hammer form, so couldn't knock back to actually interrupt that decimating smash, and as a result felt he had to flash or risk getting taken down. Inspired in the area here, Lion wanting to play for this Herald, and do have a pretty good setup for it, but Furia do have 4 members, and they have the TP available on the Sion as well to join. They're going to go in onto Saint immediately. Nice immune of the flag and drag coming through. Tut's going to pop the Ghost, chasing after Inspired, who is getting chunked very low, and they're not going to get a kill, but that might have earned them the Herald here, as it looks like we're seeing multiple members from Lion just going back for the base. Gigo going to flash in here. Dokla's going to try to get out of dodge. We'll see if he can outplay it. Looking for the sidesteps, running back and forth, trying to get some space here. The knockback is still not there. Dokla can't avoid the decimating smash, and he's going to get knocked down and solo killed by Gigo. As on the other side of the map, Furia starting up this Herald, will claim it. Lions trying to see if they can actually keep them around here and maybe get an extended fight off the back of it, but they can't get anything. So Furia win out on both sides.
Fury insane win. The fact you get that kill for Guigo and you're able to force back Line. I don't think they're going to follow up too heavily on Jojo here. Could be wrong though.
Jojo is the target, gets hit by the flag and drag. Inspired doesn't have a lot of backup, but he's going to throw the ulti down onto Tatu. Just hops right out of there, no problem. Nice buffer on the flag and drag here, as the Deadly Flourish did come through on him Inspired, but won't get much of anything. Lions try to put on some pressure. Aren't able to really capitalize on it whatsoever. The game remains very close, though, with the only real advantage being those 2 dragons on Lion's side.
Yeah, Inspired didn't really have the follow-up there, but I think he was just hoping to burn some summoner spells before that next dragon spawns in a minute's time. So Jojo now not having the heal or that flash could be a potential target. But Fury have been doing a good job of answering on these objective setups. Like in that position, they end up forcing their way in towards River. Lion don't have their poke in the position that they want to, or the ability to just all in. So you end up finding that moment with a quick all in from Tatu to push them back. And now that's bought them the space they want for Jojo to start to step in towards River, start to get some vision control for this dragon that's about to spawn.
And they're kind of doing the Lion Classic against Lion, where, Inspired was famous for his teams just giving up dragons, playing cross map if they don't have the right setup. And Furia has kind of been the one doing that, trying to play for gold, trying to play for these side lane kills when they can't actually contest the dragons. Has not gotten them a massive lead, but you can see Lion collapsing here potentially onto Toots. as we are watching Jace down a couple levels briefly. We check in on the Coinbase gold grind here. Gigo with a pretty significant advantage, up 1,400 in the 1v1. And is going to be going for a bit of an offensive build here, as he's not going to be staying full tank. Maybe just feels like, hey, I'm tanky enough, you have to fight through me, and if I go a little bit more aggressive, I can actually punish players that are trying to walk past me.
Yeah, especially because Jace and Ezra are not exactly the biggest tank killers, but we've already got a bit of a scrap here for Tatu.
Yeah, Tatu going to have to use the immunity very early on the scatter. Gigo trying to create some space moving forward here as they reclaim space here in that river. Dokla coming in from the side. Gigo's going to get sectioned off. They're looking for him. Pops the ulti, but cancels it very quickly. Wants to stay around for the fight. Isles on the side is taking a ton of damage from Ayu, and Isles is going to have to go back to base, you think. It sneaks in the shot. Jin takes him down, and Tatu flashing in on to safe, but he's taken out by the curtain call. Beautifully played there from the Jin. Inspired falls as well. Berserker is in trouble. Trying to take down Ayu. Uses the exhaust, shift to the side, does get a kill. Dokla fighting against Gigo here, trying to survive. Berserker has fallen. And it is only Dokla alive as Furia will wipe Lion from the map here, taking him down. The question is, can they even get the dragon? I think the answer is no. So I feel like we're just going to be setting up for round 2, but that Jin ult, Rob.
That was insane! The fact he managed to sneak past 2 of those shots to finish off members of Lion was beautiful, but I love the way Guigo played this, using the shield off the teleport to buy so much space for Furia, get control, and then even as Inspired looks for the engage, using the ult to cancel the CC from Inspired so he can reposition and not be focused down. We just see it here. Really well orchestrated, and that buys the space for Fury to step forward. You get that reposition from Tatu as well as he wraps around on towards the bottom side, and the shots from Ayu raining down perfectly. Furia played this fight exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. Tatu, built so much space there for Ayu, who almost is able to win out on this 1v1. Was really well played by Berserker, though. Gets the exhaust down, shifts to the side, to be able to avoid Jojo, who's trying to block those Mystic shots, but you can see a little bit of frustration there on the face of Berserker. So misplays in that team fight for sure. You would have wanted someone to block both those Jin shots that got kills. Maybe those Lion players could have actually survived and looked to try to turn around, but we're setting up here once again, and it is going to be Furia claiming the dragon, as this time Lion just playing for sides.
I thought Lion might have actually taken the fight because they burned so many flashes on Furia's side in the last fight that suddenly Inspired has a lot more targets. Same for Saint with the scan of the week, but instead just opting to go towards those side lanes, try and get some standing gold, and hope that they can live to fight another day.
It was kind of the gold lead for Ayu now. That has completely eliminated the lead that Berserker did have. Dokla got some gold back, and Inspired still staying ahead. Still quite a close game, but it is now a significant gold lead that has been opened up from Furia, as they have just been winning most of the scraps. It is 9-3 in kills. And still that one dragon lead here for Lion, so it is anyone's game, as Toots battling here against Dokla is just going to realm warp out to safety. Didn't feel confident that he could win the 1v1 and just decides to back off.
Yeah, I think I was unsure as to where the rest of Lion were, so just going to step away from that one. But again, I think Fury in a position where they can start to just push outside lanes. You've got Toots, I think, who's going to back and finish off a second item here as well. So in a relatively good spot. And it's Lion now who are trying to see if they can get some deep vision on towards this top side. Look for a play towards this low health turret mid. But you've got so much wave clear between Jojo and Ayu. That is going to be a difficult one to try and take easily.
Absolutely is. Saint now picking up that rocket belt, so prioritizing a little bit of mobility. He has been the target, it feels like, in a lot of these scraps. Tatu always going straight for him. As Inspired going in, Tatu in trouble. Gonna pop Call of the Pack. The root is there. The Jin ult is popped. Inspired has got to run, but can he survive? He's shot out of the air. It's duck hunt here for Ayu as they want even more. Isles is going back in. Saint over the side, hits the scatter, but the Karma shields just say no. And another deadly flourish is gonna connect. Ayu is on fire. This man can't miss.
Oh, it's a pause as well. Absolutely insane. Furia take a massive fight, and it was a little unfortunate because we'll have to see what happens with the pause, but as Inspired tried to hit the blast cone, he auto-attacked one of the dogs from the Nefiri, so couldn't get out, and meant that he was stuck there. And Furia able to pick off him. With the re-engage, they finish off Isles. It just hasn't gone the way of Lion in any of these fights thus far.
It absolutely has not, and the Jhin is really on fire. I mean, he's in every single deadly flourish. It feels like he can't miss with the ult. Normally, people are such Jhin haters, but then you see a game like this, you're like,
I'm a Jhin hater.
Like, wow. I mean, you just don't miss any of your abilities. You just hit all your shots.
You look pretty good,
And it looks pretty powerful.
Yeah. Who needs the fourth shot if you just hit 1, 2, and 3? You know, so,
The fourth shot is just a celebration. You put that up in the air after you win the team fight.
We'll have to see what happens, though. But still, this is incredible stuff from Furia. And again, we kind of talked about this clash of styles, and it definitely feels like the faster pace of Fury is now starting to take over, where they are finding picks. And funny enough, it was Lion who opted in towards that invade on the top side, thinking that they would be stronger with some of the push and control they had. But even though they nearly burst out Tattoo, Inspired just getting picked off at the start of that really put a dent into the work for them.
It really did, and I mean, Isles has been taking so much damage before he's even able to go in for the engage, so even though he gets the Pop Blossom in on multiple members, there's the Mantra Shields coming through, there is, a ton of protection there from that Karma, and they're able to absorb a lot of the damage. I mean, the scatter hit over the wall, but it's just, Lion has not really been able to connect to the same target all at the same time, and this is the kind of playstyle that generally Lion excels in. They're really so good at those setups, but has been Furia winning out. And we can see League officials are investigating a potential hardware issue with Furia. We will update with more information as soon as we know. It did look like Tatu was talking to the refs, so maybe some sort of an issue there. As soon as we know more, we will let you guys know exactly what the tech pause is for.
I mean, I'm hoping for Furia's sake that it's an easy one to kind of continue with, because it has been so good for them thus far. And especially the fact that we kind of talked about wanting to see Tattoo get off to this early start on the Neferi so he can be much more of a threat. I think that's been fantastic. The way he's even played fights as well, like the wraparound at that Dragon fight was incredible too. Like, I really think that Furia have a good understanding of what they want to achieve. Plus, Guigo, solo killing Dokes on the sideline. What happened to Big Dokes? Like, this isn't it.
He's a medium-sized Dokes.
Yeah. I mean, he's against Sign. Everyone's small compared to him,
All right, well, we are going to be getting players back into games, so whatever the issue was, it appears to have been fixed. And we are going to be starting things up, and they're going to be right in onto the Baron as Furia win a big team fight over by the Baron. It's post 20 minutes, and that is going to give them a stranglehold on this game. Dragon's not going to mean much of anything, as Doka's going to try to get some gold back on the other side of the map, but Lion, with this comp, when you fall behind, you just don't have enough damage to actually get those initial kills, and it feels like this game is quickly slipping out of their grasp.
It's also so hard to try and retake space with this composition as well. Like, you're heavily reliant on Inspired, but we just saw he's not really tanky enough to try and survive some of this. But we'll see on the replay here. So keep your eyes on Inspired as he tries to hit the blast cone, because he ends up hitting one of the dogs from Neferi here instead, so doesn't get the blast cone immediately. Will let Tayu get the shot, and then it's the follow-up as well with Guigo coming in. Isles tries to set up for a play with Saint, but there just isn't enough damage. The shield is there. Saint can't get into position, and I mean, you called it. Ayu just does not miss in this game.
I mean, he is hitting absolutely everything. It was great setup. Rune Prison into the Deadly Flourish. They burst him down, and Inspire just wasn't expecting that collapse so quickly. And then even though Isles got in onto Ayu, Saint followed up with a scatter, but he wasn't in range for the ult, so it doesn't actually really matter whatsoever. And it is now a 3.5k gold lead here for Furia. Lion gonna have to try to find some big plays. They're looking now. Isles goes in onto Ayu. Ayu's in trouble. It's a great McHale from Jojo, but it is not enough. Doku will fall. In comes Inspired. They're looking for more. Call of the Pack gonna get popped here as Toots is gonna arrive with the Realm War. Berserker goes straight on him. He has the exhaust. He wants the fight. The scatter is gonna land. Toots is in a lot of trouble here, but the shield's coming in from Jojo. He's gonna have to flash out, but here's Inspired, and Lion are on the hunt. The flash is forced. Toots and Jojo barely survive, but they get some kills and they get some much-needed summoners off of Furia here as Lion get their first kill in a long time.
Yeah, they get the mid lane tower as well, but because Guigo wasn't there, he gets the push in that bottom side and manages to take the tier 2 tower for himself. This Death's Dance Scion starting to get a little bit of gold into him as well. So yes, Lion did get the kills. They do burn some summoner spells, but I think it's how do they now, with those summoner spells down on Furia, try to bounce back in this fight for Dragon in a minute's time?
Yeah, that's the real question. I mean, Isles will have his flash desynced from some of those players, but once his flash is up, if you can make a quick play, maybe you can get something there. Obviously won't be available for this Dragon though. And the Death Dance, as you called out, very interesting tech. I've never really seen that. Usually if people are going to go aggressive, they're going to go towards Titanic, they're going to go towards Blood Mail, these types of HP-based offensive items. But It is a pretty low DPS comp here, and Gigo just feels like this is the play, so we'll see if it does work out for him. As Lion getting sieged on, losing towers left, right, and center, it feels like, as Berserker trying to clear out these Baron minions, but it's a difficult job for an Israel.
Yeah, I don't think there's much push that you can get here for Lion, and with that Dragon now, just a couple of seconds time, it looks like we're getting Lion just saying, nope, not interested, we're going to go for the side lanes instead, try and push out, try and probably establish some vision in this top side jungle and steal away some of those camps that are about to respawn.
It's pretty terrifying now as IU has the Infinity Edge completed. This guy has the biggest gold lead in the game by quite a lot and has been really playing well in these 5v5s, and now that Jhin damage is going to get ramped up massively with that Infinity Edge. Berserker still reasonably strong, you know, Saint within striking distance of Toots, and Dokla just trying to play side lanes as well as he can to continue getting gold. Lion know they just need to keep themselves at least within striking distance so that if you find a good fight, you have a chance.
Yeah, and I think it is kind of going for these plays that we just saw where Lion like try and push inside and immediately collapse onto mid lane. If you can try and find those picks and find those quick plays, that's where I think you can start to buy back the space that you need to find these bigger fights. But at the moment, Fury are doing a good job of kind of advancing as a line across the map, not giving those moments where a line can find those quick picks.
See Saint level 15, of course, is going to be down a level thanks to that Roa there for Toots, who has a little bit of experience on top. Once Saint is, you know, level 16, that is going to be nice, and once he got all his abilities upgraded, that is really helpful as well. So I think they're trying to play for Saint having 3 items, having 16, you know, play around that potential high burst that he can look for as Berserker completes the LDR. Third item's really starting to come in across the map.
Yeah, I do think, though, this Guigo is just such a monster at this stage. 3 items completed. I think he 1v1s basically anyone that ends up in a side lane against him. So it is going to be difficult for Lion to try and keep this Sion in check. And especially, it's kind of shut down some of that side lane pressure that you'd expected Jace to really have up against the Sion at this stage, where he can just continue to shove in these waves and create another point of pressure for Fury.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, as Gigo just ults out on the map there. Just a tempo ult, getting things moving. Saint spot sits on the side, but JoJo is there to cover, it feels like, every time. They're doing a good job playing the map here. You can see they move up, they create this line of vision for Toots to feel safe. They have multiple pink wards on this top side. They have that one deep ward, and Lion are trying to combat this as best as they can, but that is, you know, another difficulty for Dokla, who's been tasked with pushing out these side waves, is where is their vision? It's all on their side of the map.
But I think it's like, you do see Fury are just advancing literally as a line. Like, we're getting this where it's just like, okay, cool, we're going to set ourselves up with here. Nobody break that line. Okay, we've gotten our vision controlled in now. Slowly move up a little bit more and make sure that you're able to look for plays.
Exactly, and it's really smart, you know, just step 1, step 2, they are playing it by the book. And this is what I talk about when I feel like people are underestimating Furia. They're coming in, they're looking at CP LoL as, all right, well, that's a free win. It is not true. It is not true whatsoever. This team can play the map, they can play the fights. They are a team to be respected, and they are showcasing that here. As IU gonna have his 4th item by the time we get to this next fight, you have to think. And this guy is going to be a beast. People talk about Jhin being, you know, low consistent damage, but when you get to like full build,
yeah, you get
so much AD that all of a sudden, you know, one 4-shot and someone just kind of dies.
And also, who's tanking that? Like, on the opposite side, you don't really have anyone who's going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I can take all this damage from the Jhin or even from Toots as well. Lee's working up towards that actualizer, won't have this towards this next fight, but still in a very good spot as he looks towards scaling. So I do think for Lion, they need to find these windows to punish Furia, but Furia are just not giving it to them.
Yeah, they absolutely are not. Saint has reached 16, has the components for the death cap, but does not have the death cap, and Furia are on the Baron here. Tatu and JoJo just trying to zone them away. This has been spotted out by Lion. We'll see if Furia want to commit to it. It's down a bit below half HP. As Furia trying to turn, the curtains get called. Saint immediately flashes over as Gigo's ulting into the back line, chasing after Berserker and Isles. Isles is caught, and Isles is dead. Can't get anything off. The scatter going to land there onto Gigo, but he gets shielded up. The Deadly Flourish this time will not arrive. The Realm Warp comes in. Inspired's looking for him, but Inspired's going to get knocked up. He's in trouble as Saint on the side gets killed by Tatu. Inspired has to run, and Lion's got to get out of there. JoJo flashing back, pops the heal. It's 2 for 0, though, for Furia, as they'll go right back to the Baron. Another beautifully played fight.
Lion are the prey here for Furia, and they are happy to catch some of them. The immediate turn off to Baron, the Realm Warp in to seal the deal, but the TP from Dokla. I don't know if you can do particularly much here, as Toots is going to find him.
Gonna try to delay. Tatu over the wall though. Toots there as well. The exhaust gonna be used by Berserker. Toots is in some trouble. Inspired arrives. The Baron is still alive, but now Fury is in trouble. Have they gone too far? Isles catches JoJo, and this could be bad for Furia, but thankfully they've taken down Berserker and Dokes. So it will just be a prevention of that Baron take, but not one for Lion themselves. Their pings onto the Dragon, though.
It's prevention with a flare. I mean, the fact you managed to get so many kills after that, and now you get position the Dragon, is huge from the turnaround. This is the initial engage, where Guigo immediately pulls the trigger. You already have the curtain call. Oz gets caught out. And then again, like Furia reform around this front line of Guigo. As everyone from Lion starts to move in, the realm warp comes through, and the dash away from both members to make sure that they're not going to get caught by the knockup from Inspired means that they're able to finish off some of these members. But this re-engage, I thought it was going to be done and dusted as on live. Tatu just able to escape, but yeah, they end up going over the wall to try and finish off Dokta. The max health shield doing a lot of work to keep him alive for a long time until Inspired gets there, the rest of the team shows up, and there's good damage there from him.
Yeah, I mean, Isles does find that big ulti. Ayu had been playing an incredible game, but flash too far, does get punished for it, and Tatu looking to try to set up for this 50-50 smite. Inspired wants to push him out. Kigo is in the pit. It's going to be taken there by Tatu. Gets another smite, and now Inspired's in trouble. The Realm Warp's coming in. There's the big Cataclysm as Berserker gets pushed back. Saint is running for the hills. They do take down Tatu. One-man advantage for now, but Berserker can't rejoin the fight, and that means Lion don't have the DPS to go for more.
Low health bars online, but they manage to escape away. It's only Tatu who falls, but does steal away that Dragon. So keeping that Dragon in favor of Furia now. But this is so close. Every fight feels like it's fisticuffs and haymakers the whole time.
It is crazy. Saint has got to be on that death cap soon. There is the completion now coming through. Berserker trying to get towards his fourth item as Ayu's working on a fifth. It's close as far as the gold is concerned. And this 50-50 could mean a lot because it put them on soul point.
Yeah, I mean, you see the steal coming through here. The curtain call opens up to try and force the rest of Line away, buying the space. But the steal there for Tatu is massive. And it's the follow-up fight that I thought was going to go well because his Inspired ends up so low here, but the rest of Furia just cannot follow up. Tatu tries to escape but ends up getting chased down thanks to a nice hit from Inspired, and the rest of Lion are able to back away without falling as well.
And Isles snuck a really nice route through onto Tatu right before he got into the Call of the Pack, so I think he thought he'd be able to hit the Call of the Pack, jump away, create that safety, but he was rooted up there by Isles as Lion looking for more. Tatu jumps away from the engage, but in comes Gigo with the teleport. Will Lion commit to the fight? For now, they're going to back off, but the Science says, no, you cannot do that. And it is Inspired being caught. Flag and drag back through. Toots on the side could be in trouble. It's a big ulti from Isles. It's Toots standing, it's Toots fighting, and it's Toots winning for now. Into the GA goes Inspired. Berserker on the side trying to take down Gigo, but Gigo is so damn tanky. Finally, though, the Baron gets aggro, and it's going to be the sixth man and help out Lion. Ayu calls the curtains, looking for Isles. Isles will fall. Berserker takes the fourth shot, almost just dies from full with a fist to the back of the head there from Sion. It's another bloody fight here, 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
What is happening, Azale? These fights look like they're kicking off so well for either side as we get Line with a good engage on towards the Rise. But Toots does so much damage thanks to that Actualizer. And even here, as this fight comes through, Inspired does a good job tanking up Guigo, buying the space he needs, drag and drag away. But I thought this Rise was dead. But with Tatu able to just get in there, finish off Inspired, and that Actualizer damage doing so much work, Toots managed to stay alive. Guigo gets focused down afterwards. And it's this constant in and out that Inspired is playing that is just buying space, managing to go away on a low health bar that keeps these fights in check. But it is bedlam every time.
I mean, it is crazy. And like you talked about, there's no one to block the chin shots.
No.
Isles was pretty heavy on health, took 2 shots, and then just died to the Deathfire
regretted
touch.
it immediately.
He just completely gets knocked down, but you kind of just have to sacrifice your life in that position here. Berserker has completed the Shojin, though, so getting a lot stronger as Ayu now on that 5 items here. And the Actualizer, amping up your shields as well. So you had the Archangel shield. He had all of the shields coming through from JoJo. So much protection meant that Toots just took too long to kill. And this is the time of the game that I was talking about in draft. When Rise gets Zhonya's next, good luck being able to burst this guy down. He's going to be playing in your face. Tatu can be able to immune that Syndra ult there, obviously with Call of the Pack. You can have Zhonya's to immune it. It's very difficult to get to Ayu, so it is not easy, but Lion are fishing here.
We go on the bottom side though, look for the engage on Dokla with that ultimate. Seeing if he can get the 1v1 once again.
I mean, he's winning that 1v1 heavily. Now they're going to try to TP in and back up Dokla. Dokla is going to get that assistance here. We'll see if they can actually make the play happen as they do arrive. But Ayu is here as well. Ayu flashes in and deletes Saint. And now the curtain's getting called. Good sidesteps here from Dokla, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He is slowed down on the other side of the map. Furia starting up the Baron will be pushed back, but it's 5 versus 3 on the map. And when is the last time you saw the Jhin assassinate the Syndra, as Inspired is going to try his luck, flashes in, gets a 1k shutdown. The healing is huge. That just might buy them some time to stay alive. But Lion just looking to go bot lane and play for the map because they cannot stop this Baron whatsoever.
The outplay from Fury in the bottom side with Ayu showing up, managing to get the kill, sets up for the Baron, and it feels like Lion is scrambling a little bit to try and cover for it.
They absolutely are, but one big thing, Inspired getting down there kills Ayu, and Ayu dies last. So Ayu is not going to be up for this dragon spawn. So maybe we could see Lion go and just try to rush down that dragon. I think that is going to be the idea. Rush down the dragon, deny the soul, bring yourself the soul point, and then try to delay. But Isles out on the map. Isles is going to get caught. He is trying to get vision, and Isles might just give away a freebie, and he does. That is devastating for Lion because now that kill on Ayu means nothing. And they're going to lose soul as well.
And I was about to say, Inspired got the shutdown on Ayu as well. Immediately gets a Hex Drinker, which means he's able to play a little bit further up in these fights. He's trying to look for the steal.
Gets knocked out of the flag and drag, trying to pull back. Berserker is here, Saint is here, Dokla is here. They're going to try to punish Gigo, but he is so tanky. Inspired goes forward, looking for Tatu. Eyes on the dragon now. It's going to come down to the smite fight. Can Tatu get it once again? He's going for it, and he gets it! It's the soul, but it's a kill on the other side. Toots trying to make a big play here. Inspired blocking the shots. Berserker shifts forward. Toots goes into the Zonias, but he's taken down. Ayu knocked up by Inspired. Inspired and Berserker are fighting, and on the other side, Saint is running for his life against this Sion. He's got to get out of there. Gigo was the target at the start of the fight, and he is just never going to die. Berserker shifting away. They're trying to whittle him down. Isles is back now. Tatu needs to get over there and help him out. Saint is low, but he goes into the stasis. Isles with the Pop Blossom. It gets immune by the call of the pack. Berserker shifts away, trying to survive. They're going to get the kill, and still, Gigo cannot take down Saint. Gigo running for his life now, trying to go for the recall. It will not be allowed. Lion standing, Lion fighting, and Lion finally gonna take down this raid boss, you have to think, but Gigo refuses to die. This man better drop some good loot. Lion get the delayed ace and hold on in this game.
Oh my god, these fights are absurd! Berserker played out of his mind at the end of this one, but we have to go back to the start. It's Tatu who ends up once again getting the spike, because at the start of this, it's no members of Fury are really in position to follow up. You're waiting on the Rise and the Jhin to come through, and as they do, that's where they start to win this out versus Lion. But it's then Berserker who plays this perfectly from this point on, chasing down on towards Ayu with Inspired. And as he ends up fighting against Gigo, look at the minute details here. Ends up repositioning away from that auto. And then as Gigo starts to try and run at him again, he repositions once more at the perfect moment. He kited that so perfectly to help close it out.
Brilliant play there from Berserker in the MasterCard priceless moment of the game. And now Lion full court press here. They're out on the map trying to deal some damage. They knock down the mid tier 2, looking for the top tier 2, which is very, very low. This game is Soul in the favor of Furia, but it is dead even in gold. And there are so many squishy members, so much damage, that Soul is not a guarantee.
No, not at all. Like, this is crazy. And Lion, now with the position that they have and the tempo advantage they have, can actually start to set up for vision, can try and play their style of fishing for picks, fishing for that poke, and making Furia hurt to try and take back space on the map. You see how dark it is right now on that bottom side.
Ayu has reached his full 7-item build here. Berserker is strong, but they're going to look for Ayu, and Ayu has no flash. He's caught out in mid lane, and Ayu is down. And that is a big-time pick for Lion. No hesitation. They immediately sprint towards mid, and Rise has got to get back to base.
Can Lion actually do it? They will at least try and crack the base here as they push in. The wave clear from Toots has to be enough. but that tower is not sticking around for long.
The tower is dying fast, but Inspired is tanking it up, and Inspired could be in some trouble. Gigo gonna get targeted. Isles goes forward, and he catches Tuts, and Tuts is just gone! Control, Alt, Delete, says Saint as he knocks down the Rise, who has been an thorn in his side all game long. You'll see, though, 3 members strong here from Furia trying to hold on. That is a tanky sign as Inspired moving in, gets the knock up onto JoJo. It's eyes on the tower. We do see him coming back in the GA. Dokla's arrived with a teleport. They don't have a wave. I don't know if they can finish. Did Lion go too far? They're so damn tanky on the side of Furia. They're trying to make it happen, but the Jhin is almost back. Tatu is low, but he goes into the call of the pack, and Lion have got to run for it. The Jhin is back up, and the question is now, can they get away? It looks like the answer is yes, but what an insane game. Lion thought they had an angle to end, but they could not get through the brick wall that is the Scion.
Guigo TPing onto the tower to get that max health shield was crucial to being able to survive, and Inspired thought he might have been able to buy enough space going in, but couldn't quite do it. But now it's 50 seconds until Baron. You get a reset, but maybe not Dokla, who's forced to flash away.
Flash follow there from Gigo. Dokla stayed around, and Dokla may have just cost Lion big time. Stayed for a red buff, and the cost is his life and potentially the Baron as well. That is such a mistake, and he doesn't even have a completed item off the back of it.
That's heartbreaking for Lion. They just done so much work to get themselves into a strong position. Now in a 4v5, they need to try and find a way to fight this Baron, but Dokla was so much of that damage.
I think they're just going to have to give. I don't think you can risk the game in a 4v5. You've got to give the Baron and look to try to play towards the Elder, unless you can maybe get a pick before. But it's so risky, and what a bad death for the 10th one of the game there from Dokla.
Inspired's going bot lane. Looks like Lion are going to give it up. Curious though, because what we saw a lot from Lion in finals was, hey, you know, push out that wave bot, especially for Inspired, and then hide in the enemy jungle, try and look for these big flanks towards Dragon. Maybe the call here once again for Lion, because they need some magic if they hope to beat out on this Elder Dragon.
We have now crossed 41-16, which means it is now the longest game of MSI 2026, passing G2 versus TES in that one. Lion over early by this Elder. This is where the game will be decided, almost guaranteed one way or the other. The Elder going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. Dokla back on the map. Remember, he will have no flash. Neither will Gigo. Inspired also missing his flash and GA, so more resources available for Furia.
Yeah, especially with the Zhonya's completed for Toots. That was kind of the big crossing point you were talking about, Azale. And now Furia stepping up as a unit, retaking the space. Lion trying to see if they can get that poke down, but you can see Guigo. He's more than happy to just tank that one up at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely is. As there's the Mantra shields coming out. Tatu jumping over. The scatter does not connect in onto him. Toots
oh my God!
Mid lane, and Berserker just loses half his health there to a fourth shot coming through from Ayu, and now they're going to pull the Elder. Berserker trying to heal up a little bit on the side. Inspired there, shift forward from Berserker. This game is on a knife's edge. It will all be decided here. Dokla looking for that poke, but hasn't really able to find much of anything. Inspired, Berserker, and Saint over by the pit. You can see Isles is wrapping around the back of the Dragon, looking for a potential angle as the curtain is going to get called here. Inspired tanking up 1, Inspired tanking up 2. How many more shots can he take, though? If you eat that 4 shot, you're going to be going low. And he is, in fact, down to half health. Berserker shifting forward, just trying to get as much focus as they can, as Gigo's going to go for it. Gigo goes in, but it gets blocked by the clone. Inspired knocked up, Toots and Tatu on the side. This Dragon is low, it's been Toots winning it, but this time it's Saint! And the fight breaks out, and there it is! Isles with the Bomb Blossom! That might just seal it, but Toots on the side trying to make something happen. Berserker shifts in, but the Realm Orb saves him. Lion are on the hunt, and Furia run for the hills. Inspired miss smite after smite as Tatu is winning out, but the one that matters most is the one he takes. Lion looking for JoJo. Good sidestep, will stay alive, but this time it's a 2v5. They held with 3. Can they hold with 2? Not looking like they're going to be able to, as Isles going forward, lands the root. Dokla jumps in. Toots is going to stand. Toots is going to fight, and he's going to get a free kill. A good start to it. Potential defense here on the line as Toots moving forward, looking for Inspired. But their eyes are just on the towers. The towers are gone. The Nexus is exposed. Berserker shifts in and seals the deal with a kill. Berserker goes on a rampage, and a wild game 1 came down to a smite that neither jungler took. Saint claims the Elder, and that's what makes the difference. What a way to kick off the series.
A Sainthood is definitely waiting for the mid laner of Lion back in NA, where we're going to kick it over to the analyst desk. Because what the hell was that?
The Americas.
Lion said I didn't hear
God.
no bell. Oh my God. What an absolutely insane. Oh, my mic isn't even on. You probably
Oh my God. Can we just get a camera and a microphone in the Lion room right now? Both Berserker and Inspire are like, guys, can we lock in, please?
Saint.
Yes.
Yeah. At the end.
Yes.
You know
Saint
what?
at the end
He
was
locked
clutch.
in at the end.
At the end, he
He
locked
had
in.
a rough game, but he got the out. That's all that matters.
That's all that
Yes.
matters.
We're gonna
That's all
remember.
that
Let's
Oh
go back
my
to this
Yeah,
final
go
fight
on.
because this is just insane. Out of it's what a Syndra.
Yeah, they try and combo the 4th shot from the Jhin with the smite, but there's just a bit too much health. Syndra gets it, and from there, Furia just try and scatter. They know they cannot win the 5v5, and even though they managed to get 2 out, it's just not enough.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, look at that goal graph. That's like a goal graph from the LPL.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, classic one.
Yeah, tell me then how they mounted this comeback, right? Because Furia, early map moves, good. Gigo in the top lane, doing good. Dogla getting caught out a few times, getting a few Barons even, Furia.
So much of those team fights were Berserker really playing on a knife's edge and really playing slow because they needed to work with the poke that they had both off of Jace and Ezreal. And even though some shock blasts weren't landing, I felt like Berserker, played so incredibly well in his micro in those fights.
I feel like, honestly, a lot of these fights that we're going heavily in favor of Furia, even early in the game, it's like, wow, great engage, great start, and then a couple of kills would come back to Lion.
Yeah.
I feel like that just kept them in the game constantly. A lot of the time it was like Inspired or it was Berserker, just finding exit kills that kept it, because even though the graph looked very spiky, then he got to like 4,000 gold ahead. It wasn't a crazy lead.
I will say I have seen this from Furia a few times. Sometimes they don't push their lead kind of as efficiently as they should because they did get caught out a couple of times. The game plan was set easy, right? Our Sion is super buff. Let's put him in front and let's make it happen. But they got figured out by Lion. They got to push him away. They got to their targets.
Yeah, and we've seen this from Lion domestically as well, where other teams have either played the map better early or they've seeded a lot of objectives and they've come back through some insane team fighting. The MF team fight from the finals really comes to mind. And I think for me, it begins with Inspire, right? Because his early game was really good. He wasn't involved with his lanes, but he tracked Tatu so well and got this massive farm lead. So when it did come to some very high pressure situations for him in these fights, he was able to perform super well because he had such a good start.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have missed it because it was happening during the solo kill mid. But like, he got a really good invade, and so by the time the first Dragon was actually being started up, he had like a 2-level lead on towards Nefiri. But then one thing you have to give credit towards Furia was that they cross-mapped so well this game. They recognized we're not taking this Dragon. It's not going to happen. We're dropping it. We're going straight towards the Jace lane. And Jace was doing well in the first 5 minutes, was trying to like freeze lane, realized, wait a minute, I'm surrounded.
So it was NA Jace if I ever seen one.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
But
whatever.
now it's only one game. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. We never have to see it again. Ox, you want to take a look at the 18-minute Dragon fight again?
Yeah, this fight, I feel like Wigo played so well. This is really where they managed to blow the game open. And it was just the space that the Sion was able to create in this situation. Then the General comes out, and there's just low health members of Lion scrambling to get away. But this is kind of also what I was talking about with those exit kills, because this fight started so well, and then we see the Nefiri goes in and Dokul dies. We then see Berserker able to get this kill onto IU, and for what started so well in the 5v5, a little bit traded back, a little bit of an overstep.
Yeah, and I think that is the thing, is like at the beginning of the game, you could tell that Furia were playing the map really well. Like you said, Raz, they were cross-mapping, they were overloading sides.
Yeah.
They were forcing this Jace to be in side lanes where he could get caught or where he couldn't contest the Sion. But then in their beginning of teamfight setups, they're like, okay, we've played this comp before, we know what to do. And then as the fight devolves into chaos, they then seemed a lot shakier, and it really looked like they were getting pulled apart in terms of what their targeting was.
Yeah, it's true. And looking at Lion, you talked about this before. We didn't mention it in the countdown, but you said the bot lane should be really, really good, right?
Yeah.
We didn't really see it play out in the 2v2 because of the state of the game, but seeing Berserker and the way, as you say, he played on a knife's edge to keep that advantage, and for me, played a huge, huge part in why Lion won this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was expecting them to do a little bit more 2v2, but obviously they're going into a Jin Karma rather. And I don't think Isles had his best performance.
Yeah.
He did get caught out a lot, especially in that fight that we just reviewed. And there were some pretty big mistakes from him in this game. However, Berserker, there was a reason why he was unanimously the #1 AD carry in the LCS. Like that, there was no one who did not think, okay, he is head and shoulders above the rest.
And I think, unfortunately, Ayu was really fair, did a lot of damage on the Jhin, was a big presence, but in a couple of those later instances, getting caught out in the mid lane, Flash being banned by Inspired and then being targeted in team fights, he had a lot of the resources, but just wasn't able to clutch it out in the later moments of the game.
Yeah, and even going back to Isles specifically, because he had such a good split, and to see this kind of performance is quite poor. I think just thinking about your angles a little bit more, especially if you're playing Engage. Like, I think that replay that we showed a little earlier on, everybody had seen him. Like, it was like there was no surprise factor from the Nico, and then he walked in front of like 4 people. So like being a little bit more creative, especially if you're trying to take space, I think that's more important. Going
Okay,
into
I
the
asked
rest
you
of the
before, are you scared? After this game, which was the longest game of MSI, what do you think now?
3 people lose their
Your
minds.
line's looking a little rough. It
Yeah,
is.
I'm still
You'll be
keeping
okay.
firm, but
You'll be okay. All right,
yeah.
well, it was an unbelievable game. I personally
Yeah.
hope we got 4 more of those, but I'm sure you guys don't agree.
Lions
We'll be
all
right
just
back
doubled.
with game 2 between Furia and Lion.
Go into for me.
Okay.
They feel there right now.
Yeah. Nice, guys. Oh, can you get this?
Now the Realm Warp going to be coming in. Gigo trying to set it up here for Toots. The knockup is good, and Dokla is gone. He's taking a ton of damage from Ayu, and Isles is going to have to go back to base, you think. It sneaks in the shot. Jhin takes him down, and Tatu flashing in on the safe, but he's taken out by the curtain call. Beautifully played there from the Jhin. Inspired falls as well.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
마음이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 팬님들에게는 빌런법 부대에서는 유어 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 난 두루처럼 like
Welcome back to MSI 2026 as we just came off of an absolutely insane game between Lion and Furia.
My heart rate still hasn't reset. That game was absurd. So much back and forth. Every fight felt like it was coming down to the wire. And I'm expecting the exact same as we get in towards our HyperX draft. My brain completely farted.
That's okay. It happens to the best of us. And the worst of us.
And me.
But also the best of us. But Lion versus Furia, going to be a fun one. Lion, I will say, you know, from kind of the LCS bias POV, you know, I do think they played some of the late game fights really well, but they made it a lot harder than I expected for themselves because I think some of their setups weren't as good. But I also agree, we were talking about this off camera, where it's like Furia was kind of making it difficult for them. They were taking space really well. Tatu was, you know, really being aggressive, and IU just wasn't missing anything.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible to see, and I think you can already see that that focus is going through in this draft as well, trying to get Tuts after something with the TF, kind of the focal band there for me. This is something that we've seen a lot from Tuts. 4 times, one of his tied for most played over the course of the domestic split. This is clearly, we do not want this man popping off like he did the last game.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because the triple ban towards him, you know, generally people are going to say, okay, well, Tatu is the real star. But if you don't feel like you can ban Tatu out, maybe they feel like they can get more of an advantage. And Camille going to come down here, which in this tournament has always meant that it is going support. And that was kind of a big question we had is, you know, is Isles going to play that style? And if he does, how will he look?
Yeah, because one of the big things that we were talking about over breakfast was, you know, Isles tends to be more about, hey, I want to play for the lane. I'm not going to roam a huge amount. I'm going to try and hard focus winning in the 2v2. This isn't the case, though. This is the champion that you want to get out of the map early. Work with your jungler a lot as well, which has been more inspired focusing on his own clear and his camps and getting that golden experience lead through there. So a very different look, it would feel like, for Lion opting in towards the meta here.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how they perform. And if it is one of those expected pairings, such as Ziggs or Mel, you know, that's kind of what you're looking for generally when you do see Camille come out. There's, of course, a possibility that they're just like, no, we're just going to play it top because you're going to play a tank or something weird. But there is the Ziggs, and we're definitely expecting this to be down in the bot lane for Berserker as well as Isles. And I will say, I'm probably more nervous for Berserker playing a Ziggs than I am for Isles playing Camille. Berserker has always been the AD carries AD carry.
Yeah.
This guy wants to play hyper carries. And he is 0-4 on Ziggs all the time, which does not surprise me at all. I think, you know, he can definitely perform on these other champs. We just haven't seen it from him in a while. And when you think of Berserker, you think of Zeri, you think of Yunara, you think of Aphelios, you think of late game AD carries that can team fight. Even his Ezreal was brilliant. But this is just such a different style, so I wonder how it's going to look. And yeah.
And KC showed us what happens when the AD carry picks up the Ziggs. So we'll have to see how Berserker.
He solo killed someone.
He did. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. And then what was his team doing?
But still, I am very curious to see how this one pans out because I do think the good thing for the Ziggs is a lot of setup, right? Like the Wukong being able to knock people up, the Camille with that Hextech ultimatum, like it becomes much easier for Berserker to land a lot of those bounces.
No, I completely agree. I mean, it's just so interesting because I feel like a lot of people, when they think of Ziggs, traditionally they think of you're standing 500 yards away and you're just wave clearing. But Ziggs can actually win a lot of 2v2s very, very heavily if you're using your satchel well, interrupting dashes, you know, using your satchel to stop a crash down from Morel, and then all of a sudden Camille hookshots on her and she doesn't really have any recourse. But if you are just playing it super far back, it's generally not going to get that much value. So we'll see how he does perform on it. But traditionally not a guy who really plays outside that standard meta throughout his career.
On the opposite side, though, very good, strong composition being dictated here by Furia. The Vi and Cassiopeia already an incredibly strong pairing. We saw already a lot of dives starting to form here from line with both the Camille and the Wukong, so the Cassiopeia going to get a lot of value there. So I am curious now, how do we try and follow this up? Because in the first couple of fights that we saw in Game 1, it was Furia having the better setup and the better control and the better vision. So do Lion now try and rectify that, or can Furia cover their angles and really enable Tuts on this Cassiopeia?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question. And Cassio is one of these champions that can be really difficult to deal with. It's a very similar style champion, I feel like, to Ryze, where you kind of hit that certain point that you're so tanky. You can't ignore the champion, but sometimes it's hard to burst them down, and it's kind of that like push and pull of exactly how you want to play it out. And double mid lane ban here, trying to protect that Cassio. 3 mid lane bans were thrown toward Tuts, and he is going for the Cassio, which is obviously a strong meta pick. So I'm curious to see where Saint will go. We did see Cap bring out, LeBlanc. We sometimes see aggressive options. Sometimes people will play still like Yone and champions along those lines and try to just snap back as the miasma comes out. But you can also just go standard and say, all right, I'm just going to play Victor and just laser you from far away and kind of just match that scaling.
Yeah, I do wonder, because like obviously with the Ziggs in the bottom lane, it does open up some AD mid laners like the Yone if you really want to, but double AD coming through from the jungle and mid lane, always a little bit difficult, but the Aurora for that top lane.
Double AP solos, yeah. So, kind of something a bit unexpected, I will say here from Gigo. Didn't play it at all in the split. And so they're considering just going in towards the Galio. I do think Galio is obviously very strong with the Camille. It's a great combo, can be quite powerful. I do think they might need a little bit more consistent damage from
Yeah,
Dokla.
that's my thought as well.
So I'm kind of wondering, that might also be the read from Furia. They're saying, like, you have to play some sort of AD champion that's going to bring some consistent damage, and Aurora's going to be good into whatever you pick, so maybe that's the thought process. But I like Gnar as an option, because I generally feel like if Gnar does not get bullied early...
Unless Cassiopeia bot lane?
It could be. We'll see if they're really cooking. They could also just be trolling us with the hover.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. So, yeah. So it looks like they will flex the Cassiopeia to the bottom lane, in towards the Ziggs. So already Furia mixing it up, and maybe Raz's Mage Infestation becoming a little bit more true here.
Yeah, that is wild. I mean, so this is first ever Camille for Isles. I'm going to check IU all time, see if he's ever played Cassio. I would not be surprised if he has not.
Yes. It still feels a little bit difficult for the Cassiopeia to try and play this matchup, though, because the Ziggs does have the range on you, the Satchel Charge to try and buy space. So definitely cooking, but I'm curious if they might have burnt themselves a little bit in this one.
Yeah, I was trying to think it out, too, because generally I feel like Cassio, you're really good against champions that rely on the dash, short range. Makes sense against Camille. Yeah. But Ziggs can also just poke you from far away and get the push, where Cassio could really struggle against champions that outrange her. So it's interesting. It's very interesting.
And the push is the main one that like sticks out in my mind.
Yeah.
It just then goes, okay, Camille, I'm going elsewhere. I don't have to deal with your miasma in the bottom lane. I can just look towards elsewhere. So again, I think that's kind of going to be the focus here, but also then comes back to that conversation of different play style for Isles. How does he then look on finding these roam timers? And I think like Isles over the course of this year has really kind of grown as a player. He's kind of been on the lower tier teams, now picking up his first championship. This would then open up another chapter in that book for him, which I think is an incredibly interesting story.
It is such an interesting story because, like you said, Isles has been around for a very, very long time, but he has been on perennially teams that finish at the bottom of the standings, and people... It's difficult to judge how good is an individual if you're on a team that always loses, right? It's really hard to see, especially if you're not in the games, you're not in the scrims and in the comms. And Isles got a really good chance to join a pretty star-studded roster. Both Berserker and Inspired have been MVPs. Saint was obviously a really high prospect. And to see him get this chance and really make the most of it, I think is such a cool story because it's not often that players very late in their career do get a chance to kind of change the trajectory of their career.
Yeah, it's incredibly interesting to see. And again, I'm hoping that now we can see him kind of open up that next page on the Camille. Is already nice engage on towards Jojo. Does get flicked back, but don't think you have like a huge amount of consistent damage here until you hit that level 2. But still a decent trade back from Furia.
Yeah, not bad at all. Isles a little bit worse for wear off the back of that. You can see Dokla feeling like he's going to be on the back end of this trade. Interesting tech. He is going lethal tempo. So I have seen more lethal tempo Gnar, but generally into Sion and Ornn and, some of these types of champions. Maybe he feels that in the team fights, he's going to be getting ignored and you're going to be going for Berserker, you're going to be going for backline, and he's going to need that consistent damage. As Isles goes in, does utilize that passive shield, but takes quite a bit of damage on the back end of that trade. Still, Berserker first to level 2. Lion have the push as expected. And Isles can start to try to move around the map here and threaten a little bit.
Yeah, you can already see the vision control is down to spot out Oz, though. There's one there in Banana Brush, even over by Raptors. And Tuts is just playing towards that top side of the map, making sure that he's going to be fine. So I think it's going to be a difficult play here for Oz to really find anything.
Yeah, it can be tough for sure. Nice sidesteps by Gigo a couple times in a row, as this is Inspired's time in North America. He has been a player that is really taking over in this region. Came in as Saint, looking for more. I think he's out of damage, so we can go back to talking about Inspired. But he has joined now 3 different rosters, from EG to FlyQuest to Lion, who had not won in the league. It's not like you're coming in, you're joining Team Liquid, who's won a bunch of championships, and then you keep winning. He's coming in and he's joining orgs who had never won in the league, and then making them the winner. And that is why, I kind of started to pose the question when we were going into finals, how far does he have to go to become the NA GOAT potentially? As Isles is actually only level 2 here, and he's stuck in the miasma, and it's looking like he is just dead for free. Stepped out of lane to try to threaten a roam. Down in experience, gets caught there on the engage into the miasma, and gives over an easy one to Ayu. That's a rough look.
That is a roughie, completely just caught out. And like, this was kind of the big conversation. What would the Camille look like for Isles? And not looking comfortable from the get-go. Immediately a kill, the one kill already going over towards Ayu. And this is the first time we've seen Ayu pick up the Cassiopeia. But if you are already off to a run like this with an early tier, this is perfect for them.
Absolutely is. Inspired looking to try to double scuttle here, but Jojo is first there, and the scuttle's going to be grabbed by Inspired, so he does pull that off. Berserker now moving up. There's a lot of people converging in this area, as Berserker now in a pretty awkward spot, to be honest, and Isles is going to have to run for it. Still level 2. Getting pushed back by Ayu. Has not been able to pick up any experience, and Lion is kind of getting pincered right now. Jojo could look for Isles. He has no hook shot. Berserker fighting on the side against Ayu. As in comes Saint. There's battles on either side. Saint getting pushed back by Toots. Inspired gonna have to clone away. Good dodge there. Now hook shots in. Stuns Tatu. Crash down though onto Isles. Has to run for it. Still level 2, mind you. Burning. And it's the flash in from Toots to finish him off. Isles is looking like an easy kill so far in this second game. Inspired goes back in, working on Jojo. Ayu incredibly low on that bot side. The flash has been forced from Berserker. Ayu still has his. Berserker will push him back, but won't be able to get that kill.
Lion just overcommit to try and defend their jungle. Fury were just in a significantly better position. They'd already pushed off Berserker. They were able to wrap in towards the Raptor camp. And Isles ends up giving his life for it. And as you say, he's still level 2. So you're only getting back into lane, and yeah, it's a disaster for the Camille supporters.
Really, really tough, right? You know, you give up an easy kill that you shouldn't have given when you had push on bot side. Then Jojo is roaming, so you feel like, hey, I'm the Camille, I gotta be roaming too, I got a match. As Gigo in a little bit of trouble here, does use the Drakehound step to absorb that proc of the hyper there from Dokla. Toots is missing his flash here as both top laners trying to push for level 6. Will be Dokla getting that level 6 here faster, I think, but Gigo actually gets it off the minion that dies there, and now Dokla's got to be careful. Does get up to level 6 here, and probably will just be looking for a reset, as Isles now level 3 and going to be looking for a Toots, potentially. Does push him back there, as he just hops away to safety, knowing he has no flash.
I was going to say, it's a brave move as well, because there isn't really the vision to spot out where Tatu was, and I think if you'd committed to that buy, more than happy to come over the wall and ruin that play. So I do think kind of Line needs to take it a little bit slower, try and spot out where Tatu is, get the vision to figure out a game plan before fully committing to this.
Yeah, it can be tough for sure. Early game not really going the way that they were hoping, but same can kind of be said at times in the last game, and Lion were able to fight back and stabilize, so we'll see if Isles can do that. The 2 early kills, obviously both on him. Everything else pretty even when you're looking across the board. It's just Ayu really with that first blood gold that is kind of separating those 2 bot laners. And Saint thankfully has a CS advantage that is keeping him pretty close to Toots.
Jojo trying to get in behind Berserker here. They're waiting for him to step up because that wave is pushing away from them. But with now the Camille showing on mid and getting the push, they're going to move down towards bot side.
Public execution used there just to escape as Dokla has the lethal tempo stacked and Gigo's got to leave. So Dokla doesn't spend his ult, gets the ult off of Gigo there, and a really nice trade post-teleport, which is always an important time here in these 1v1s. If you can get a good chunk, force them to take a tough base, you can sometimes get a couple plates there and really build an advantage. As Tatu, again, looking for the invade here. He's level 6, Inspired, gets the smite, gets a level 6 of his own. Saint is around, has that ultimate available to join, but Jojo had first move, now being matched by Isles. Both supports level 3. Tactical sweep going to miss here. Tatu charging up that vault breaker, decides, you know what, it's not worth fighting here.
Jojo has spent so much time in the tribal trying to see if he can get that flank on the Berserker that he hasn't really got any of the levels himself, actually sitting behind Isles when it comes towards the experience. But Isles stepping forward.
Yeah, Isles stepping forward, and Isles going to be another kill there. As Tatu spends the ulti, does knock him down, has to pull off the Dragon to do it. Dragon will reset, but it is the 3rd kill of the game for Furia and the 3rd death there for Isles as he was scrapping with Jojo, but not respecting the fact that Tatu could still be in the area.
Yeah, I just don't know what the game plan was for us. Like, your jungler had already pulled off, you're level 3, you know that Tatu's 6, and ends up just giving across a kill, so Tattoo going to pick up a bit of gold off the back of that for free. And again, continue to march around the map. I think at this stage, you kind of need Inspired to link up with Oz a little bit on these plays, but still the Camille level 3 kind of makes her so vulnerable now whenever she tries to make these plays.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking over at a level 7 Aurora, at a level 6 Tatu, a level 8 Gigo. The level 3 Camille is not feeling very threatening. I mean,
not the deadliest.
It's great that the bot lane players can soak up that experience, but at the same time, you do need to get some levels eventually. Both of these supports, though, are still sitting in that same point, and Isles is still ahead in experience, so even though he's dying, he's honestly not worth a lot of kill gold, so it's not the end of the world. Jojo here was expecting a dive and looking to match, but Tatu going to jump into the pit on this red buff. Sweeper does spot Isles Insane in the area, as Inspire will claim all 3 of these grubs, which is quite nice when you have a potential pushing side lane with the Gnar, and also this Ziggs who wants to hit towers.
And now Fury have to try and cover for this top dive. Jojo going to be able to get there, but again, only level 3. Needs to be careful.
Gnar into the wall, great buffer, but in comes the Ziggs ult. A well-played dive here is going to be set up by Isles. Dokla jumps forward, grabs a second, and in comes Saint. The satchel knocking him back into the ult there from Saint. And Tatu flashes forward, looking for Dokla, will be able to get it. Isles and Berserker in the area. Ayu has arrived. Looks like the fighting may dissipate. Inspired baiting with the clone there. Toots thought he was running into a clone, but he was running into Inspired as Tatu is back on the Krugs, and it means that the Aurora has to flash out to safety here. Lion win out on that play. Nicely done.
Especially getting the TP from Ayu, because Ayu had pushed in on that bottom side, could have looked for plates, and maybe that could have been the advantage that Fury were able to gain off the back of that, but by investing it, he comes up, sure he gets involved with the play, but it means that Lion still come out with that kill advantage.
And Berserker performing pretty well there. Good ultimate, and I really like the satchel interrupting Tatu, knocking it back into that Galio ult.
Yeah, we get to see it here. So Guigo, you can already see multiple members of Fury trying to get into position, use the ultimate to try and interrupt on the CC, but there's so much damage that comes through. Jojo basically taken out as Dokla flashes in to secure this kill. But this is what you're talking about, right? The satchel to knock the vibe back in, so Tatu ends up getting caught. He goes down, and there's just Dokla who ends up falling into play. So honestly, for Lion, I think you're going to be very happy with the way that one panned out.
Absolutely are. As you said, got the TP, got more summoners, and did get the additional gold. And only 2 plates remaining on that top lane tower. First tower gold, excuse me, is up and available. You have 3 grubs, you have a Ziggs, so if they can get access to that tower, it could go down in a hurry. But has got to be respectful, knowing that he has no flash and no ultimate is pretty vulnerable.
Also a ton of vision on this top side for Lion, basically spotting out wherever Tatu's going to go. And as you say, you've already positioned the Ziggs in that top side to try and get the tier 1. So Tatu, as soon as he is not spotted on these wards on the top side, I think that's where the focus is going to come from Lion. But you can already see Jojo spotted out, doesn't get the interrupt. But will mean Berserker has to take a couple of steps back.
Yeah, Berserker will back up, but he is aware of the fact that Jojo is coming in. So he threw that pink ward down and obviously was spotted on the recall as well. So both supports matching each other on the top side. Now Dokla trying to get some damage down here onto Ayu, but not liking what happens when he goes for a trade there. You rush steel caps, and now you're laning against a Cassio, which is not a very comfortable position to be in. But Isles now moving down. They're looking for a potential setup, but Tatu is in the area as well, and Dokla's already low. So this likely is going to go bad here for Lion if they commit to the play.
Dokla gets the stun.
Gets the stun, does scoop him into the wall, flashes back, but in comes Tatu, and Tatu should surely finish the job. The teleport going to be in here to answer. Toots on the side, chunking out Isles, and Isles is going to have to just run for the hills. They do get the TP from Gigo, which really wasn't needed, because now you're giving up mid lane and top lane. That's going to be first tower gold for Lion, so even though Fury got the kill, really not worth it. Kind of overcommitting there with that teleport.
Yeah, especially because you'd already forced Berserker away from the top side. He used the ultimate to clear the wave, but had lost some of that CS to the tower. So you would have lost Berserker gold and then get the kill on bot, and then you would have been able to keep that pressure. But now you lose the top tower, you got the plates in mid, and suddenly, even though you got that return kill, it's not quite as valuable as you would have liked.
Absolutely is not. A couple of ultimates spent, the teleport spent, but Gigo clearly thought it was about to go down. Yeah. And you know what? You can respect him for having his homies back.
I mean, after the last game, you kind of expect it to go down all the time. But, I mean, Dokla gets the stun here, but just doesn't have enough damage in the tank.
Exactly.
Sees that he's got both his junglet support coming, but it just wasn't expecting Tatu to be able to get there. The auto attack as well from Inspired means that Tatu's able to get the kill before the Cyclone comes through. But now we're back on towards the mid lane. It's just Dragon about to spawn. And Tattoo doesn't have his ult available, neither does IU. So I think Lion trying to see if they can find that timing window, but they're down a few ults themselves.
Yeah, we'll see. Isles is trying to soak experience to get 6. He's very close to it, so he will get it on this wave. Jojo a full level away from 6. IU does have that Rylai's, which is going to be super nice against all of these melee champions, all these short-range champions. When Nar goes Mega, 4 of your 5 are melees against an early Rylai's here on IU. Inspired waiting for the Cyclone. Isles does get 6, so they will have that ultimate advantage. Pretty big that Jojo is down that level, because now you can look for the Galliwalt, the Zigzal, everything to follow up. And Isles, even if he just is kind of that one-way trip, it's going to be a good trip.
And I do think that's kind of the mistake that we've seen from Jojo. When Isles was falling down and going 0-3, wasn't soaking experience, was trying to see if he could make plays or at least hide off the map, but it means that now he is down. So Lion with Isles in position. You have Gigo starting to move down, though.
Yeah, Gigo is moving. He has no TP. Dokla does have his teleport, but we'll see if he's actually going to use it. Isles going to be jumped on. Inspired should be able to just clone to safety. So another move that is going to be a bit of wasted time there is Gigo, again, thought there was going to be a fight, but just kind of getting over-eager. Lets Dokla push in the wave top. He's probably going to take away the Krugs. You're just bleeding gold.
And Dokla had gone Mega Gnar, so I think Fury were like, oh, maybe this is our chance. We can actually try and find the play. But instead, late to the party, Dragon goes down. You get those resets. And again, Lion just finding these small little timing windows as Saint. Great trade onto Tuts.
Yeah, and going to try to look to be able to run him down here. Don't think he has the damage to kill, but does push him back, and he has rushed the Abyssal Mask, which I know a lot of people don't love it when it's solo AP, but this is a team with Ziggs as well, so I think it is quite valuable in a situation like this, especially when there's both a Cassio and Aurora. You're getting value on both sides.
They're also getting so much value from the Ziggs in general, right? Like, he's pushing at the Cassiopeia mid lane. There's only 3 turret plates there. That satchel charge will very quickly take that down. And now, because you got that trade into Tuts, you're very quickly taking this bot lane tower. And Dokla maybe set up for a dive here, but he's about to go Mega, so Furia can't really do much.
Yeah, with just 2 members and him under the tower in Mega, it would be wildly risky. I think maybe if you have 3 or 4, you can overwhelm them, but they did not have that in position. And this game, feeling like Fury's getting run around the map a little bit.
Big time.
I felt like they were playing the map really, really well last game, but it feels as though they fell behind on 1 or 2 plays, and now they're feeling pressure to kind of make up for that. And then so they're always trying to show up to the next play. And Lion is saying, great, you go there. I'm going to keep hitting minions. I'm going to keep going for towers.
But it is also kind of these individual moments where, like, Saint does get that trade on towards Tuts that then sets up for the bot lane trade. This Ziggs Cassiopeia matchup, despite the early kill, hasn't quite gone as they would have liked with Berserker constantly been able to push in and get into positions on the top side to get that tower as well. And now we're committed to the Rift Tower.
Yeah, they're going for it. The Herald is already gone, but can they get the fight? Gigo is the one being focused down. Isles going to get burst out, though. The first kill goes the other way. In comes the Galio ultimate, knocking up multiple members. Dokla about to mega out as Lion wants to get more. It's 1-0, though, for Furia and the Herald as Lions show up too late and get nada.
Yeah, way too late. They tried to get in, but the turnaround play, and with IU in a good position, that was a perfect fight for Furia and almost reminiscent of Game 1 with some of these objective setups.
Absolutely was. They got the flash off Gigo and Tatu, so that is your very small reward, but Tatu does survive, gets the Herald before the fight even starts, and then is able to grab the Herald and get out. So that could lead to the first tower of the game there for Furia, which would be nice for them. You really want to keep Ziggs in an uncomfortable position, so if you could take away that mid lane tower, it could be nice, but they are looking potentially here for Gigo. No one from Furia in the area. Going to go for it. Gigo does get stunned up by the hook shot and looks like he will be getting ran down. Has no flash, has no ult. And it's just a one-way ticket back home.
Nice job by Lion to find there. Isles just roaming down to the bottom side, realizing that Gigo stuck around a bit too long after the objective. And it does mean now Lion gets some control on this bot side river, get the vision down. May need to start to shift people up towards this top side, though, because you can see both Tattoo and Tuts try to see if they can take down that low health tower. Don't have a wave quite yet to do so, though.
This is interesting. Gigo actually rushed the Endless Hunger there, so pretty atypical build. Saint is going to be able to hold on to this tower. Tatu, of course, if he wants to drop the Herald, they can get the kill, and not going to elect to do that just yet. Would love to save it for that mid lane tower, but the mid lane tower does still have all 5 plates, and Ziggs is kind of just posted up, chilling, farming. And I think Ox is going to be pretty happy with the Ziggs build because there's no defensive items just yet. Yeah. Ox is a big believer that you need to stand in the right place and then buy the items to do the damage.
Well, I think Berserker in the right place, and honestly, so are Lion, right? Like, I think this team works incredibly well with the Ziggs just wave clearing mid. You have 2 strong side lanes, especially with that lethal tempo on the Gnar, and just try and play through that strength. And you've got a 1k gold lead on Dokla, but Inspired's cost.
Yeah, they're going in on Inspired. They're going to try to burst him down. The Cyclone counter engage is very good as JoJo tries to flash away. Inspired will fall. Isles in trouble. He's dead now too. Dokla has Mega, but he's probably going to have to run. Here comes the Galio ultimate. Does arrive, but connects on no one. Berserker fighting as best as he can, but Gigo's going to take Dokla, who flashes out very late. This fight is a disaster for Lion. Saint flashes out, but he can't get away either. The Rylai's is doing so much work as Furia chased down for kill after kill after kill.
Furia find that pocket of vision and make the play work. The pick onto Inspired, right as we were saying. Lion are in a good spot to set up for this 1-3-1, but they play just in this small little spot. They have the Cassiopeia that comes around and Inspired gets caught, gets jumped on, and there's the double TP immediately from Furia that sets up for this play. As you've got this Galio that's still trying to run down from the top side, doesn't have the teleport, only now gets in range for the ultimate, but this fight is done and dusted at this stage.
I mean, the thing that really hurts for Lion is not only did so many of them flash, but 3 of them flashed in a row as they were dying, when they're really, really low. So now you don't have that for the initial setup again, as we got to go back to live because it is Furia over on this dragon. Will the fight be breaking out? It looks like Lion are in the area, but deciding, you know what, we can't fight this. Instead, it is just going to be another kill onto Isles as he takes his 6th death of the game. Has been a tough one for Isles on his Camille debut.
Yeah, sometimes trying to adapt to the meta doesn't go your way, and I think we're seeing that a little bit for Isles in this one. Hasn't quite been able to find that success, and again, like, I think Lion had their moment there, but with Furia finding the pick, now starting to get towards dragons, you're getting towards, you know, 2 items on towards this Cassiopeia, and even Gigo picking up a double kill in that last fight has kind of flipped the script on some of that side lane matchup as well, accelerating him towards some good items. I think for Furia, much more comfortable now to continue to play towards these objectives.
Completely agree. I mean, Lion was in a pretty darn good spot prior to that fight, but losing the fight, losing the dragon, losing the summoners, and then losing another free kill from Isles off the back of it was definitely a bit tough for their chances in this game. Still, all that being said, it is just the 1 dragon lead, and we're basically dead even in the gold. The real concern is just, you know, will Isles ever be able to get that value, given that he's so far behind and he is so squishy? Of course, you can always look for a hook shot and an ultimate, and maybe that's just all you need with the fact that you have the Ziggs, you have the Galio, you have all these extra tools on your team.
It's just the survivability is the biggest problem, I think, because if you die, the Hextech ultimatum disappears, and you've got a 3-kill Cassiopeia that's got so many levels on you on the opposite side. Same when you look towards Tuts, like, it does become a little bit difficult. I think it has to be, as you say, that like quick 1-2 punch of the immediate Gallo ultimate, the immediate ult from Berserker, in the hopes that you can make it happen. But it needs to be a pick. I think in fights, Oz is just, actually I was about to say Tattoo might have been a bit of trouble, but yeah, if Isles is kind of in the middle of a team fight, I just don't think he survives before he goes down.
Time to see how good AP Camille is. We're going to need a Zonius.
Yeah. I was like, how expensive is GA these days? You know?
Saint maybe in some trouble here in the side lane. Remember, he has no flash, looking like he's going to get chased down. 4 members up here on the top side. Inspired was moving up to see if he could cover, but then they realized there's way too many, and now it is potentially a Baron start here for Furia if they want to risk it. Would be pretty tough, though, with Berserker still very strong. So instead, they decide, you know what, let's just play for some other more minor objectives. See if we can steal away some camps. And Inspired has cleared out that side of the map, so not really going to be able to get much more than just the tower top and the kill.
Still, though, they are still keeping a lot of their side lane is in check, right? Like, obviously top tower, but you end up moving Gigo down to cover that bot push from Dokla. That mid lane tower still stands, which is probably the most shocking point for me for Lion. Like, I expect that to be the focal point, especially with the Ziggs being able to take it so quickly. But they just haven't been able to establish themselves successfully in the side lanes to now move that pressure to the mid lane. And we're 2 minutes out now from this next Cloud Dragon. You're starting to get those second item completions coming through for the mid laner as well for Furia. This is going to be a very tough scrap, and there's not really much pressure on the map that Lion can create right now.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one for sure. So much comes down to the engage, right? You've opted into this very squishy, very fragile Camille. Rel on the other side, a lot easier to play. You know, you kind of just go in, and it's just a lot easier to survive and still kind of have that similar value. I feel like if Lion don't get that first punch, get that first kill right off the bat, it's going to be tough for them to win a fight.
And I think that's why I love the observers showing here just how dark the map is for Lion, because it does become very tough when you're getting punched first.
Yeah, Saint going to lose half his health there. Should be able to walk this one out, I think, but instead they're going to go across the veil. They're popping all of the ultimates to knock him down. Inspired looking for the counter engages. Everyone shows up. Gigo is there. Berserker is trying to get involved here, but this fight is all Furia all the time. Back-to-back kills and no one on Furia really threatened besides Tatu. So surely now they will be starting up the Baron. They're going to pull it. They don't have their jungler just yet, but he is sprinting back out from base. Ziggs has no ult. Neither does the Wukong. I'm not sure they can really even approach, but they're going to try to see if they can look for a steal here. Isles get some vision on it. Tatu is now back, and Inspired going to find that out with a fist to the face. Toots getting chunked down here by Berserker. Isles flashes in, drops the ultimatum, but I don't know if they have the damage. They do get a shutdown, and now it's going to be a bit of madness here as Furia has to run. The teleport coming back, and Furia thought it was their moment. Tatu still trying to see if he can claim this Baron, staying around, looking for the smite fight. He's into the pit, but it's going to be claimed by Inspired, and Tatu is going to pay the iron price for the attempt at the steal.
Tuts takes a step too far forward, and immediately Lion punish. This could have been their moment, but instead it's that purple aura surrounding the NA representative. As here, great pick on towards Saint. And you can see how much damage they're able to come through. Furia played slow, they wait for Tuts to get his cooldowns back up, and that combo able to come through, but it's the Wombo combo that's a bit more womp-womp here for Lion, as they're not able to really find that success with Berserker's ultimate, and Furia get the pick. But it's afterwards, as they step up into the space, that it ends up causing them issues. Tuts here immediately jumped on by Isles. Furia tried to turn, but there's so much damage from Berserker when he's able to sit and just whack you away with these bombs.
I mean, people think you pick the Camille for the early game for the roaming. Nah, you pick it for the 24-minute Baron fight. That's really where it power spikes in my experience. It's an easy mistake to make, though. You know. Yeah. Well, and then Tatu goes in, it tries to steal it away, but that's costly for Furia. You know, they had a really good play and just weren't quite able to pull it off. I think if Toots doesn't get caught there, if he just plays it a little bit further back, Tatu is back, and they could probably just focus the Baron and then just try to run.
To be fair, though, I also want to give a shout out to Berserker, because this Ziggs has been really, really good. The ultimate didn't really land because didn't have the setup alongside Isles there, but either way, like, the satchel charges have been great. His zone with the E has been fantastic, and you can see the total damage there. He is doing work in this game.
Yep. Him and Toots on the other side, who did get shut down in that fight, but 1-5, very strong still here on the Aurora. And Berserker obviously has been great throughout most of this game. Now does have the Seekers, and he can sit on that, maybe go towards the Death Cap if he doesn't need it, and if you do, obviously you upgrade that into the Zonias, because now he's very difficult to burst down. Obviously he was always so squishy, but if Vi ults, if everyone sends it, well, that's what the Seekers is for. You're trying to stay safe in that way. They're going to send it again onto Saint. Saint very far up, and Saint has no chance, no ability to respond to that one from Lion either. Saint been getting picked off. Furia just constantly punishing this Galio, who's positioning too confidently.
Yeah, especially as Lion had just gone for the reset. We saw Dokla going for that recall in bot lane, and Furia using that timing window to get the pick on mid. And it's, as you say, these small little missteps that are going back and forth on either side that are giving the teams a window back into this game.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of that kind of first match nerves here. Yeah. Inspired going to find JoJo, will get hit by the Shattering Strike, but Isles and Dokla are moving in. Berserker's coming up as well. They want to keep them involved. They're going to try to turn, though. They're trying to burst down Dokla before he can get the Mega. The ultimatum comes back. Great satchel from Berserker. Knocks Tatu back to his base. It's a double for Inspired, and Lion want more. They are hunting through the bushes. They spot Toots. Good sidestep there from Isles. The hookshot connects. He goes between worlds. He's trying to run for the hills, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Dokla's about to Mega out. Won't be able to burst him down just yet. The Steric's going to get popped. He's kiting. He is threatening here. Hookshot back up, and now they get the kill. 3 go the way of Lion, and it's starting to feel like maybe they're getting control.
Lion are collapsing faster in these plays. Berserker able to get far more value by moving up through that mid lane. And this was one of the big things we talked about, that push between the Ziggs and the Cassiopeia. It is enabling Lion to make it to these side lanes quicker, and it's exactly what turned that play in favor of Lion.
Well done there by Lion. You know, they knew that Tatu, Gigo had spent their cooldown skill off Saint earlier, and now we check in on the Coinbase gold grind. Berserker only has 4 games of Ziggs in his career, had yet to get a win, but is doing really, really well, farming well, playing in the fights well, positioning well. I'm impressed by Berserker. Yep. This is something that I wasn't sure how he was going to perform, and he's building that confidence for me.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game for the Ziggs. And especially, as you say, like, I think then opens up a lot more in that bottom side of the map, even as you start to draft in towards the later portion of the tournament, which is fantastic. Camille, not certain on, not to be paired alongside it, I will say. But Isles has been much better as we've got in towards the later portion of the game in some of these engages. So I do think I want to just see that link up between Isles and Berserker on the ulti combo. This is one of the main reasons why you do take it, but they've been a bit desynced, sure, because a bit of the chaos that Fury have been thrown their direction. But now, Lion, this is where you have that same level of control. You've got your side lanes in a good spot. You can start to try and push out, try and play for those collapses on towards the mid lane, play for that push out towards these objectives that are spawning just over a minute.
You can see double Seekers there for Saint and Berserker. Now Berserker is level 16, and he's got himself a nice hat. And that means the ultimate is terrifying, because if you connect on really anyone on the other side, not like Ayu has Zhonya's, not like Toots has Zhonya's, all of these guys are very vulnerable. If you get locked into Camille ult, Galio ult, Ziggs ult, you're dead.
Also, the Imperial Mandate for Saint, kind of with the changes to Imperial Mandate, insane on the Galio. Cool down on any of your CC abilities, very strong for a champion that has a lot of CC built into the kit. But here's the setup. Furia already trying to establish themselves, and it's that Tatu Gigo combo we want to look at.
Yeah, Niall's going to be looking here. Gigo forced to flash. Ayu on the side, trying to defend his top laner. Will do so successfully. Isles is put relatively low. Gigo held onto the ult, but loses the flash. We'll see if Isles wants to go for a reset, or if they just want to fight with the HP they have now. Toots trying to chunk him out. Tatu on the side was looking to threaten, as Dokla is going to have to build back up that Narbar. You can see Gigo just went back to base, has the teleport and the ultimate available, and Isles is going to be caught on the side, interrupted on the hook shot, and he is just food for Furia. Tries to flank, but gets spotted and punished, and that is a big-time kill. Dokla moving back over, has no Narbar whatsoever to speak of. It will just be the third Dragon for either side, but Inspired wants to fight for it. He is going in behind. Toots is going to spend the ult on Dokla. Dokla needs time to base potentially and go back, but Inspired wants to fight right now. Here they go. The Ziggs ult comes through. Berserker goes on a rampage as Saint drops from the sky, but Inspired drops from the map. He's taken out. This should be the Dragon going to Tatu. Is going to be able to claim it and move themselves to Soul Point.
Jojo with an insane interrupt on Inspired's engage, just clipped him with the ultimate that then set up for Ayu to burst him down with that petrifying gaze. That 1-2 combo may have just saved that fight for Furia. Insanely close stuff though.
Really, really close, and had Isles been there to actually set up for the fight, it's a completely different look, but he wanted to go on the flank. I'm not sure where he thought they even were.
Now walking across vision as well. Like, this was way too far from Oz. Immediately burst out. But watch as this fight starts to kick off, because Inspired obviously looking to see if he can get that flank opportunity. You're getting some decent poke down onto Dokkan on the top side. But as Inspired goes in, watch for Jojo's ultimate in just a moment as he dies. Just clips onto Inspired here, which then sets up for Ayu to get the petrifying gaze, buy that space that they need, and as Fury then are able to kite back out of that initial setup, that would have been devastating if that Wukong got the ultimate off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great catch. The whole team got involved. He got hit by the public execution, by the petrifying gaze, by the Rel ultimate. Everything hit on him. Inspired, it definitely felt like he really wanted that fight, but I mean, Dokka was chunked low. You know, he had TP. They could have tried to slow played it and just kind of go for something else, but felt there was still an angle to win there, even with Dokka low, even with Isles dead. And you have to respect the vision that he had there. Just didn't quite work out because Furia were equal to the task, denied him from even getting that Cyclone off, as you're calling.
It makes it very tough to try and play out these fights. And again, we're kind of seeing like Lion want to line up this wombo combo, but it just hasn't been able to come to fruition just yet. It's been more about these side lane picks and plays that they've found that success through, and kind of looks like that's what they're going to fall back towards here as well. Setting up this vision on the bottom side. Isles also in position as they look towards Toots.
I mean, two of the key parts of the combo, we're going to see them going on to Toots, and he's just dead, and he just completed his death cap. Ayu coming over here to try to back him up, but I don't know that there's an angle to even go for anything back off of this.
No, I mean, it does at least buy some space. Still going to look towards that mid lane tower. I think the Ziggs in this sort of position against the Cassiopeia going to be happy to take pop shots with the bombs at the Cassiopeia, but Lion, not as you say, in a position to really step up here. Don't want to commit. They're just going to go over towards the Baron instead.
Yep, they got to start the Baron here. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull this off. Toots will have TP when he is up, but it is still going to be 25 seconds. Not the fastest Baron, though, for Lion at all. Dokla is tanking it for the team, but he's taking quite a bit of damage. He megas out now, and I think they're realizing, you know what, this just isn't realistically going to work.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a mixed call, because Inspired was on the bottom side of the map, wasn't able to reconnect with the team because Furia cut him off in the mid lane, and then with the Mega Gnar already burnt by Dokla, I don't think you really have the ability to turn on the fight either, so they have to back away. So it's a pick, but nothing more.
Exactly, and it is still Furia, down a couple thousand gold, but on the other side of that, they are the ones on Soul Point. They have wards in this area, so I don't think they're going to be able to really sneak anything. And even if Lion are in a pretty good spot, hey, you lose one smite on the next dragon, that's Soul going the way of Furia, which is a very powerful Soul this game, I feel like, on both sides, with all of these melee champions, all of this.
Didn't matter in the last game, though.
Mobility. That's true.
Uh-oh. Isles?
Seen this one before as Gigo is hunting for him. Dokla trying to get involved, but down comes Tatu. Isles kiting it out. Lion has the first move. The TP going to be coming in, and nice sidestep there from Isles, but is the hook shot back up? He's going to go back in. Dokla now trying to buy time, build that Gnar bar. Berserker, Saint, Inspired, everyone coming in to reinforce. Dokla about to mega out, but they're going to try to just one-shot him, but he gets into the mega, he stuns into the wall, the Zigzag lands, and the damage is coming through from Lion. Inspired to the backline, trying to survive, but he can't quite do it. It's IU crushing them. It's Berserker, the only one who can deal damage from this spot. Flash back in, multi-man Todd. They burst down Toots, but IU is rocking this fight. It's a double for Berserker. Saint goes back in with his dying breath, but Berserker is out of mana, and Lion cannot get more. It is a bloodbath in the bot lane, but we're seeing Cassio shine in these extended fights.
The AP carries are trying to do so much work as Jojo, he steps up, but does he go down? No!
Well, Tatu is coming in behind him, and they have got to be careful from this spot. They're delaying the base because the dragon is spawning here in 30, so pretty critical buying of time there, but Jojo's still got to go back to base. IU's still got to go back to base as well.
But IU getting so much gold in that last fight, has the teleport to get back out, and it's that consistent damage of the Cassiopeia that makes the difference, because everyone jumps on towards Dokla here, but that's perfect for Lion with that combo that we talked about. Berserker getting a ton of damage off of the ultimate. Inspire goes into the back line to try and buy the space, but IU's damage is absurd right now. And even here, Saint thinks maybe we can buy that little bit here as he flashes back in, and it does get a kill, but it's Berserker starting to run out of mana, whereas IU is firing on all cylinders, pop shots everywhere as Lion now in front of this dragon, TP in, and it looks like Jojo might be caught.
Yeah, IU is really low as well. IU just got chunked out there by Berserker, and IU's trying to go back to base. The question is, does he have the teleport to rejoin once again? Completes the recall here. Dokla charging up that Gnar bar, and IU does have the TP. It's going to be spotted here. Toots looking for a potential flank here as Isles trying to set up. They do not see Toots whatsoever, and he could one-shot Berserker if he gets in, but Tatu goes early. Tatu gets taunted. Berserker into the stasis, trying to stay alive as Doka's in the backline. IU trying to cut it out. Here comes Gigo. He wants Berserker, but he can't find him just yet. In comes Saint with the hero's entrance. They're trying to chase for IU. They want Jojo. They want so much more. But the question is, can they actually lock him down and knock him down? Jojo's gonna fall. IU gets taunted up. Here comes Inspire, but he's stuck in the miasma. He's got a kite. Saint will be able to seal the deal. They get the kills. They get the dragon. They control the map. And Lion show up big in the late game.
Lion laser focus onto Tatu on the play. Prevent that 1-2 punch with the mid laner. And just like that, they want to start marching down this bottom lane. The death timers not that high for Tatu and Toots. This is just, I feel like, going to be the take on the inhibitor on a reset.
Yeah, we'll see how much they want to go for. They're positioning to try to end the game, and they feel that there is an angle. Tatu's up in 5, Toots is up in 7, but Berserker is low with no Zonias. The first tower gets one shot, but Berserker has to be careful. Tatu just going to flash through the team, look to one-shot Berserker, but he can't do it. Toots misses everything. He goes in for Berserker, and he pays the price as Berserker blows him away. Lion, though, have no wave, and they won't be able to close it just yet. They can go mid and look for more.
Gigo has that public execution up and available, and there are very low health bars here. Jojo, the flash ultimate could be enough, but Dokla needs to be so careful. They don't want to give across more. Baron's up if they go down here.
Yeah, he's got to run. The boomerang slow, but he gets connected on. Look at Isles coming in from behind, and the hero's entrance. IU into the zone. He is though buying some time. Dokla goes mega, stuns him into the wall, and IU has fallen. And with that, maybe the hopes of Furia. Gigo takes a couple to the grave with him, though, as JoJo is on the run. Berserker has returned, and Berserker is big man on campus. A full 6-item Ziggs means this game is over. Lion battling back and forth with Furia, taking us to match point.
This series is insane. So back and forth, both teams throwing everything they know against Furia.
Berserker with an incredible Ziggs performance. I was doubting, but I have been converted. Desk, what do you think?
Oh, I think that for Furia, they'll be kicking themselves over the
feel like I'm still doubting.
for that one. Oh my God, they went for all the kills, but in the most important of moments, they couldn't make it happen, and Lion gets a match point first.
All of Brazil has to feel infuriated.
Infuriated?
Yeah. I'm walking away.
All right.
2 games in a row where they have massive advantages. Incredible game states where you just have to have one good team fight on the objective setups, and every objective setup, it's just been completely fumbled.
Yeah, I will say though, as we pull up the draft, I heard a lot of haters for the first pick, Cassiopeia. We saw why. It didn't win. It didn't win, but you guys hated it anyways.
Well, my biggest thing was like, I love the creativity from IU because IU is willing to always find some angle that will make it so it's like, oh, every pick is a flex pick. But I was like, ooh, but you picked Cassio into what is like a pretty strong range composition, right? So I thought the Ziggs would actually be able to thrive later on and you would be outscaled. You don't really have any way to also be able to siege, so I was like, that's going to be tough. And surely we don't dive into that, but then of course he gets the early solo kill in lane, the 2v2 kill.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at some things that Lion did very well, including that early top dive. They didn't want to get caught out again and letting that top laner and their team be put behind, and that's where it really started. I feel like they made the correct map moves, they made the correct decisions, even though Furia picked up a lot of kills.
Yeah, and I think this allowed them to get the early advantage in terms of turrets, that allowed them to get the gold lead. It's just a decisive dive that, although we see Furia trying to turn it around, something we praised in game 1 was the cross maps. And this was an example where Furia didn't go for the cross map and didn't really get enough out of trying to counter the play for it to be justified.
Yeah, and I think there were a lot of points in time, specifically in the early game, when Gigo decided to TP bot as Mbessa. They actually gave up so much for that, ended up seeding tier 1 turret to this Ziggs. As soon as you leave Ziggs alone with the turret, it's never a bad idea. Also, they then didn't have TP advantage for the next Drake. That TP was actually really, really costly early, but guess what? It all came down to team fights anyway. So, you know what?
And one of those was our HyperX Reflex replay, where around the Baron, the taunt that seals the deal for Lion. And again, Furia, they have a relatively good position on the objective, but Lion just plays it out so much better.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, when you have a mobile jungler trying to get over the pit wall, it's always a little bit of chaos, but I think they managed to control the situation. They forced Furia away, and their goal is now, knowing they can't contest with this full HP Berserker being a big threat, trying to set up to get over the wall. The taunt is there ready. Soon as Tattoo goes in taunted, can't get any of his own damage onto the Baron to sync up with a smite. Inspired picks it up, the cleanup is there, and you look at the kill score at the top. Even after that, it was still 14-6, but the Baron was what really gave them control of the game again.
But even just before that angle, that was Furia having, honestly, the Baron themselves. Like, that was a position where they had already taken 2 members from Lion's side, and I think they were in positions where when they lost all of their go angles, when their ultis were all gone and the objective was right in front of them, they either had to make the choice to base or commit to it, but have JoJo on a different angle to make them come into them. But multiple times it felt like they just fell flat in those situations.
I feel like that's what I've seen over 2 games now for Furia, and it makes me a little sad because I see that there's more in this team, that they could have gotten more out of those 2 games. Time and time again, it seems like, Emily, around the objective, they lose their head a little bit. They don't use their engage in the correct time. They get lost in the timings. They get chunked out. They don't, I think, don't see the full picture as much, where Lion does.
I think they see the beginning of the picture, but not necessarily the end, if that makes sense. Like, when the team fight starts to get really messy, because initially their setups can even be really good, but then, like, okay, are they protecting IU on this Cassio, right? There were a few fights where he did survive a lot longer than I thought he would, and he had a really good performance. Like, again, I also did not believe, because I was, like, picking this into the Ziggs, very, very risky, even when he did get that early kill, because Isles did not look comfortable on the Camille whatsoever. I thought it's like they see the beginning and the setup, but not necessarily how to get to the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing is IU is playing it so well. A lot of great ults to peel away the Wukong, and a lot of melee champions on the other side that you're going to feel really good about playing the Cassiopeia into. But there's Ziggs, who got so monster-fed. None of that Rocket Belt nonsense as well. Rabadon's
well done.
full stack Medjai's was doing insane damage, and as a Cassiopeia, you're always under threat. You just get the ult thrown on you, and suddenly you can't teamfight anymore. Or a bouncing bomb clips you, and suddenly you can't teamfight anymore. And you can never really advance on the Ziggs either, which makes it so hard, so painful. And why we've seen in times past having the Ziggs mid lane as a counter to the Cassiopeia.
And we've also seen in the LCS Berserker be able to find really messy games from his teammates and still carry hard out. So like this is a great example of one of those situations.
Yeah, as we were watching, Ox was like, oh man, I hope he doesn't build Rocket Belt. I'm like, don't worry. He won't let you down. He wants to do damage, right? Like he even sat on the Seekers to make sure that he was then locking in Hat, built the Medjai's as well. He knew his role, and again, he was so instrumental in poking out specifically for that Baron, where Saint was able to land the taunt,
and you know what?
Using his range really well.
That's some damage.
That's some damage.
That's some damage. You also have the assistance from the Galio with the Abyssal Mask and the Imperial Mandate. It just felt like they were setting him up to dunk again and again.
And you take a step back, it's like, how is this match point? Because I feel like Toots has been playing better, Gigo has been playing better, like even Jojo has been playing better. The 2v2 in the bot side of the map, they've been getting good kills. So that's how frustrating and how weird the series feels, that ultimately the team that is a lot more well orchestrated is the team that's clawing their way back into this game constantly.
In terms of getting the kills for sure, but in terms of the objective setups and really pushing the game forward from a macro perspective, for Furia it's lacking, and that's exactly what they're going to have to work on in this next game, or it'll be over for them in the upper side of the bracket. Game 3 coming up right after this.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Westside, Saturday, license, required LA.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where Lion are now at match point, but I gotta say, the series score does not tell the whole tale.
Yeah, sometimes the journey is more interesting than the destination, because, oh my god, these games have been absolute bangers. So back and forth, teams thrown everything they have, but it has, at the end of the day, been Lion who've been able to get across that finish line and take down the Nexus.
Yeah, they have been showing up in those biggest moments. Berserker coming off a great game on the Ziggs was really, really fun to see. But I feel like Lions still have some cleaning up to do. You know, when you are looking forward and you're realizing, all right, you're going to have to play, you know, win or lose. The winner and loser from this are going to play the winner and loser from BLG T1.
Fine.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're the winner or the loser, that's very, very scary. So, you know, there's always going to be, regardless of how the series go, that introspection. You have to look and say, okay, well, what can we improve? What are we doing wrong? And I do feel like Lion are kind of showing maybe some nerves or maybe just some sloppy play, whatever you want to call it. You know, a lot of pickoffs, you know, from either side, it felt like. You know, Saint getting picked off a lot before the fights. Isles getting picked off a lot before the fights. And we saw the same thing kind of happen to Furia, too.
And I do think that is kind of the... It feels like they're trying to shift the identity towards more what we're seeing in the meta, right? This faster gameplay and kind of adapt to that, but haven't quite got the nuts and bolts in the right place just yet. So we'll have to see if that is the same plan coming into game 3 now, or if they do end up going back towards what has been their style, more domestic, of the slow pace, keep files in lane, try and keep control of the early stages, and if Fury can kind of blow that plan out of the water again.
Yep, it can be difficult, you know, as you say, when you're trying to adapt to different styles, different metas, and also when you go international and you play against the top LPL and LCK teams, it can be really hard in scrims, right? And that can sometimes make people doubt the way that they're playing or change their styles. Why are we losing? Do we need to go to different champions? Do we need a different play style? Do we need to, you know, completely rethink how we're playing the game? And I feel like sometimes when people are shifting a lot of things, they can lose sight of the basics where they're normally really, really good. And I feel like that has happened to Lion at times in this series, where when I think of Lion, I think of them as being a team fight team. Their setups are always really good. And at times they've been pretty sloppy here, where they get caught, you know, pushing out a wave too deep right before the dragon, or they're not having vision or thinking about the flank. And those are some of the basics that I would not expect them to really be messing up. So maybe, you know, getting a little bit too focused on the more complex things and losing sight of some of the basics.
Going to be going towards that Lucian Milio in the bottom lane against the Varus, which we assume is going down towards Berserker, but it's still a very strong matchup. 66% win rate over the course of the 3 games that we've seen from Ayu and Jojo on this, so definitely something they are comfortable with, and I'm expecting to see them try and play heavily around this in the mid game.
And it's something that actually hasn't lost a single game so far at MSI. Every Lucian pick has won. Of course, you know, doesn't guarantee anything here. Berserker definitely very comfortable on the Varus as well. And I do think I am much more preferring a lot of the on-hit Varus that we are seeing these days instead of the lethality. Lethality obviously has just been nerfed so much. On-hit has been nerfed a little bit, but it still feels way more viable. That being said, it is going to be pretty tough, I feel like, to play into Lucian Melio if you are playing the on-hit. So I wonder if they might, kind of decide, you know what, we'll just kind of sacrifice a little bit of the late game power and just try to get through the lane.
It also just depends a lot on like how much dive is on the opposite side, because sometimes it just feels like the on-hit Varus doesn't get a chance to auto-attack against some of the enemy comps. But okay, Lee Sin for Inspired. Not what I was thinking, to be honest. Like, Inspired, I look more towards like the Xin Zhaos, the Nocturnes, the Wukongs. Lee Sin hasn't even been played this split.
No, he hasn't at all. But it is something he's played, a fair bit in his career. He does have 31 games on it. And I will say, it's not what I associate most with him, but what I do associate with Inspired is the meta. And if he thinks that it is in the meta, he's going to play it, he's going to play it well. So, he definitely has had some really good games in his career on the Lee Sin. It is going to be Xin Zhao as the answer. But yeah, it's definitely not what he's been playing in recent years. But also in recent years, Lee Sin hasn't been in the meta. In NA, really the only person playing it was Jose, and that's just because he's kind of built diff on it.
Yeah, he's very, very good at it.
Exactly. But as we see it getting, more and more priority, he is going to be looking towards it.
So the Xin Zhao on the opposite side, kind of keeping with that, hey, we got Enchanter bot, Xin Zhao good kind of combo. Especially as we talk about like Lucian Melio, very proactive in that bottom lane, can try and dash onto the Varus. So if you can get control there, opening up for Tattoo to try and play aggressive into Inspired jungles, get in the face of the species, could be something that you look forward to. But already focus on towards the supports in the bottom lane.
The other thing I will say is we haven't seen it in a while, but Doko is a ranged top enjoyer. This guy could play the Varus top if it feels like it's a good matchup. They could actually swap that up towards top and be like, just kidding, we're actually picking Caitlyn. We're going to play heavy for the 2v2 against the Lucian. So I'll be curious to see where they do go. It is something that Lion used very, very effectively against Team Liquid way back in Lock-In when Morgan was really on fire in his laning. Lion kind of made the judgment call that, hey, the only way Liquid win is if Morgan goes crazy in lane, so we're just going to pick Vayne, we're going to pick Varus, we're going to pick all these types of champs and just kind of lock you down in that 1v1.
A lot of focus towards all his champion pool here, though. Taking away the Alistar, the Palvis already gone, now the Rakan as well. Starting to slim down the pool when it comes towards those engaged supports that have an okay time against the Melio. So I'm curious to see what the game plan is, because like things like Leona and that aren't always great against the Melio because of that kickback and then the ultimate to deny your own CC.
It is very true, yeah, and we already seen a couple of these engaged champs that he does like to go towards, like the Rel and the Nico are gone as well. And so it is going to be interesting to see where they go. I honestly wouldn't be super shocked if they just did Enchanter plus carry bot lane and then the Varus goes top. But doing Varus top line is pretty spooky, so I'm not sure exactly where they're going to go. But yeah, I was right. It is going to be Varus top, so I think it's going to be Kog'Maw bot, and they just go Kog'Maw plus Enchanter. So this doesn't shock me because it's Lion and because this is the kind of thing that they would do.
Yeah.
But I do think it's something that could catch their opponents off guard, and the answer is going to be Olaf here. So it's going to be Olaf top into this Varus, and that is pretty spooky, I will say, because if you get caught by the Axis, you could absolutely get run down. I would expect Swifty's Rush, that kind of style from Dokla, where you have to deal with the slows, given that it is Xin Zhao and Olaf. But I will say the early levels can be tough for Olaf, and because Varus top goes somewhat of a tanky build, maybe he can get into a spot where he can kind of just win out in that 1v1 anyway, because Varus can kind of just outstat a lot of top laners.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what Lion are relying on, right? You get that push in the top side, you get the push in the mid, and I've seen, at least from some of the matchups over in the LPL, that this Kog'Maw Lulu can outperform the Lucian Melio with a little bit of jungle help in the early stages. So I do think that's where the focus will be on trying to get this early push for the Kog'Maw Lulu and then trying to control that bottom side. Because if this comp starts to fall behind from Lion, that's where it gets spooky. Because there's a lot of people that are jumping on you from a lot of different directions, and you have a Lee Sin.
Yep. Don't worry, the Lee Sin could kick the Olaf. Oh, never mind.
Or the Wild. Oh no.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. So there are some scary champs on the other side for sure. But as you say, Kog Lulu. If you haven't seen this, recently, a lot of people think of Kog Lulu as, all right, you gotta get super late game. But Kog Lulu is actually a really powerful laning duo, but they have specific windows of power, right? During the W activation for the Kog'Maw, you can walk forward and take really powerful trades. Can be pretty nasty. And I will say, the late game damage here from Lion is incredibly strong. you are playing double AD carry plus Victor with a Lulu. And yeah, you can't kick away the Olaf, but you can kick away other people. And you are going to win out as far as the DPS is concerned in a long fight. I like this angle from Furia. They're always going to go for level 1s.
I am also surprised to see Tuts opt in towards the Sylas, because at least in the LEC, we've seen this matchup a couple of times, and it has not gone well for the Sylas in any way, shape, or form. Like, the Victor gets to poke you out, you end up opting in towards, like, I've seen some people even just ignore taking W. You just put more points into Q, like Jojo Pyun, and just absolutely destroy the Sylas every time they step up.
I really wonder if they thought they had pinned Lion into picking some sort of bot lane that was going to give him good ults.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I feel like there's no good ults from this deal, right? Victor ult is fine. Lee Sin ult is fine if you can get like a weird kick flash angle, but in general, there's not a lot of great ults. There's none of those S-tier ultimates that you're really looking for. So I do wonder if they're like, okay, we've locked him down. He's going to have to play this, this, or this, and I would like to steal all of those.
Which is also where the Alistar ban kind of surprised me, because you think, that's perfect. You go for the Alistar, we get the Unbreakable Will, but even in that regard, not wanting to give that one across. So I do think the early stages might be tough as Guigo hit level 2.
Yeah, he hit level 2, and Dokla might be forced to flash, but does hang on to it. It's just going to take an early recall here. And this is Berserker on Ziggs before today. In 4 combined games, he lost them all, got 1 kill. Today, 11 kills in the performance. And look at the damage per minute.
Doubled it.
Double, more than double. He was smurfing. Dokla does have his flash, might have to use it. Getting very low here, is getting Gigo low as well. They're both playing double combat sums, and look at Inspired. He's running straight up towards top. He did 3 camps, base for a longsword. He is looking to kill off this Olaf, and the bait is there. Flash away from Gigo, but not before he gets slowed up. Now Dokla likely to be able to get the push in here. Does have flash advantage, which is going to make it tough for Gigo to try to stop him from getting that wave in. Given that Dokla could always flash an axe and probably would be the difference maker in a 1v1.
A much needed gank on that top side as well from Inspired, like really starting to turn around, because I think Dokla got lucky with the timing on his bone plating. Might have been in a lot worse trouble if Gigo hadn't cancelled the auto and didn't have that. Still though, now getting control. First Scuttle Crab on that top side. Should go the way of Tattoo, though.
Miles in a lot of trouble. Great polymorph keeps him safe just barely. Heavy trading down here on this bottom side. It is summoner advantage for Furia as Ayu still has his barrier. Berserker and Isles have both used theirs. And the wave is actually horrendous for Dokla. He couldn't get it in, only had 8 CS on his base here. And Gigo was able to actually freeze the wave. I kind of expected that Inspire would have helped him push in, but they were potentially nervous about the 2v2. Tato had been clearing up towards that side. And now Gigo is going to have a really nice advantage. He is up about 3/4 of a level. There will be some CS for him to pick up, but if Dokla dies on this timing, he's actually cooked in the 1v1. So Dokla has to be patient and let this push
And
to
there's Inspired to try and help him push out, make sure that he's able to step up. But even, as you say, in the 2v2, I don't know if you win.
But the 2v2 is not going to be what he finds here, unfortunately, as Tatu completed the base. There's Dokla flashing away, and Gigo thought he had him. Tatu based early, Inspired shows up again. Knowing the importance of this top lane, Inspired is saying, you think I'm just going to power farm in this game? No, sir.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Inspired everywhere, but Saint, that didn't hit the way you wanted to.
Yeah, the absconded Duck not able to find him. Tatu moving over. Inspired is getting up there as well. Toots can help potentially on this invade. Tatu has the red buff. They are the same level right now. Exact same amount of camps taken. But Tatu's just running straight for bot. I mean, they know this. For sure they know this. And the wave is coming towards it, so it's not really that big of a deal. And at the end of the day, Tatu does kind of just lose some time. And Dokla really bailed out by the fact that he got that first blood because he has no CS.
Yeah, he would have been in a disastrous spot. Tatu, though, does get into the bottom side, as you say. Will get double crab, but getting a good trade here.
Yeah, getting a good start of that trade. Berserker does pop the barrier. Well timed on the polymorph there from Isles, but Ayu and Jojo, they win in these short trades, and that's what they're looking for. You dash in, you proc the PTA, you get some good damage out there. But Berserker, every time that W is back up, is looking to get some damage down. They are getting whittled down in that 2v2, though. Ayu and Jojo playing it well so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference maker here. The fact you are getting that push and control there gives a lot more towards Tattoos. Once again.
It's just tough. I mean, Toots goes in, you go for the absconded duck, but Saint just self-Ws, and if you stay in it, you're stunned. If you run away, you're getting hit as you run away, so it can be difficult. But Tatu's in the area. Inspired here again, as he knows they're closing in on those level 6 timings. Absconded Duck going to connect this time, and he has the stolen ulti. Saint holding onto the flash. The last tick won't get him. Oh my god, I cannot believe he walked back. No. I thought he was about to step back in and die. Inspired now trying to farm here for 6, as Isle's going to be just holding on. Saint, I mean, this is greedy as greedy gets. He wants to stay around and get a little bit more gold, so I have to assume he needed a minion or 2 more to get an item completion.
Inspired did steal away that camp, though, because they spotted Tatu on the ward that was in the brush, so now finds him.
Yeah, it's going to be able to find him. Tatu just jumps right in. Dokla's going to pop Ghost. They're going to flash in on Dokla. Dokla's in a world of trouble. They're trying to focus down Tatu. The first kill will go the way of Lion, but Gigo is 6. Inspired has to run. Going to be able to ward hop over, but he finds Toots and gets taken out. 2-2, dead even in gold. Nice move there from Toots, who won out in that 1v1, and that's what made the difference.
Yeah, and then we see here on the replay, is Tatu who immediately goes, right, Dokla has to be the focus. Manages to just jump on him with that 3rd auto attack to get the knock up. The win becomes lightning. There's a lot, and Tatu does go down, but Gigo kicking over to 6, having Tuss there for support, absolutely huge on the play. And as you say, it's because Saint had the control, but Berserker!
Berserker in a lot of trouble there. The polymorph and the heal has to be used. Berserker, though, farming well. So if they can stay alive, they are scaling. And Ayu and Jojo, every time we look down here, they're winning the trades. But this is a dangerous moment right now as Berserker has no barrier and the wave is pushing away from them. Ayu positioning aggressively, both junglers moving down.
Ayu so close to level 6 as well. Could immediately open up with the culling, and I think that's what Lion realized. Gonna look for the reset instead. Oh, it was a good sidestep there. As Saint investing vision on this bottom side as well, just a banana brush. They want to make sure they can spot out exactly where Tatu's going and what his plan is.
Yeah, both junglers just ticked over to 6 there. Tatu off of that scuttle, and Inspired does grab it off the Krugs. And Tatu is going to be starting up this dragon here. Saint is going to be able to sidestep the Absconded Duct and maybe get a good trade here, which could give him an angle to move in. He gets stunned up there. Inspired coming in. Nice kick to disengage. Tatu secures the dragon, and so it's just kind of plays bodyguard, keeps him away there. It was pretty well played.
Has the TP to get back to lane as well, so not the end of the world. Should be able to pick up the majority of this CS and even help out Tatu, who Inspired is trying to invade on here for the Raptors.
Yeah, Inspired is moving in, knows that he has smite advantage, but also knows that it could be difficult because both top laners are moving down. Toots is TP'd back. Dokla gonna have to be pretty careful here, so instead they might just start up the grubs. Tatu still has no smite, of course. Lion might not know that, but they do know he at least used 1 charge over on that dragon.
Dokla has no flash though, and I think that's what Gigo's eyeing up. Knows that he can just flash on top of him alongside Tatu, so Dokla has to play very far back in this one as Saint teleports back to mid, but at least give Tatu time for 1 here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to grab that, no problem. Doka staying around, trying to see if he can make him at least use a smite charge by threatening with the arrow. Of course, Tatu is not concerned about it. Berserker and Isles pushing in here. It is farm advantages in mid and bot there for Lion, but it looks like it is going to be all 3 grubs going the way of Furia. They decide, you know what, let's not risk it here. You do have the Swifties on the Varus, but still, it's tough to just walk into an Olaf in a position like that, especially when he already has the early steel caps. If Saint is not there, you probably just don't have the damage.
It's very, very scary, so I think it's the right call, but they are going for an invade on towards the Krugs. Inspired already stole them away on that last timer, so just going to try and look for the red buff here instead. Tatu should be able to come across in a second, though.
Yeah, but no smite for Tatu, so Inspired should be able to grab this no problem. And it is an E-smite to secure it, and Dokla can head back up towards top to try to grab this wave. Gigo will be able to grab a plate for himself, so yeah, you lost the red buff, but Dokla lost some minions, and you grabbed a plate, and it is going to be scary. Gigo, we're assuming, is going to go in towards Stridebreaker and just be looking to run down these 80 carries.
I think Inspired has been finding good opportunities to get back in towards that CS and experience because, oh, hang on.
We'll see if Dokla's going to have to flash. I feel like that was way too early in the ult from Gigo, and it kind of just used the ult for a trade that he could have gotten even without it. I mean, he has Swifty boots and he's right beside his tower. I just don't think you're killing him.
Dokla didn't even pop the Chains of Corruption, right? No. So now you just don't have that. And immediately I see Elisa beelining towards that top lane. It's like, oh, goody, goody.
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit by the Chains of Corruption into the Lee Sin ult, you're probably just dead. So a pretty big misstep there from Gigo, but he seems to know it. He's playing far back, and I'm not sure that they'd want to go for a dive. Furia sending their bot lane up towards top here. and are going to be looking for the swap. Inspired will be spotted, and there's just no way you go for a dive. Yeah, he doesn't have ult, but he's still very healthy and has the W shield.
Yeah, had the Sundered Sky completed, so I was trying to use that timing window, but Dokla actually caught.
Dokla going to pop the Ghost. Gigo does as well. Ayu and Jojo are revealed, so you can see Isles moving up towards that top side. They do have the extra man on this side of the map for now. Saint just constantly whittling away onto Toots. You can see that Berserker is basing to match, so Berserker is going to be heading out on the map, heading up towards top. So they're sending the Varus down towards bot. The wave is going to bounce and push to him because they did get that push in from Berserker. So Lion playing the map well. I feel like Lion in this game are saying to themselves, we don't need to do anything. It's you guys that need to do something, because, yeah, Olaf is scary, but at the same time, you get to 3 items and Olaf isn't ahead, you walk into Victor, Varus, and Kog'Maw, and you're probably just dying. So, you know, it's not necessarily a guarantee by any means. Even though you're CC immune, you're not damage immune.
Yeah, and there is going to be that leaps and bounds. And even the execute from the Lee Sin going to be doing work as you get towards that lower health. So you do have to be a little careful as Inspired again playing around Dokla here. I'm not going to be able to find it. But as you say, like, I do think that Lion are playing well on like how they're rotating around the map, how they're keeping check. And again, I wanted to highlight Inspired because I think his invades have been good, finding timers to steal away like the red buff, and before that it was the Krugs, and then covering for that top lane play as well. Like you kind of touched on already. Hang on, Saint. Nah, it should be fine.
Yeah, we'll just be a trade back and forth there.
But you were saying like Inspired has been for so long been the I will farm. I'm like just gonna calculate the best, most efficient way to get through this jungle. But in this game, he's been shadowing incredibly well. He's been covering for Dokla. He's been still finding those moments to steal away camps. And I think it speaks volumes to him as a jungler and what he's capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something we talked about earlier as well, where Inspired, to me, he plays whatever he believes is the highest percentage chance to win the game. So if he's playing a champion that scales well and he thinks that, you know, it's just going to be a defensive game, then that's what he's going to do. If he feels the way to win the game is to farm 0 camps and chain gank, that's what he's going to do. If he feels like you're behind and they can do nothing but fight, he's going to flash on your head. And that's something that I really do respect, is his ability to kind of just identify what he believes to be the win con and stick to it, no matter what. So we'll see. Gigo does have the ulti, has no ghost, so we'll see if he wants to look for any sort of crazy play here. Dokla a little bit nervous, does have Inspired behind him, was just backing up knowing Tatu could be there. Furia are going to be likely grabbing their second dragon here uncontested, which is nice, but it's not the end of the world.
It is also a weird lane assignment from Furia because you've got ranged versus melee mid and top, so you're kind of getting Dokla to farm for relatively free. You're not really pushing much advantage throwing in the mid, and it just means plates are being taken by Berserker in the top lane. So I do think they need to swap this up a little bit because, yeah, you can see Guigon not having the best of times here.
No, not at all, but Berserker does take a couple tower shots there, so is put a little bit low. Gigo obviously wants to go back to base. Remember, he is playing Ghost Flash, as is Dokla, so they will get the TP, but only from the roll quest, and it's not going to be, you know, with that big shield coming in, and it is a longer cooldown, right? So you do have to keep that in mind. So Gigo might not decide to just use it now. He does have the ulti. He is under tower, so I think he's going to be feeling comfortable to stay under here. Tatu just running straight on in. They're going to try to force a fight, it looks like, but the heal is popped there just for a bit of move speed, and Isles and Berserker sidestep. The wind becomes lightning, and they are chilling.
I started to roam up as well, but then Gigo not entirely sure where they are, but now get info, but...
Yeah, Dokla, that Chains of Corruption was stolen away, and it's going to be thrown onto him by Toots. Toots trying to run away now as Saint is going to come in with the TP. Saint will push him back, but I don't think there's an angle for a kill, so it will just be a reset. And maybe a little bit of farm lost mid, but not a big deal. Looks like Saint had already killed the wave. Inspired's just going to shove this one. It says, thank you very much. I will take that.
Such a nice jungler when he ends up taking the
Don't worry, bro, I got the wave.
Yeah, you're good, yeah. And I spotted the cannon for you, just in case you're going to miss that one. But still, yeah, I think, like, again, this is kind of showing Lion moving around the map well. Like, you TP down to the bottom lane, but you get to clear it out. Now you just set the Varus mid, and, like, constantly rotating with these ranged champions means that you never really end up in a particularly bad matchup, where it is more on Furia to guarantee that they are getting, like, Dokla versus Gigo and these kind of matchups, which they haven't quite been able to find just yet.
Lethal tempo obviously available for Berserker, and there's the Ardent Sensor. He has the Rage Blade, so if he has time to actually stand in fire, he is going to be doing a huge amount of damage. Generally, I feel like Kog'Maw you don't always need to go full damage builds. You can kind of get a couple damage items and then just go tanky.
Yeah.
And I think especially that is true against a team like this. When you look at Olaf, Xin, and Silas, they are going to be flashing on your head and trying to take you down. So going that more defensive build, I think, makes a lot of sense here. As Furia trying to leverage their ability on these objectives, as we didn't even see why Gigo popped that, but he didn't do a point of damage to Dokla during his ult, and now Lion might want to try to take the fight here. The Herald, though, already has been claimed, and I feel like Lion decide discretion is the better part of valor. Toots looking for a fight here onto Saint. Flashes out of that stun, and Saint might be forced to use his own flash. He is going to have to. It's a trade of ultis, a trade of flashes, and now it's a battle on the top side as Tatsu pops the Crescent Guard, will have to just run away. Berserker loses his flash, though, as does Saint. So Lion could be in trouble at this next Dragon fight, which would mean Furia, if they just take it, that's sole point for them.
Yeah, you can see Lion wanted to try and contest, but it was very hard for Dokla to try and move into position, as Gigo was going to be able to constantly contest him on taking spaces.
Oh. Look at the spacing there from Berserker with the W active. He is not to be messed with. Takes a couple plates and deals a lot of damage there. As if you don't have the cooldowns to threaten him, really all he needs is that one basic ability to be up, and he gets buffed up by Isles, and he can definitely threaten you.
Yeah, and especially with the way that Gigo's been playing, I'm not as convinced about his timings on these ultimates. He called it out just before the start of that fight as well. If you're not getting value from that ultimate, there is no real threat on towards Berserker. Like, he can definitely play back. You've got like Polymorph for Tuts or for Tattoo as they start to go in. Like, a lot of that kill the Kog'Maw relies on this Olaf. And if Gigo now is going to be put further behind here, that's not ideal for Furia.
Yeah, Gigo does have the ulti back. We'll know Inspired has the exact timing. He's going to pop it, but Inspired just ward hops back out. You're not going to kill him in a position like that. So back-to-back ults, no value.
Exactly, and that's the value for Dokla, right? Because now he's got significantly more safety. He doesn't have the Chains of Corruption for next little bit, but still, it's going to be Furia now trying to respond to the tier 1 taken on the top side. They should be able to get this on the bot lane, but now push on mid as well. There's a lot of movement here from Lion.
Yeah, I mean, that is tough. Lion are just choking them out. The kills are even. The gold is very much in Lion's favor, though. Up over 2,000 gold now at this point after they took that first tower on top side. Dokla grabbing that gold for himself. Finally, the Strikebreaker has been completed there by Gigo, but I worry for Furia. It feels like a lot is going to come down to this next fight, and I just wonder, do Lions stake their game on this next fight? Because if you show up to the fight, your carries die, and you give Soul Point, that's pretty bad. But also, giving Soul Point for free is kind of scary too, but you don't have Flash on Saint or Berserker.
Yeah, especially a Mountain Dragon as well. Like, a Mountain Soul is so valuable for Furia, but yeah, I think it's a hard call at this stage. If you had the second item completed for Berserker, I think it'd be all hands on deck, but still just a little bit away makes this tough.
And maybe they'll just try to delay it, right? They'll just try to stay around, push in waves, threaten towers. Berserker, of course, did go for the steel cap, so took the defensive option there. And Lion are first to the scene. You can see Toots moving up from bot lane, trying to get behind them. Tatu just going to go in immediately onto Saint, but pops the Crescent Guard. He's getting nothing done. He's going to get kicked back to the team, and Tatu has sold his team down the river. Went in way too early on that one.
Well, there's your answer, Azael. Lion able to get the pick and now get that dragon without too much of a fight. Furia overextending towards that river and punished, but Toots wants to see if he can get more. Has that kick, but spotted on a ward.
Berserker, no flash. Toots does not have one either, though. Great sidestep for Miles, and that's going to mean nothing doing for Furia. Because I'm not sure what Tatu saw. I mean, he just jumped on Sage immediately, but your Lucian is mid. Your Silas is still walking from bot. The Olaf's not even there. That was a risky move. Maybe he didn't think Inspired was there. We'd have to see it from his vision, kind of understand why he thought that was a good play to go for. But once he jumped in, Inspired says, thank you very much, kicks him back into the team. Free kill, free dragon.
And that kind of solves that problem, right? Because now you're getting towards your second item as Berserker, just completed there on the reset. You're now in a much stronger position. Like, it now becomes difficult for Furia to try and find these key moments. Because I think this was your time. Like, Lucian quite strong at the moment. Toots was going to have a decent performance. And even having like a Battle Herald to access the backline would have been the perfect scenario. So as long now you're able to back it up, I think you're happy now as long.
Absolutely, yeah. Their flashes are going to be back up before they have to fight. Navori is now done for Berserker, which we talk about those windows of power when you do have the W ready. Well, now it's kind of always ready, right? As long as you're hitting, you're going to have perma W with that Navori pretty much. And you can see the Rocket Pelt done for Saint, which again, I think some defensive itemization makes a lot of sense there when there are so many melee champions here and kiting out, you know, just even dodging one axe from an Olaf can make the difference as Ayu goes forward, but he does not like this trade. Ayu is just getting roasted by Berserker. Inspired on the side, has to use the kick for the disengage. Toots comes in, double TB coming in here from Lion. They want to fight. Ayu is out of this already. Tatu is going in. In comes Gigo from the top side though, and Berserker is in trouble. Berserker still has no flash, but they have a backup AD carry. Dokla is here to play as Saint picks up the double. Lion win the fight here. Ayu was pushed out, but Furia pushed for the fight regardless, knowing there was no flash on Berserker. They do punish him, but Baron is up and Varus is more than enough.
Furia thought they had their moment, but they just couldn't do it. Lion still, with so much damage in the tank, burst through the health bars of Furia. And that Baron is going to do so much work for Lion. Although, Herald, yeah, Shelly's just going to say hi mid lane. It's fine. She's all good.
She's chilling. I mean, it's not the fastest Baron in the world because it is a top lane Varus. It's not on hit, but they do knock it down, and they're going to be able to defend the mid lane tower as well. They get the charge in, but it's starting to feel like Furia's time in this game is running out. You're playing against a team that has so much damage, so much consistent damage, in fact, as they try to jump on Inspired.
Yeah, I mean, immediate kick away. And it's the Lee Sin is not the person that you want to be trying to jump on in these sorts of situations because he has that mobility. And Furia, to give them a credit, I think do a fine job of finding Berserker on this mid wave. But you just have so much left in the tank afterwards. Saint in a good position, Dokla happy to follow up. And Isles, doesn't really matter who he's putting that speed up onto, whether it's the Cogmore or the Varus, you're getting value.
Like I said, backup AD carry. You can't trust them to position well, that's why you bring two. And Saint going to be pushing Toots back, who is not having any fun in this matchup now. We'll see if he can try to turn it around. Stolen ulti, big chunk of burst onto Saint. Saint trying to kite this one out, but Inspired is coming in behind him as Berserker flash away there from Saint. Nicely done. Is going to buy the time here to finish it off. It's a rampage for Saint.
Toots threw out the chain, but ended up connecting it onto a minion by accident and ends up setting himself back away from Saint. He's trying his damnedest to make the plays happen, but it's now Lion in that top side getting a bit more.
It's the gold lead in action. You can bribe minions when you got the 5K gold lead.
Just slide them €5, yeah.
Slide them a $5. Take that Abscondum Duck for me, buddy.
Yeah. What a homie. Yeah. And for a $5 as well, jeez.
Yeah. In this economy, too.
I know, yeah.
Wow. Crazy stuff. Inspired looking to try to wrap around here onto Tatu. Does have a nice sidestep there on the Sonic Wave. You can see he's just going to go in. They're just going to try to send it. Saint, though, not really in trouble, and Tatu is. Ayu going to have to flash away. The Sonic Wave connects, and that means he is dead, as is Jojo. Gigo arrives, but where are you going to go? It's a 1v4. He pops the ulti. He runs straight in, and he finds his way back to the grave. Toots going in. It's a triple already for Dokla. The CC is there. The safeguard is there.
He's alive!
It's another kill, and Dokla refuses to fall. Quadra for the Varus, and surely Lion just won the game.
Big Dokes has just enough left to keep himself alive. Lion are absolutely destroying Furia in this game 3.
They are crushing him, and the Nexus won't fall just yet, but it is now an 11,000 gold lead here for Lion. As Tatu just feels like we just have to force.
Yeah, and you kind of have to. Ayu trying to get in position, but Inspired hopping over the wall completely removes the Lucian from play. And with the damage that is coming out from Dokla and Saint, there is nowhere left to run. And you can see here the problem we were talking about. Olaf, not immune to damage, immediately falls. Tusk tries to make it work, but the heal from Isles, the shield from the Lee Sin, and a happy Quadra for the top laner.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, the Lulu peel, shields, the safeguard, everything needed there, and does keep him alive. Saint going to get jumped on already, but Saint is level 16. Flash forward from Tatu. They are going to full send it. They know they need to get something done. Berserker is here on the side. The Crescent Guard going to buy a little bit of time. Berserker has that lethal tempo stack. Gigo going to look for him, but overcomes Isles, overcomes Inspired, and Gigo has no chance. He is down, but they shut down Saint on the other side. Now they're going to try to run for it. Chains of Corruption does connect. It's going to be stolen back by Toots. Inspired in the backline, a 3-man wild growth. Tatu on a Berserker, but he can't win that fight. Inspired once more, and he's going to get it. A Quadra for Dokla, now a Quadra for Inspired as he plants his flag on the corpses of Furia, and they march on the base.
Line continue to walk forward. They continue to click heads, and they are falling everywhere for Furia. they look so confident in this position. With Inspired having the backup of the Lulu, gets the quadra kill. It looks so beautiful.
It's a beautiful wild growth there. Nice combo from Isles and Inspired. Jumped in the middle of the team. 3-man wild growth. It's a bounce house for Furia. Still, they will have at least one more fight, but 15,000 gold. The Seeker is now done there for Saint. Another item completed for Berserker just means they're that much harder to take down. Seekers as well on Dokla. The options are few and far between for Furia.
And the Terminus for Berserker, it just means he's going to be that much tankier as well, that much more difficult to take down. When you were already struggling to deal with the Kog'Maw, it only gets worse from here. Furia, to give them their credit, have been trying desperately to find these moments, to find these windows, to punish Lion, but it has always come back to bite them. And it looks like Lion may just be in a position to get one back for that America's Cup.
Lion with their best game in the series by far. This one very controlled, really playing kind of that style that you expect from Lion. Play the map, play towards that win condition. Isles caught out here, will get shut down. Inspired, not gonna go in for it though. They will play slow. And there's nothing on the map for Furia to gain here. That's the problem. You'd want to full send it. Any chance here, even a 5%er is probably better than you're gonna get. But there's just nothing for them to go for. And now Berserker moving down. They're going to try to look for Gigo, who is very far up. No flash, no ghost. Don't think he has much of a chance to get out of this one, and now he gets the bad news as there's Inspired, there's Berserker, pops the ulti, tries to run for it. The Axe buying a little bit of time, but Inspired just taxis in on top of him. That ultimate has expired as has his time alive. Inspired dominating in this one, 6-1 and 9, as IU is just trying to clear the waves and buy some time. Toots is pushing for an objective bounty top, but Lion are looking to seal the deal.
Inspired still has that kick available, so one Sonic Wave, maybe the death of IU. You have to be very careful as the Fury 80 carry. But Lion happy to take these structures in the face of Furia.
They absolutely are. Toots TB back to the base. There's the kick flash on IU, but it's not going to get much of anything at all. IU was able to dash back out to safety. Berserker, though, pushing up. Tatu hit low. Toots goes in, and Toots could be in some trouble trying to retreat back there. Is going to be cleansed by the Breath of Life from Jojo. Toots running. He needs to hold on. He can do it for now. The piercing arrow doesn't finish him. Saint, though, gets another man low. IU and Toots are bleeding out in the fountain. Furia's base is dying. They got to go now if it's ever going to happen. The Zonias will buy a little bit of time, but Toots is going to fall as soon as he comes out. Gigo pulls the trigger, goes for Berserker, is knocked out of the sky. Back to the grave, and they can only watch as the Nexus will surely fall. It's fish in a barrel. Lion add insult to injury. Revenge for America's Cup is oh so sweet. It's a 3-0 sweep for Lion.
First two games of this series were close, were hard fought, where Lion were pushed to their limit. But game 3 was just a sound off of a victory triumph for the North American representatives.
The best for last there from Lion. Their best performance by far in this final game. Felt like Inspired was everywhere he needed to be to cover his lanes, to buy them the time to scale. And scale they did. They performed well in the fights. Saint and Berserker with some really impressive games, and the flexibility in the draft I think showcased there from Lion as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Lion, and looks like back to our regularly scheduled 3-0s. It seems like an MSI after our 5-game series yesterday. Wow. But honestly, for Furia, like, shout out to them. They played incredibly well in those first two games. Looked so close.
I absolutely agree. Furia definitely can hold their heads high, and they will have another chance. But it's going to be against some Titans in the lower bracket. AD, how are you feeling?
Well, it's Lion that roars the loudest and gets that 3-0 home. Not sovereignly, I'm just going to say that. In Game 3, they showed their real strength. But Raz, we had to wait for it, and I'm happy that we got it.
Thank goodness. Self-esteem protected. Self-worth is still in there. Oh my God. I love that draft. It was an incredibly well done draft. I thought Inspired did a great job of being able to protect the top side because that was an incredibly volatile matchup. Big Dokes was protected, and he actually served through. So that was a great game.
Yeah, that was a lot more vintage Lion. Like, that was more of what I expected to see. I don't think they were playing very well today. In particular, I thought Isles and Saint both had moments, especially in the first two games.
Yeah.
However, this draft and this game seeding the early objectives, locking in scaling, having Inspired on something where he can make plays, like him getting Dokla ahead early was super important and made a huge difference in setting up Dokla to take over fights later.
And you can't help but be a bit heartbroken for Furia.
Yeah.
The fact they put up such an effort in game 1 and 2, weren't able to get a single game in the series.
Yeah.
They fought this really hard, and it being a 3-0 is a tough look for them.
It definitely should have been a game 4 or game 5.
Yeah.
Like, for how well they were playing in the first 2 games and then just fumbling in most, like, crucial moments. That's what's going to suck the most.
Yeah, bloodiest international ever, 121 kills.
Wow.
I will say for
Nice.
Furia, they have clear things to work on. I am sad for them that the opponents that they will be encountering, being, of course, the loser of T1, BLG, they're going to be able to exploit what they've seen here quite easily. They have a lot of work to do.
They do. It's kind of unfortunate, too, because there were a lot of good points within this team, recognizing the timers in which they couldn't take an objective, ended up going cross-mapping. The problem was, especially in Game 3, they got locked into some really bad lanes. And then, like, for instance, Gigo being put in a 1v2, actually having to have his support, like, sap experience from him so he can keep alive. I think trying to recognize in the mid game where to put your assignments is going to really help this team out because, and also a little bit of the drafting, because the draft was really good from Lion in this game.
It was. So for Lion then, I mean, some teams need to get warmed up a little bit before they show their through level. I mean, T1 went through the playing stage to show that. No?
I think T1 or BLG, whoever comes out of the next game, is going to be really difficult for this team, especially with what we saw in those first 2 games.
It's actually crazy that they're facing off against each other in the first round because these 2 teams are literally just like top 3 of this event in my mind between BLG and T1.
Yeah, I think T1 are just such a scary team to face at any international and any best of 5 because they're clutch factored. If you see how in a lot of these games that came down to those messier late game moments, they just rarely can be beat when it comes to those scenarios. Setups for late game objectives, souls, when that's a deciding factor, they just somehow manage to find it. So it's a fearsome position to be in, but being in the upper bracket gives you that extra safety net. Means that even if you are facing BLG T1, you will get a second chance against an opponent that hopefully will be easier. Whereas for Furia, they couldn't get a game today. It's going to be a struggle to improve on that result against BLG or T1, and that will be the last chance.
And for Lion, of course, going up against the winner of BLG versus T1, there are no easy matches here at MSI. So tell me then, Raz and Emily, what you know, the third game is really good, but what would they have to improve, Lion, to have a chance against those?
Individual matchups, individual performances. I think Saint really leveled up in the Victor game, but the first 2 games were quite poor from him. And we got to see what happened in the play-in finals between Quid and Faker, and I thought Quid really did well in that specific situation. Saint was a better performer in the LCS. We just need to see him lock in.
I think if you're going up against BLG, their solo lanes will rip you apart. Even if your performance is way better than what we saw today, if we see a performance at that level against BLG, it will just be a swift 3-0.
Yes, we'll see indeed. I hear that we are waiting for an interview, I believe, with Inspired when he makes his way back there. And I'm actually looking forward to that because Inspired is always very, very honest. And I think that he will have a couple of things to say about this
I don't think he's happy about this one. I think it came
if he lost,
down
he's going to be going crazy.
I came down to a lot of really clutch moments, specifically from him and Berserker in some of these team fights. And yeah, he is very critical of
that's how we know him.
He
came from Europe. He was the same there.
And so I think he is probably definitely disappointed.
Yeah, it's interesting to see also when you look at the cams in between the matches. You see him and the coaching staff. The rest is like off, I don't know, having snacks or whatever. But they're locking in. It's almost like they want him to be that next arm of the coaching staff in the game to micromanage everything to make it all work.
He's always going to be really opinionated on what they could have done. I mean, there are multiple times when we were in the LCS studio and right after a game, he's literally just going off about like we could have done this and this and this is better, like this is how we get better in the draft. But yeah.
Speaking of, we got him, I believe. Laura is standing by with Inspired for the Verizon post-game interview.
Inspired, thank you for joining me after this one. 3-0, maybe not the 3-0 you wanted though, so is it going to be one of those a win is a win, or how do you reflect on that series?
Definitely win is a win.
Okay, what do you think happened? Because the first 2 games looked really hard, much harder than what it should have been, even though Furia should not be underestimated, of course. Game 3, walk in the park. So how did you guys evolve?
I don't know. I think game 1 and 2 we just made a lot of mistakes in the early game. I was a bit surprised at what we are doing, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah. Game 3 I think was a bit simpler. I think enemy just didn't have that much playmaking in their comp in game 3. So I think it was just not possible for us to make that mistakes. But like in game 1, they swapped at like 7 minutes and our Jace was losing lane to Sion. He just got dove. And then when we came to the third team fight that we should have won, I felt like we just played really bad. So the game before became chaos. Game 2, I don't know. Game 2 was, I think our Camille was doing some funny stuff sometimes. And then, and then we came to one team fight in River and we fought, I thought Galio is a bit closer than he was. He was a bit too far away. So we lost the team fight and game became Fiesta as well. I don't know. I think maybe we're just not ready to play.
Yeah, learnings and move on. It's the first time we see you guys on stage, so warm-up series, as we say. We saw a lot of backstage cameras of you leading the team, giving a lot of feedback, a lot of advice to your teammates. Can you tell me more about the content of what you were saying then?
I don't think I was giving much feedback or stuff like that. I think just play a bit smarter than we did, because I think it was just very chaotic how we were playing game 1 and 2. I think just need to be a bit more calm. I think it comes probably from just the whole experience of being at a tournament and like playing against all the Asian teams and the way they play. I feel like if you lose a lot of the games, as we probably have been doing in scrims, like losing most of our scrims to Asian teams, like I think most of the teams do, then I feel like you kind of start questioning a lot of decisions.
I see.
So I think you have to be confident in whatever you are doing, because if you start overthinking stuff, I think you can make very silly mistakes that you would normally not do.
Losing scrims, but still learning, you feel? How would you describe your experience so far?
Yeah, let's say so. Hope so.
Hope so. We'll take it this way, which is going to come in handy in the first round, because there's not going to be any freebies in the next match. BLG or T1, which one do you think is going to be and why? It's going to be the series right after this, so what do you think is going to come down to between them?
I think T1 is more warm and they also have crowd advantage, so I think T1 will win.
Okay.
But I don't know, BLG is also a really strong team. It's hard to say. I think T1 will win though.
What matchup are you looking at the most?
I don't know. It doesn't matter which one we face.
Doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Okay, but what matchup in this series, like lane-wise?
Oh.
Which one do you think is going to make the
BLG,
most difference?
if they want to win, Bin has to make the biggest difference, obviously. I think BLG overall as a team, their mid and top lane are probably better like laners, but I think Faker is just a really good playmaker. So if the game goes even to 15 minutes, I really don't see how BLG wins.
Okay.
But BLG is really good at early game and just playing off of each other, so I can see them playing very aggressively early game and try to snowball the game.
All right.
Because I think T1 is probably the scariest team if the game is even and you go to 15 minutes. Yeah.
We saw that against TL. We'll see what happens, and we'll see you guys in the next round. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He drops it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation.
A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane Carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
And welcome back, everybody, for the second series of the day. You saw them, you know them. It is T1 taking on BLG on what could be a finals match. Something that we're used to seeing on the international stage. Love when these two teams clash, and I'm really excited about this one.
I don't know how the hell we got this in the first round.
Yeah, I know!
but it's going to be an incredibly dangerous one for anyone that ends up losing this one. Then you're going to have to... Furia, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Furia.
Yeah, and it's amazing because they've actually developed a rivalry now, right?
True.
Like these two organizations, there are some similar players on both sides, and they've been constantly meeting each other over the past almost 3 years now.
Yeah, and they made it spicy from the get-go. Being back to his trash talk self, done with the PR version of what he was in 2025, directly dunking on Doran, said that he played poorly in the playing stage.
Yeah, I mean...
Love me some trash talk, man.
That's been back at it. I mean, it's funny because when the team was in some losing ways, he was like, all right, I'm not going to talk that much anymore.
Yeah.
Now he's like, okay, he's back to it. And so we even got to hear from Doran responding to it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
BLG를 만나게 됐습니다. 네, 이번 프랭키 스테이지에서 만나게 될 빈 선수에게도 마지막으로 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 빈 선수가 저희 LCK를 좀 혼내준다는 인터뷰를 본 것 같은데 네, 버릇을 좀 고쳐줘야 할 것 같습니다.
You know what I love even more than Bin trash talking is the fact that Doran is answering him. Dan, you know him. Like, we're not really used to hearing Doran in this way.
He's normally just so chill, so
Yeah.
relaxed, having a good
He's
time.
just there for vibes.
But he's like, hey, you're gonna trash talk me? I'll give it back.
And I will say, this was literally just after the series that he like decimated Morgan top, like on the Jace performance. Like he looked incredibly good in that moment, but of course the rest of the play-ins was a little tougher.
And this is exactly what I was talking about with these two orgs meeting each other so consistently over the past 3 years, right? It started with that kind of BLG come up where I fully expected T1 to absolutely thrash that 2023 team at MSI. They didn't, and then they've consistently been meeting each other with T1 definitely having the edge in more recent matchups.
Absolutely, and getting that Worlds win, which was the big one, the finals, which BLG were in a winning position, and T1 quarterback with some huge plays that kind of defined their current run and their streak of world championships.
By the way, I just looked behind me. It's a packed house today.
Yeah,
the crowd
great.
is ready for this
The crowd is
matchup.
so good.
It's always packed when it comes to T1 being here. They're gonna have the crowd behind them. They're playing at home.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but T1 pretty popular in Korea.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah, you know?
I'm so surprised.
The fact that we're doing a walkout for the first round of the event, like, we know what this kind of occasion actually is.
Absolutely.
And looking back at the graphic when we were talking about the back and forth these two organizations have had, it's interesting because earlier on in 2023, well, BLG was doing quite well in MSIs, but then not making it happen during the World performance itself. But then after some time, especially in 2025, actually T1's taking MSIs too, so it's starting to go way more in the direction of T1.
Taking MSI, and we know what happens usually when T1 takes on the LPL in general. It is odds that they really like. I do wonder how this one is going to come together, though, given the way T1 has been playing, especially in the early game. That is something that we want to see them improve upon, because BLG, they're never going to be as forgiving as the time they played off against.
And I'm just really excited to see the supports go head-to-head because I think these two teams have different styles, but what On and Carrier can do is so instrumental to enabling those styles, and both players have had phenomenal years so far.
I do think that T1 has a lot to work on. I think their drafts weren't great, even though they were 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 within the plans. That was not convincing for me. Meanwhile, BLG are the reigning first stand champions this year. They won the first international event. They dominated throughout their LPL. Sure, a little shaky when they went up against Team WE, but I think going into this event itself, they are locked in.
And for me, well, you already spoke about differing play styles, Ox. It's about the solo laners of BLG versus the bot lane of T1, because T1 loves to play through not only Carrier being a menace, but having such a strong 2v2 bot lane, where I'd say BLG have been playing a lot more similarly to how HLE has played this past LCK split, focusing a lot more on these two dominant solo laners of Bin and Knight, who's been having a career split.
And I think my big concern is that Darren and Faker are in similar positions where the laning is a bit weaker, it's just not quite at the top level, but the value in team fights is insane. Can they hold out the lanes though?
It's hard to know where to look at when it comes to this matchup, but we know we're in for a banger. The draft is on. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk, as we are ready for a perennial match between T1 and BLG. The LPL Slayers versus the Hope of China in a repeat of Worlds Finals just a couple of years ago. Let's hope for 5. Let's get into draft for game 1.
Yeah, Medic, last time you and I cast these two teams playing against each other was an absolute banger of a finals. We're gonna have to call up Vedius. I know you're watching,
Get him on the
Vedius.
phone. He's not. He's watching afterwards. He delays his watch so he can watch with the European fans.
He's not dedicated. He doesn't care about us. All right, let's get into the draft, though. So target bans already from BLG. Owners Nocturne definitely deserving of that respect. And of course, both Carrier and On have been incredible with the Camille supports. So the respect there between these two excellent supports as well.
Yeah, no surprises that we see the Orianna banned away from Knight, banned in 50% of his games in the LPL. The majority of the time then picked away from him. He has not lost on this pick in the 4 games he's played at all this split. We'll see with the Bard getting taken away from Carrier, another player who is synonymous with that champion. Unsurprising to see that removed from the pool.
Yeah, with mid lane only having Orianna out right now, one of the main power picks. The Casio is still available, the Ryze is still available. Let's see what direction we go with, because mid lane especially is going to be a focus here, of course, with Knight coming in with such incredible stats. There you go, another target respect ban. Even though Syndra got buffed on this patch, it's also a Legacy Knight champion. Definitely have to be fearful there.
Yeah, one of those champions he made his name on. Let's see what the first pick of this HyperX Champ Select is, as BLG might focus towards those solo lanes. Get something good for Bin, get something good for Knight, get something that you can carry through the top side on, because in our estimations at least, and I think most people's estimations, T1's priority will be getting a bot lane that can get ahead.
Yeah, this matchup does look like a lot of solo lane power versus bot lane power. And they're going to start out with that solo lane power, lock in the Jace for Bin. And that's also part of the power of the Nocturne ban. It really does allow you to play more through side lanes. Banning out this Nocturne is definitely critical if that is going to be your avenue to success. And so it does help out with a blind Jace pick like that. Meanwhile, we mentioned the Cassiopeia still floating around, being up and available, and Faker's going to grab that one immediately.
Yeah, alongside it, owners of Vi going to get locked in. His second most played across the course of spring. Only lost one game on it through the last few months, so no surprises that T1 want a powerful mid jungle, especially giving Owner something that has agency through the game and can team up with multiple portions of the map. BLG here likely to look towards, I was gonna say their jungler, but instead they're going for the mage that we most often see in the bot lane.
Yeah, could be bot, could even be mid too. Knight is undefeated still on Ziggs.
That's true.
9-0 record on it, so flexible, not if they locked in the Annie though. And then it would definitely be going to Viper. And let's see if they do it, because he has also been excellent on Annie. It's crazy the flexibility and the directions that they could go. They're going to keep it a little hidden here, keep it a flex pick Ziggs, and go with the value of the Poppy, just seeing the Vi.
It's interesting that you do it with just the Vi, but Vi does imply that you want this
Or
dive
dive.
pop with someone else to follow up on it. Things like the Rakan, the Kai'Sa then fit into that wheelhouse, and Poppy can work really well into that.
Now, the choice for T1, do they want to get Doran, you know, like Yorick counterpick to the Jace or something like that?
Yeah.
Or would they rather have, well, okay, they would immediately,
Answer your question, Kobe.
They would immediately like to do that instead of going with a more tanky route, which is kind of the other option that you have. And Yorick does play more into the side pressure.
Also allows you to survive through that lane with some of the innate sustain you have off your last rights. Moving into the second ban phase, we see a likely top laner, AD carry, and jungler picked for BLG, whereas on the other side, it's a most likely, again, mid laner, top laner, and jungler. We have seen the Cassio flexed already once today. Unlikely to see it flexed again, I'll say, if you're picking an AP mage bot. Usually we see things like the Mel and the Ziggs instead.
Yeah, and T1, they don't want any more synergy with the Ziggs bomb. Jarvan off the table, as well as the Camille already from the earlier bans. Things that are just going to make it too easy for that damage to land. But BLG already showing some pretty good range, good poke damage with both AD poke from Jace and AP from the Ziggs. So T1 going to have to worry about some of this range and find their ways for their hard engage. Having the Vi and the point and click, definitely a good start for them.
And the issue is when the enemy team has range, you want to close that gap, but that Poppy pick really negates a lot of ways for you to close that gap. Inspired pick from BLG getting into this second phase. Ezreal taken away by BLG, not wanting to give a little bit of range over to T1 either.
Yeah, don't want to let them match it just quite yet. And take away some of the more flexible bottom lanes. You mentioned it, T1, like they have played so much towards Pays and Carrier. They have really been able to carry. Let's see what the final ban here towards BLG and possibly Shun, even though the Poppy also is flexible.
We're held in suspense for a couple of moments, Kobe, as the Champ Select jumps down off our screens. With the amount of tissues being picked up, is that a water spillage? It's a possibility. I don't want to pontificate on it too much right now, but always an option. And as much as we talk about the way these two teams want to play and the fact we expect BLG to play through their solo laners and T1 to play through their bot lane, that's not to negate the power of the other players in those roles on these teams. Like T1 do still have Onu and Faker, who so often step up on the international stage. They have Doran, who, although his laning can be a little bit weak, his team fighting often is what allows T1 to get wins. You think of his Jace against TL, where he was able to find those picks and actually got them.
Don't make me think of his Jace, man. Oh, his Jace just clutched it up so hard for Team Liquid.
Every one of both
Oh
these teams can carry, I think, is the point I'm trying to get to here. So as much as we have expectations going in, these teams will also have similar expectations, and thus will be trying to thwart their opposition's playstyles.
Yeah, and it is really interesting too, with putting Doran towards the York, you know, towards this split push champion, to see how T1 would like to operate. Meanwhile, everyone just trying to stay focused during the pause here, while we figure out what is going on. First, luckily, you know, they haven't locked all the champions in, so it's not a swapping issue.
It's not a swap issue. That is an important.
You know for sure it's not a swapping issue. And we'll just continue to build the tension here for this epic matchup that, I mean, it is crazy we're having this so early on into the tournament. I know everyone keeps saying that since the format we had T1 in play-ins, and that's part of the reason that we're getting this so early on, but it does feel like we're just getting treated really early on in the tournament.
This is a possible finals, right? Often these guys meet in like lower round 4 or the upper finals or even the grand finals, although we haven't seen that before. For T1 as well, a really important MSI in my eyes. It's been 7, 8, 9 years since they last won a title here. 9 years for T1, and yes, they have won back-to-back-to-back Worlds titles since then, but still, for a team this decorated, MSI over the last almost decade has been sitting off that mantelpiece, and I'm pretty sure these guys want to prove that they deserve that trophy as well.
And that's why they brought in Pays, yeah. Drop another 28-bomb Callista game and get himself another MSI trophy. We'll see, though, as we are still waiting for an update here on the occurrence for the BLG side. Again, if we're going over the draft, BLG did have pretty good poke damage locked in already. I have really high value, of course, on the Bin Jace early pick there. And them being able to pair it super early on with the Ziggs magic damage does seem like they have some good directions to go in, some good range for themselves. We'll see if T1 can support Doran in his York versus Jace matchup, because there's been extra trash talk on that top lane matchup. Bin starting it out and Doran giving a little clap back, talking about he needs to teach him a lesson.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can here in Daejeon.
It's always a possibility. For BLG, it's the first time we've seen them on this stage here in Daejeon, as you say. They dominated the LPL. The expectations were, looking at the form of Knight, who I think currently is the best player in the world on current form, that they would just sweep through their playoffs. Ended up losing to Team WE, which no one expected at all, but since then they have gone from strength to strength to strength, even beating WE on their way back to a 3-0 versus Top Esports, and we are going to work our way back into draft.
So I got an update. So everything up until the Karma ban is going to be repeated, and then the Karma ban is what changes. That is our branch in the timeline that we are taking here in this draft.
So my expectations are we see a J4 and an Ezreal ban, and then we'll see where we go from there. There's the Jarvan. Ezreal for BLG would be the next ban if I have jotted it down correctly. I didn't even see the Karma ban, I'll be honest. Maybe I was looking away from the screen as it happened.
Okay.
But so the Ezreal I saw was a Karma instead. That is my mistake.
Yeah, that must have been the info then. Okay, so the Ezreal is switched for the Karma. I mean, it's kind of similar because usually they're paired, but Karma can also go with so many other things to be strong lanes too. So that is the pivot here. Take away Karma for the bottom lane. So, I mean, there's still so many options. I mean, technically, there still has been a decent priority on Varus, and Nico is available in the bottom lane as well. Lots of good combinations.
Trundle going to get taken away by T1. The pillar can stop some of the engage coming out from Vi with that Vault Breaker. A little surprised because you don't really have a true tank on your team, so the Subjugate doesn't get as much value, and you already know your jungler, so you're not looking at something like a Xin that can be beaten out by the Trundle.
Yeah, sometimes the pillar is just so good at setting up poke teams.
True.
So maybe it's just like the assist for pillar into Jace and Ziggs poke makes it really hard to dodge those as well. And again, BLG have been leaning into the extra range advantage here and trying to poke out this Cassiopeia comp. But when you've got a Vi and a Nautilus medic, now you have both of the main go buttons that even exist in League of Legends. So good point and click here from T1 to try and put a stop to BLG's poke and get those engages going.
So what do BLG need if they're going to try and avoid some of this engage? They've already got the Poppy, that works well. Could look for something like a Wukong just to Cyclone disengage from some of these fights, because they've got now their team entirely locked apart from that jungler. Neferi, the current hover for BLG.
Now, Neferi is interesting because it's good in multiple ways versus the Vi. Obviously, you can go untargetable and you can deny ultimates. But it looks like they're actually going to keep the Poppy as jungle instead and lock something different here for On to be a playmaker on the team. Combination with the Ziggs. Okay, we go with his Shen again. On gets very active with his Shen. Mid lane has to be aware of these taunt flashes and the possible ganks. BLG definitely love getting active early with On, with Shun, pairing up and wreaking havoc across the map, especially up into those solo lanes, and really getting Bin and Knight into good positions.
Jin, the final lock for T1. They're trying to find a little bit of poke for themselves at the start of fights, catch someone out with the Deadly Flourish or with the Curtain Call just for the slows. I love the Shen pick, though. So often we see it talked about just as disengage for the Vi. Vi ults in, stand united, Spirit's Refuge. Good luck, Vi. All your damage comes from auto attacks. But as you say, On is so proactive on the map that it also bridges you into a later portion of the game where your poke is going to have more of an effect.
Plus, it can do a lot to help out the side lanes later on. If Doran is trying to split push with this York,
so true.
Then of course you have another answer here. And we do I do have a lot of faith in Bin's, Jace even into a counter pick. So we'll see how it does play out early on.
After a couple of delays in Champion Select, the main course is ready. A smorgasbord of glory and honor between these two teams as T1 and BLG will battle it out on the Rift. The question is, which team will be able to land that first punch? Which team will be able to get back off the mat? We've seen a reverse sweep already this MSI. All I know is I want it to go to 5.
Oh, I hope so. What an epic matchup we have here. In the recent years, it has been the way of T1, but now we're at MSI.
MSI is BLG's turf in this matchup. Last year they did lose 3-0, but in 2024 they won. In 2024 they won again, and in 2023 they also won. So of the 4 series they played before today, at MSI it has been heavily BLG favored as we make our way on to Summoner's Rift. Both the supports going up towards the top side to kick things off. Wards placed in the bush. But it's going to be much ado about nothing as neither of the top laners are caught out.
Yeah, vision for these brush in top lane, so critical when you want to go with that poke pattern and drop minion aggro. And we've seen the support level 1s up to top lane have infected so many of those matchups so heavily.
Vendetta is the new set coming out from Riftbound. You can grab your Jace, your Mel cards, and I'm sure a bunch of other cards as well. There are pre-Rift events starting before July 31st, but July 31st is the official release date. Make sure you get to your pre-Rifts and your Nexus Knights. You can grab a bunch of cool cards.
And then tweet at Medic, because he'll help you build your deck. He is in there on Riftbound.
I'm addicted to it, I've got to say. We see trading happening in the bot lane. Carrier trying to step up to get that level 2. A couple of minions for them. There we are. Pays gets it first. Carrier missed 1 because of his jaunt towards the top lane. And Viper and On respect the fact that, yeah, you can't really fight into a 4th shot level 2 Jhin.
Yeah, definitely not. And with both junglers pathing away too, it's going to be isolated in the matchup down there. Faker does land his Noxious Blast. He's running fairly low on mana.
I mean, something all great mid laners do, but Faker does especially, is trade his health and his mana early game just to try and get that enemy low. Give them that little bit of trepidation about stepping up, especially against something like a Vi where the Q flash is such a deadly combination.
And since they do have the ward, seeing Poppy right now too, gonna have full confidence in going for these trades.
Knight's going to step forward. Siphon Power gets the Enchanted auto attack, but as you can see across the years, things did start off BLG favored, but then at Worlds, over and over again, it is T1 that finds the upper hand.
Yeah, epic matchups, all of them between these two organizations. Culminating here, and now with the taunt.
Just an aftershock exchange between the two supports there, as Carrier and Pays do have the early push. Viper obviously on the Ziggs can get pushed later on, but before you have your lost chapter, it becomes a little bit harder to actually find that damage because you're just going to run out of mana.
Crowd getting excited there with the satchel charge, but there were still minions alive, so tower is...
I think the crowd's going to get excited about a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, and I would be. It is packed in here.
Yeah.
Literally every seat is filled in this arena. Would expect no less, especially here in Korea. Let's see about some early roams, though. We've got the junglers resetting after their first clears, so you have a little bit of time. And we talked about Shun and On kind of linking up. Looks like Shun going to head back out for the bottom Scuttle Crab just to even that Scuttle Crab count up. And On will get his recall as well. That's what you like to see for a River Shen. Boots, medic.
Oh,
boots,
he's just going to
boots.
be everywhere, man. All over the map. Carrier opening up through mid at the moment. The GOAT support, in his own words. Also, I think
Yeah,
in contention.
a lot of other people's words, too.
I mean, yes, 100%. I think we all agree with him. And a guy that is usually relatively humble has earned the right to give himself that title, as a lot of other people have, as you say. I think the battle at the moment, in my mind, is between him and Knight for who is actually the best player in the world. And both of them have performed incredibly well for their teams over the last couple of months. Faker stepping forward, misses the Noxious Blast, doesn't get the poison, does level up. The hook's going to come out of Carrier as On tries to join the fray in the mid lane, but can't find any sort of connection.
Yeah, I like it there. Keeping to their separate battles. Mid versus mid, support versus support.
Honorable, you know?
Yeah, Carrier's like, hey, get back here. We're just going to watch this. All right, Doran trying to get the extra CS here in front of tower. Been doing what he needs to do here on the Jason, getting that first turret plate, keeping his pressure up early on, trying to make the most of it here before Doran gets his ultimate, gets his wife onto the Summoner's Rift. Faker, though.
On. Oh, Faker has to flash. The taunt flash, too much of a deterrent. Faker realizes if he was caught by that ninja, he would be down.
Yeah, you have to respect it. So good play there from On. Just goes in, gets the flash. Very efficient stuff here. And the control ward up behind red buff is actually going to get it found pretty early. Shun's going to go find that one. Poppy walks over it. He actually had to backtrack because he was really looking to gank topside. But he gets that control ward. Meanwhile, both supports trying to help the mid laners on these waves. Faker, of course, has no flash. So he needs the extra safety of Owner and Carrier to finish out the push and get him the reset.
I guess it should be able to back away pretty easily as a couple of pings come out towards where the junglers are likely to be. The Krogs respawning. T1 note that Shun is going up towards that top side, and with BLG also aware that Owner will be going towards his Gromp and clearing down towards bot. Haven't really seen any sort of dragon play, but we do see both the supports have abandoned the bottom lane. You do get slightly less golden experience from your World Atlas when you're not in bot lane as a support. It's about 25%, but it's nothing too substantial. I actually think support is the least punished role for not being in their lane for those role quests.
Yeah, and we've seen it this tournament start to become fairly prevalent. Support spending a lot of time around mid. They're not much for the quests.
You get it anyway. You order a few minions, they die, it's fine. But speaking of a quest, Bin on a quest to garner himself quite a sizable advantage in the top lane. Already 600 gold ahead. So we might see a battle over the Scuttle Crab.
Crab quest is... Bin is going to help it out.
Goes in, Shun lands the smite, gets level 6 off it, has that Keeper's Verdict. Dredgeline still manages to knock back one as he is able to walk away. Faker gaze out from Faker as he finds a solo kill in the 1v2.
I mean, there's not going to be any rebuttal. I mean, there's no flash used here by On. Nicely done from Faker. Miasma against the wall and just burns him down. Yes, BLG did get the crab. They got the crab quest, but they lose the first blood in their efforts.
And it's one of the weaknesses of these engaged supports is you are really squishy early game, especially into something like a Cassio that can just spam and spam and spam those Twin Fangs. It looks like On is just trying to connect with Shun and Bin, but as he steps forward, Faker's having none of it.
And it looks like he has his heal and ready right now. But Faker, yeah, good miasma against the wall, pops the ult for slow, and with the poison and with the Twin Fang, instantly able to get enough damage. Yeah, didn't like that.
Understandably, I think the audience here, though, having a whale of a time as T1 get a 400 gold lead. The majority of that sitting on Faker in the mid lane, who's having to balance out the lead that Bin has acquired towards top.
On is an interesting story, too, because, last year, the big conversation was around, everyone loves making the on or off jokes. But this year, he was very, very good. It was on all the time, especially with first stand. Looked really nice from him. So we'll see as this series does continue. And this year has been very reliable. But Carrio's back out and into the jungle really early, helping out Owner again. He leashes the red buff, brings it back into the bush for Owner. Patience dropping quickly on it, though.
Yeah, On's on the way across. Has the flash, has the taunt. Owner and Carrier will settle for the grubs instead of the enemy red buff, so we'll still get an advantage for T1 in terms of neutral objectives. But Viper has been left alone in the bot lane for quite a while this has been happening, and because of that, he's been able to get a couple of plates, about a 300 gold advantage.
Yeah, Ziggs, the demolitionist.
Yeah.
All going according to plan there, and it's even more important as On now getting poisoned again. It is even more important to deny Ziggs teams the grubs because they did buff up the extra damage from the grubs buff that you get from it. So T1 going to go for that top side play, and BLG will answer with the dragon take accordingly.
An easy enough objective trade, one we see really often at the moment. I wonder with this Yorick how much damage Doran can do to those standing towers.
Yeah.
Because the grubs do help you out a lot on the push, and that's kind of his job, at least for the early portions of this game, is just push, 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 try and get as many of those plates as possible.
Meanwhile, we have a focus on top side. Vi has ultimate, Owner's heading up to the top side, so they very well could go for a dive. Carrier's not 6 yet for Nautilus, but it doesn't matter. They've got the Vi ult.
Feels a little dangerous, especially with the Spirit's Refuge available. Bin is squishy, sure, as is On, but you have to actually get the damage to stick, and you've got auto attackers up here rather than a mage, something like the Casio that can actually do the damage while that Spirit's Refuge is down.
Definitely would be very dangerous. So Owner says, never mind, I'm out to my re-clear. Back to bottom side from Krugs up. We'll end up on that side of the map again, but all fairly calm in the early stages aside from that first blood.
Both teams happy enough just to farm up, even gold at 10 minutes as well. Next objective still about 4 minutes away, with the Hextech Drake being the main one that is about to spawn, but starting to see the builds towards those first items. Faker going for the double stacking with the Rod of Ages and the Tear already in his inventory, almost halfway stacked as well on the Tear. Got that very early on in the lane. On the other side, Knight, I mean, he's struggled a little bit in this lane to have as much impact as he'd like, but he is on something like a Victor, which will scale up incredibly well as the game goes on. He's being able to build up those stats. He's had an incredible performance across this split in the LPL.
Let's take a look at some of those stats from this year, by the way, Medic. Speaking of incredible stats for Knight, for BLG, he has just done everything in the LPL this split. Absolutely crazy stats he's been putting up, and definitely has huge performances. So a lot of people anticipating a lot of his mid matchups here, because that was the conversation. People are like, okay, but a lot of the really good mid laners are in the LCK, so they want to see you know, what Knight is going to do in this particular form versus some different competition as well, because he has proved that he is by far the best mid laner in the LPL and absolutely dominated.
And his Victor is something that he's proved that on as well. He's played it 5 times and won on it 5 times. Scorelines like 10-0-10 against JDG. Played it against Top Esports as well with 3-1-9 is Carrier. Pulled out a little bit by On.
That's huge.
Yeah.
This Shen ultimate, the first support Shen ultimate, and it just gets Carrier's flash.
Looking for the engage there. Steadfast Presence coming out from Shun as the TP is used by BLG. They want the fight. Owner taunted flash onto Doran as well. Owner with a cease and desist, but he's trying to get to the wall and he just can't get out. Knight claims the first kill of the tournament for BLG.
Yeah, he teleports up to the top side. On goes for the taunt and flash, and he gets one. They taunt him up. They get the extra money. Now with the Ziggs on top side too, Ziggs is going to be able to take a lot of turret plates on top side for them. So even though Pays does get to hit bottom, BLG with the answer play up there, trying to answer the return from T1. They're going to get first tower bonus.
Let a couple more minions die to the turret. Bin stays around, and BLG will accelerate a 1.6k gold lead now. Pays unable to take all of this tower. Will take a couple of plates off it, but now maybe he's overextended as there's a flank coming down. I was baited a little bit by the observers with the vision there. Shun instead just goes towards the Scuttle Crab.
So interesting, because BLG, you know, the initial play, I thought it was a good escape from Carrier, from T1, but they made the call to try and turn back around, and the BLG are like, fine, we'll just send everybody And we'll get Viper up there too. Now we'll see what they can do with their gold lead, since the next dragon is fairly close. And they should be able to set up nicely for it. On is actually getting the vision early.
Doran needs to get away from Bin, puts down the Dark Possession. Bin flashes over it and doesn't have to fear a tower. Doran with the flash away, but Bin looking for those final auto attacks. Won't be able to find him. Morning Mist puts the ghouls on him, 6 it. There's the curtain calls as Bin locked up against the wall. Daddy Doran outplays Bin.
Doran said, I need to teach Bin some lessons. And he hits him with the shovel. A little bit of help from his boy Pays. Nice W here on the Jhin from the mid lane. Pays is able to set him up and allow Doran to clap back.
And you don't blame Bin for that aggression either. He is winning that 1v1 decisively, but the expectation that Pays is there when Drake is only up in 6 seconds, like, surprising to say the least, but Bin overextends, and Doran now with 3 grubs with a maiden. Get paid, as you say. On, forced away by the Twin Fangs of Faker. A Cobra, not an adder in this game. Is that Cassio? Noxious Blast lands on Shun as well. Faker's just forced them both out. That's the jungler and support. Down to about half HP each.
Faker farming some damage per minute stats here on all these melees.
That was his intent as well. Nothing to do with like pushing them away from the Drake. It's like, nah, man, my DPS, I got to get it higher.
Man, I mean, every time you see him on screen, he's poisoned and he's running for his life.
True.
I mean, Faker has absolutely destroyed On's game, and On is a level down on Carrier now too. It is really, really hurting. Dragon stacking for BLG not even going to be an issue as T1 immediately gain control.
Yeah, often we see that fight around the third Drake when BLG have got the first 2, T1 have played towards the top side, got the grubs, got some tower plates, got some extra gold in their pockets here. We see even now at that first Drake.
Yeah, I mean, Shen without flash is really not threatening at all. And Faker with the confidence moves back up. Again, bullying him back to Fountain means he's going to remain level 6 for quite a while.
Lovely flash lands onto Ornison, dashes away from it. And I think part of it as well is like T1 aren't over-investing in some of this chip damage as Knight comes in. There's the Stand United and onto Doran. A 2v1 is not one he can win. Knight claims his second. All the kills for BLG currently sitting on his shoulders.
Yeah, Knight is used to having the money. He's going to get paid again here. So this is a good ult from On. Gets down there. And look at that. Slingshots him up in the experience. Being able to get the assist on this kill against the level 11 top laner. Really nice for him as well. So good for Knight, good for On as well. And they just give up the topside Herald there. I think it's definitely well worth it for BLG. They need Knight to be very strong, and he is going to be.
About 500 gold ahead. Bin with about 1,000 gold lead in the top side. We'll have another look at it. Doran thinks he can trade. At this point realizes he definitely can't as the Stand United comes in, and then after that, it's not much he can do.
And this is one of the reasons we're pointing out the Shen in Champion Select is for these side lane plays, you know, Knight and On talking really early. Hey, I'm just going to move up on him. Let's get the early ult. They're going to go invest resources towards that Rift Herald. So let's make that time count on the map, and they certainly do that.
Still pretty much in the balance this game. 1,000 lead for BLG as they look for Doran once again. The slam doesn't land him against the wall, but the keeper's verdict locks him up. And with the gravity well down, there is no escape. Last rites for a bit of healing. Might be able to escape in the end. Knight takes the kill and then tries to get out, but a cease and desist in the dredge line, and it's time to Pays the Piper. He comes across the wall. Owner kills Knight. Pays takes down Shun as T1 get a kill in advantage.
Avengers assemble. You can only go after Doran so many times before the rest of T1 are going to collapse. Faker, though, look at On the minimap. The Shen is walking pretty far. Faker's got his empowered recall, though, and he is going to be able to get out of there. But, I mean, T1, they are able to get more for it. That is the teleport for Knight as well. He tried to make the play really quickly. But they were unable to make the play quick enough. Maybe if Doran had been a little bit closer to the wall and they had actually gotten the full Poppy Stun into the wall for the extra little bit of damage, maybe that little split second of extra time might have been enough for Knight to be able to teleport out there, but just barely didn't get it. Yeah, so as you see there, as the replay started, Doran still got to walk back a little bit. And so while they're still able to kill him, on the minimap, you see the rest of T1 heading down here, and Knight's teleport, he was trying to get out of there, does get interrupted. as well as hooking into the extra kill to pays.
T1 with a good collapse towards the bottom side. BLG weren't able to get much on the top side of the map while that was happening. They do still have about 1,000 gold lead, but once again, it's Faker in the side lane picking up this tower gold. Only 200 behind Knight, and he's still 2 kills behind him. Now has the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages at 7 stacks. It feels like next fight could be incredibly decisive in this game because of how close it is. If one team wins it by 3-4 kills, it really then begins to blow up in their favor.
Yep, the rewards get very, very big in a minute and a half because Baron arriving at 20 minutes and we're fighting already.
Keria going in for the hook on there with the Torn Petrifying Gaze coming out as well as Keria tries to escape. Shun slams him against the wall with that heroic charge, and now the teeth taken out of the attack from T1 as Keria is sent to the grave.
Okay, Keria down early, well before the Baron though, so the reward there, not quite yet. But nice little bit of gold here into BLG to set them up for the next fight. 27 seconds on that Dragon. And you have to think they're going to look for another Shen Stand United play. On actually canceled his recall though, so he's going to try and stay out here on the map at the mid wave instead of going back and looking for his Stand United play. So we'll see about that setup for that Dragon. Doran will continue to split push, teleport available for him.
Yeah, basically no vision at the Dragon right now for either team. There's a single T1 ward that I can see on the mini-map. Pei's trying to get the mid prio so he can work across towards it. 2 items though on Knight and on Viper. Horizon Focus and Luden's Blackfire Torch and the Rocket Belt. On the other side, Pei's also has 2. As does Faker, but Rod of Age is still only at 8 stacks, so it doesn't have that extra level. BLG gain control of the river right now.
And they invested the Shen teleport to do it. They really thought T1 were gonna rush down here, so they were trying to catch up to the play. They used the Stand United, so the shield there won't be available for this. And there, yeah, I mean, you run in there, you get some vision, but they're gonna still lose the objective.
Doran pushing up, looking for the tower. There's the Drake to T1. Is only the second of the game for either team, so not too impactful yet as the Riptail finds its way around, but the Steadfast Presence is going to get the knockdown onto Keria. Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Owner with a good cease and desist. He's going to try and get across the wall. It's T1. All hail the retreat, but Keria has other ideas. He goes all guns blazing forward, but can't find a CC chain for the rest of T1 to react.
Oh yeah, he makes the call to go back in, but he just immediately goes down. BLG on the attack again.
Rocket Belt forward from Knight, just looking for poke onto Pei's here. Isn't going to have too much more, wants him low so that BLG can try and open up the mid lane by taking down this tier 1.
Yeah, the siege definitely scary here. Again, they have so much range, so much poke with the Jace and the Ziggs available. But
Good
Faker!
catch on the side from Faker. Shun knocks him back with a keeper's verdict. The curtains open! And Pei's bends the bullet!
What in the... He threads the needle right there!
That's the jungler dead as well, Kobe. T1, it's 20 minutes!
That looked like they were lined up, but he gets it right by the Shen. On does not block it, and T1 onto the Baron, only 21 minutes into the game. There's no jungler for BLG.
BLG are TPing in here. It's going to be Viper and Knight, but that Baron's already down to 3k. Owner with the smite. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but Owner lands the smite. On looking for a flank position, a 4v5. For BLG, and they can't find more out of it. T1 all able to retreat together. Faker puts a miasma down just to stop Knight in his tracks. But they're still looking for more, hoping for offset resets here out of T1. And BLG will just claim the blue.
That was so swingy, Medic. It was crazy. BLG were on a power play, sieging. Thought they were just going to use the advantage of their Ziggs and their Jace at the tower. I mean, it all starts with this, though. We're going back to the origins, and you're driving Herald versus a Poppy. So look at Shun right now. Shun is like, okay, where are you going to come out? He blocks him. He's able to get the interrupt, and they get a decent amount of damage done. Keria does use his flash to escape initially, but then they make the call. T1 make the call to go back in, and Keria does die anyway. So I thought that with the extra advantage of the siege here with the Ziggs and the Jace, they were going to find something. It's just Faker, the snake, around the fog of war. And then here, it looks like they're really trying to keep it stable. Shun even had S-keyed, but then he starts moving again a little bit just around the edge
It's
there.
an elevation diff.
Yeah.
It's an elevation diff. And Pei's finds the exact millimeter that he needed.
I actually blame Shun more than on that one, because he walked up a little bit crooked instead of just continuing to walk straight the other angle out. But I mean, the ramifications of that were huge.
Yeah,
that is
a
a
Baron to T1. A Red Bull Baron power play for the next 90 seconds. They haven't been able to get too much off it as of yet. Only 600 gold their advantage, but they can still manage to push in these lanes. You have a good split push in Doran. Like, he is 1,000 gold behind, but he's got his Triforce complete. He's doing everything he needs to do with that Made in the Mist. Owner caught a little bit here by Shun as he tries to step into this jungle. Sephir's presence holding him in place, but Owner's still able to walk away, and T1 as a 3-man squad can step forward. Shun trying to get a little bit of vision, but there's nothing really for him to garner, as now because of this, Bin has to step back. T1 will take a tier 2 in the top side. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is Faker who has jumped on. Petrifying Gaze is dodged by Knight, but Faker with the flash. Knight flashes over, he's going to get hooked for it. The Arcane Storm doing a lot of work with the Curtain Calls coming out as well. And on, trying to block the shots. This time, Knight doesn't fall. And T1 lose their mid lane and lose their talisman and lose any chance to push further with this Baron buff.
I mean, that is critical. Putting a stop to the pushing here. BLG, I mean, On just gets his revenge on Faker finally. He does have flash this time, so he's able to get his Taunt flash onto Faker in the mid lane. They get their kill and they put a stop to the pushing. It does not completely swing the game or anything, but I mean, this one incredibly close still.
It really is. 800 gold between the two teams in 24 minutes. 2 Drakes to 1. Baron about to expire. T1 unable to break through the inhibitor line, which is really what you want to see from that first Baron, or at least all of the tier 2s, because of the movement of BLG, because of the decisiveness of BLG, which is something they are so often praised for. T1 were only able to find a single tier 2 out of the push.
Now, though, you're going to have to team fight with Knight having no flash and Faker having no flash. Both these mid laners have to be very, very careful with their positioning. And on the side of T1, they have 2 point-and-click, very easy target abilities here with the Nautilus, with the Vi.
Hayes though, step up, Arcane Storm immediately. Has to just walk away, but that's half his health. 9 seconds on the Chemtech Drake. T1 can give this. It's only the second of the game for BLG, and I think T1 should just back away. Hayes does heal up a ton, though, as Shun looks for the engage down towards the bottom side. Good keeper's verdict. Owner down, Jungler down, and Dorman on the wrong side of dodge. BLG begin to collapse onto him, and there's no escape. Buried in a grave that he has dug as BLG find 2, unable to dash away from Pace. T1 still eyeing up a fight, but now it looks like they've decided mid lane their priority instead.
Yeah, BLG were more cohesive there, grouped together, ready for the play at the tri-brush, while T1 were split. They had Doran on bottom wave still, and Faker in mid wave, so...
Pace!
Another good play for BLG!
Oh, the taunt doesn't land it because of that. Pace is able to walk away. Did still have cleanse. Dredgeon going in, depth charge onto the backline as well. On takes a big chunk out of Pace, but now he's got no bullets left in his gun, and Shun looks to chase him down. Rocket belt forward from Knight won't be enough. Hayes, only 2 left in the magazine. Won't be able to defend against 3 of BLG. Reloads, takes a second, looks to see if his team will back him up. And in the end, the minion wave doesn't die quickly enough for the satchel charge not to do its work.
Another good grouping there from BLG, having everybody stick around in mid lane. Pays and Carrier trying to get that mid wave, and they are punished again. BLG, they grow their gold lead so quickly, Medic, in addition to the extra dragon.
You can see in the Coinbase gold grind, Knight getting all of that extra gold from the couple of extra kills is really the difference between these 2 mid laners. Faker's done a really good job of being in the side lanes, getting extra gold from the CS, but here I thought Pays was just done for. On goes in for the taunt and is just a millimeter wide.
But then Carrier also, again, he goes in here when BLG have 4 people coming over to the area. I mean, they didn't know because Viper was walking down lane and they had Shun moving up through jungle. Yeah. But hooking back in and then flashing out again, this Nautilus very well could be another kill target. Definitely vulnerable to going down. You can see even on the side lanes here, Doran having to play very cautiously now. And the damage from BLG is just going to get insane. You've got Muramana transformation for Bin. Viper is 3-item power spike himself, and the extra little half item of Blighted Jewel for magic penetration. So huge poke damage is available that we were worried about from BLG now, with multiple members on their 3-item spikes.
And we haven't seen Faker have the chance to really sink in multiple Twin Fangs in a fight either. Pays does have some damage on his side. A 3-item Jhin is nothing to be sniffed at, especially the 4th shot, but the Spirit's Refuge negates all of that. Faker is the one that you're looking to actually have that consistent DPS throughout the fight. And T1 really, it feels like they haven't picked a fight on their terms recently either.
And he did just get his actualizer for the Cassiopeia. So, yeah, you're looking for a Miasma
Oh,
follow-up.
Carrier goes in, slammed against the wall. Miasma down as well. That's Faker and Oda try and dash forward, knock up onto On and Shun, but look at the health bars. It is not T1 who are winning. Ona dives onto the back line and dives for it. Doran tries to jump in. A meat shield is all he can be, and a satchel charge will be his epitaph as Doran falls to Viper. Carrier chased out by Shun towards the top side, slammed into the wall and slammed into the grave. BLG find 3 and T1 have no purchase on this game. A deadly flourish will land the one-to-one as Faker finds the miasma to answer with one of their own.
Can Faker and Pays create something here? 2v4 at the Baron.
The curtains open. What do we see? Fourth shot loaded in the chamber. Bin down from it. BLG 5,000 on the Baron. They'll stick on it for now. The Satchel Charge trying to keep Faker at bay. 3K now for the Baron. As Shun is just looking for that smite, should be able to secure it, will get it. Now in the back of the pit, Steadfast Presence lands the slam, but the cleanse away from Pays means that he'll escape. BLG want to live with this Baron to fight another day. But Pays has other plans! Knight tries to trade back onto him, and the Arcane Sword will find one. Faker needs to run away from it as well. Knight low on mana, Petrifying Gaze will find him, and Knight is going to fall. T1 somehow, from somewhere, from the depths of nothing, turn around the fights.
BLG get the Baron, but T1 destroy the evidence. They kill everyone wearing the buff.
Just incredible. A match for the ages in the first round of MSI 2026. At this point, I thought T1 were doomed.
Yeah, I mean, it starts out, and BLG are going to get so much damage into Owner. He gets annihilated there by Bin and Knight, and then they're moving forward with the Chaos Storm ticking. Doran uses the Blast Cone to go over, but you called it again. He gets knocked up here by Viper's Satchel Charge back into the team, and so he gets killed very quickly too. And then you're in a situation where you are 2v4 at the Baron pace. This catches up where he already sniped out one member, and they're going to be able to take down 2 more. He keeps his 4th shot. He knows Faker can handle the other kill. I'm going to go kill Viper. He emotes as he flashes over with the kill. And since they already have Owner back on the map, they know they're going to be able to get the wrap around Faker, though. He takes the opportunity to get the angle with his ulti and allow Owner to finish up the shutdown.
Sometimes T1 do something that is just magical. Like, it's just wizardry. It's witchcraft.
And then BLG do something equally as magical, and they take it back. I mean, we're back into it. 2-2 on Dragons. Only 1,300 gold separates us, and BLG have position on this Dragon. They want to get to Soul Point.
Pays a long way away. Deadly Flourish coming out won't land. I think BLG will just back away before the fight. The mid lane push, though, for T1. They can try and take that tier 2 down. Get a little bit of gold back in their pockets. Basically, at this point, the gold is even. 1,000 here, 1,000 there. Nothing too substantial. Verdant Barrier finished for Faker. Guardian Angel on Owner. Shun doesn't have that extra life in the next fight yet.
This is why we're so excited for this matchup.
Oh,
2
God,
heavyweights going at it here. A slugfest at MSI. All right, now, Viper has been key. I mean, he only got that 1 death after the Baron in the previous one. But he has an arm guard now and has the fully completed Void Staff for the full magic penetration. So the burst damage available from BLG's side here is getting very, very scary. But again, with the point and click and with the engage here from T1, they have a lot of options to create havoc, and they have the extra Guardian Angel on Owner now, so he can full send it.
Yeah, he and Carrier are the 2 that you're looking to start the fights for T1. And then you're looking at the rest of them to navigate all of the poke that's coming out from BLG, because that's how fights are going to go. If BLG are first on an objective, they'll be able to poke and poke and poke and poke before T1 get in, which is why Carrier and Owner are going so quickly for that initiation, for that fight, even if it looks like it might not be the best position to fight in.
I always find it funny when nobody wants to kill the last hit on the control word. They're like, you take the control word. No, I've got stuff to do. You take it. Now finally Carrier goes back. They do finish out that control word as T1 are able to push all 3 lanes back in for themselves. Faker on the top side. Doran playing it fairly cautiously down there on the other side too, though. Just going to retreat before BLG have a chance to catch him.
Next fight, I'm going to say 2 minutes, Kobe. I think both teams Want that moment to breathe.
Really? Is there anything in particular indicating the 2-minute mark?
Obviously, because the Baron's coming up, man. I'm just saying they're not going to fight before that point, you know? I'm saying no one's going to go and try and steal away a red buff and then get caught out and die. You know, Shun just takes away the Mega Blast Cone there. Owner not spotted, but BLG likely just to try and get that push in the bot lane and then back away. Bin still with a sizable lead in the bot side, but 3 items complete on Doran. And a little bit of extra magic resist means that he is not unkillable, but shouldn't be easily taken down in a 1v1.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you. You know, everybody's looking towards the Baron spawn. The funny thing is when you can try and fish around and blow someone's flash, like that is just feels so good when you have a couple minutes, you know, heading towards Baron. And with some high damage, you know, burst cooldowns, it definitely is possible, but nobody really giving that opportunity to their opponents at the moment. So pretty much everybody except for Owner is going to have their flash coming in, and Owner's cooldown on his flash is not even that long anyway. So should be able to get that one in time as well.
And it's actually up in 30 seconds, so we'll be up before that Baron comes onto the Rift. For BLG, obviously don't want to give up a Baron, but you do have Soul to fight for in a couple of minutes' time as well, whereas T1 are just looking at Soul point. Owner trying to play towards the bottom side here, seeing if Bin oversteps, but much ado about nothing as no one goes too far forward. Doran, though, staying around. Shun on the chase. Will Heroic slam him into the wall. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down as well. There's Doran's flash. The Blast Cone. He will get out, uses it. But that's a big summoner down for T1 in exchange for 3 ultimates from BLG.
I gotta tell you, I would struggle hitting that Blast Cone.
Yeah, there's so much on top of it.
And they're spending everything to keep him from hitting it. I mean, they use everything here with the Stand United, the Victor ultimate, the Ziggs ultimate, the Poppy ultimate. I mean, Jace transforms too, so do we count
5 ultimates? You're right, Kobe. My mistake.
Count that one, but I mean, they invest everything, and Doran, he's able to clutch out the escape on the Blast Cone. He has to use his flash though, so we did say cooldowns for flashes. Now at the Baron though, the arrival. And the poke damage is here from BLG. Can they get it to land?
That's the thing. A lot of their poke damage doesn't need their ultimates to be effective. So if T1 are starting the Baron, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You can just bouncing bomb, you can chuck the accelerated shock blast over there, you can chuck out a few chaos rays, and because of that, T1 have to back away, which is why BLG were okay with the fact they used all of their ultimates to get just the flash out of Doran.
Yeah, and all the other ultimates besides Shen, Stand United are fairly short at this stage in the game, so it's definitely fine there. Just won't be having the Shen ulti for another attempt at a pick. So let's see, as they're going to be able to teleport right back out for this Dragon. T1, no, we've got to deny this Soul. And they're going to get Doran in place with the extra large shield here now.
Choices, Kobe. If you're BLG, you have the option of just going to the Baron. It's not Soul for T1. You can just give it up, or you can try and take the fight. Something BLG love to do. They'll step forward, looking for a little bit of poke. Second on the objective, they do land the shock blast onto Faker. The Drake, though, could easily be being done by Owner while all of this is happening. And in fact, that is the state of affairs as the Drake is already down to 2k. Keeper's Verdict doesn't land. Carrier tries to dive onto the back line. Mega Inferno Bomb keeps Pays and Owner out of the fight, and Carrier is going to fall. He distracted BLG. But with it, he will sacrifice his life. Baron now the next objective. Big wave in the top lane as well, pinned by BLG. That's the inhibitor tower down just to the minions. BLG will turn their attentions towards the Baron, but there's always a possibility of a TP behind. Faker actually TPing to the top side. By sprinting, holy moly, he's so fast on that Cassio. With the home guards coming out and the extra moves.
Faker cutting them off!
Faker has the flank. Bin's gonna face check. Mega Blast Cone from Faker. Straight in the face of Bin and just rejoins with his team.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at the minions in top lane that finished off the tower. Those things were threatening the inhibitor, and Faker wraps all the way around. Super Blast Cones instead. Does not want that heat. Carrier was still respawning, and now the teleport from BLG behind.
Shouldn't get caught out though. Look at the damage coming out from Pace to the 4-shot. Bin does have the flank as Faker is caught out by Knight towards the top side of the fight. Arcane Storm down on the Faker Sarah shield, enough to keep him alive. Owner having to flash away from the Super Mega Inferno Bomb as Carrier rejoins the fight on the top side. Faker forced away, curtains open. Knight keeps Doran at bay. But it looks like all of T1 have managed to extricate themselves from a very sticky situation.
I can't believe it. I mean, we're fighting on 3 fronts here. Knight and Faker on the right side. Shun getting beat down by the Raptors, and the teleport from Bin in the back, and yet nobody goes down. just flashes will be expended here, and we still have eyes on this Baron. The vision setup is so critical here. When you have poke comp versus so much point and click hard engage, you need to have that safe approach angle.
What is this game, dude?
This is T1 versus BLG. This is the pinnacle of League of Legends.
It truly is. Two of the tournament favorites butting heads in round one. A matchup we could see again this tournament, but for now, a best of 5 between them and a match against Lion later in the week. On the weekend, don't really know what day it is, I'll be honest. It's a work day or not a work day. That's how it works at these internationals. Knight, the Medjai's at 6 stacks. Shun trying to step forward. Fake up, headfine gaze. Doesn't find the face of Shun, and because of that, doesn't get the stun. A big ultimate to be down, but already only 40 seconds before it is back up for T1.
Whoa, Pace!
Flash toward the satchel onto Pace, tried to get him back, maybe in front of him, not gonna find him as well. They'll look for Kerry as well as Bin steps up, Deadly Flourish lands, the root curtains open, and who is going home? On almost taking out the Guardian Angel onto Ono as he dives onto the backline. Miasma down again onto Sun, but the heroic charge finds Ono in the dark possession, locked in the cage. Sun, another Deadly Flourish, Tormund finds the kill, both junglers down, as BLG and T1 continue to land haymakers.
Bay's giving me a heart attack baiting there. He's trying to bait with his summoner spells and his positioning, and it ends up as a 1-for-1 with both junglers, Medic, which means you get to breathe for a bit because no smites for any Baron fights here. So everybody gonna take a breather and reset. But Paze is flirting with it, and yeah, so On takes it, he flashes in to go for the engage, Paze answers with his cleanse, with his flash, hits the W on Bin to keep the fight going, then On takes it for him, and it gets crazy as the taunt pulls him over. That's the Guardian Angel down. Shun's still gonna be able to knock him against the wall for it. And in the end, it is a pretty big win to be able to get the Guardian Angel cooldown off of Owner. So while it is jungler for jungler, it's the item cooldowns that are the longest in the game at this point.
On dashing across the wall, T1 just calling the bluff of BLG. They're going to start the Baron immediately. Faker will melt through this alongside Paze.
They're burning it, they're burning it.
As you say, Shun not there yet, and BLG a little slow to the play. The Mega Inferno is going to do a lot of damage, but there's the Baron already over to T1. BLG will look for the fight afterwards. Can they find anything? Can they find a crack in the armor of T1, who are grouped up? Faker starting his recall. Deadly Flourish doesn't land. The Maiden doing a bit of work. Careful. Verdict doesn't land on 21 as Shun and Knight caught out. Cease and desist onto Knight. He's isolated. But Ono not with his team towards the top side. On and Bin are down, and Faker finds the double flash away from Shun. But the curtains are closed on BLG, and Doran is slamming the door in their face. Knight take a knee because T1 are here for your lives.
T1 burned the Baron and they turn for the fight. Clean ace for the world champions. They're going to be able to run straight to the base, Medic. It's already open in the top lane. They've got the Baron buff, and the base doesn't stand a chance.
In every single fight you see T1, they step forward, Carrier and Owner go in, you think they're in the belly of the beast, but T1 have claws, they rip their way out, and in what is only game 1 of this best of 5, T1 will claim first blood.
And that's just game 1, everybody. If you had fun with that, we've got more where that came from. I'm sure the analysts have quite a few things to look at in this one, Medic.
What a game 1. What a game 1. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break it down.
We have been blessed with some beautiful League of Legends here in this game 1, guys. The crowd is absolutely electric. I only hope that you all at home can experience that as well. What a game 1.
Oh my god, this is exactly what I wanted from these two teams. Whenever they meet, it's such a banger. These team fights were absolutely insane from both sides.
I feel like you could spend so much time just going over any of those team fights, breaking down every little bit, every moment, everyone playing out of their minds. And this is only game 1 of this best of 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I feel like I have to catch my breath, but it's so fun. Like, this has been one of the matchups as soon as I knew these two teams were coming to this event that I really wanted to see.
What are we looking at here? Because there's been so much
All
back
right.
and forth. What surprised me the most was that 25 minutes, everything was dead even. Could have gone one way or another, and it came to very small details. The first play that I want to look at here is T1 with the science of re-engaging, knowing what clutch timing is going to bring them tempo.
That snipe, and I think Paze and Faker were just having phenomenal plays, sniping off Shun to get the first Baron. This is a later Baron where it's just those two left to clean up, and this flash over the wall from Paze, and then Faker's petrifying gaze that's coming up. Look how low his health is, but he plays around the vision, stuns Knight, and sets it up for Owner to clean up the play.
And it started with a fumble. This play, the way they can bounce back on their feet every time and time again, that is pure T1.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the circus originally started, right? Was always at Baron with T1 well before this year. So even though Ziggs Bomb lands, as soon as the BLG contest, when they wrap around here, I'm waiting for it.
It's coming.
Yeah. Basically, as soon as that Poppy ult mists and then they immediately get on tonight, I was like, okay, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, this game is over. And the way that they set up for Paze to have so much room with the Jhin in these fights was so stellar. Like, I loved, even though Keria had some like iffy re-engage moments with the Nautilus, his targeting in so many of these Baron fights was insane, and they made so much room for Paze. Like, look at that damage coming out of the Jhin.
You don't normally see Jhin doing as much damage. I think a lot of people underselling, not big fans of the pick.
We might have some haters. I'm not one of them.
I think also I want to give credit to Faker because his laning in recent years hasn't always been a strong point. I think this year it's been better, but going up against Knight, that was the big question. How will the lane go? And he actually had a solid laning phase against Knight, was the one to get first blood. And also Cassiopeia is actually in playoffs in the LPL, went 2-10. They kind of dropped off in terms of priority. Faker making the case, maybe you guys should have kept practicing this one.
And what I thought was really interesting is the fact we had our eyes on that T1 early game, the fact that they wouldn't be allowed those fumbles that we have seen time and time from them. And I felt like BLG fell into the trap of trying to shut down Doran a bit too much. And every second counts, and we know that thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 punished BLG's collapse onto Doran. It is Keria once again with a beautiful cancel on Knight.
Yeah, this is so important because Keria is going to come in and be able to cancel Knight's TP with Owner, and then immediately the hook goes out onto Shun. Like, what is that? What is that? Nautilus just isn't fair. And then again, it's Paze who's there to clean up the kills, right? So it's not even just that they were able to respond to this BLG collapse, but it's also who is getting the kills. And this further sets up Paze to be able to absolutely pop off in those later Baron fights that we already showed.
And obviously these big clutch moments, T1 had the edge, but the game was still so close, and BLG were a really fearsome opponent. Knight on the Victor, a major threat. The Ziggs from Viper, he's a player who throughout his career has been comfortable on mages and showing it off there.
Yeah, I mean, Knight was 15 of 15 in terms of kill participation. Like, he had 100% kill participation in this game, which is still insane. But yeah, like, as far as as we were expecting, as we set up, the T1 bot lane really showed up in this game one.
They showed up. T1 cleaned up their early games. What have we learned from BLG?
I think that, you know, committing to Doran makes sense, getting bin ahead, but there's a limit to it. You have to make sure the counter punches in there. Need to be cleaner on objective setups.
Yeah.
That's something they've struggled with domestically. That's something that's coming out again here. When you're going for those Barons, T1 will always challenge, always punish if they see an angle, and they paid for it multiple times in that game.
Yeah, I think a lot of the neutral objective setups for team fights with 5v5s, I was like, okay, this might be where BLG will struggle, whereas the earlier skirmishes, that's where I thought they'd excel. And that's another nod to T1, and really, like, even though very early on they got the Faker flash, right? Like, it was set up to make a play onto him. That second scuttle contest where I believe Faker gets that kill onto On set him up really well to do so much damage here. So even in those early skirmishes, it still seemed like they were kind of getting dragged into T1's pace and what T1 wanted to do. I know, I'm just so excited. This is great.
Yeah, it's just game on.
I love this.
Give me 5 of this.
Yeah, 4
Give
more
me
games
5
of
of
this.
this. T1 opens up the score here against BLG. Let's see what happens next.
안쪽으로 일단 쳐요. 그렇죠. 들어가게 들어오고 들어와. Trying to reinforce this. Hog is going to be in some danger.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
playing on a Shun, and Knight caught out. Cease and desist onto Knight. He's isolated. But Onan not with his team towards the top side. Onan Bin are down, and Faker finds the double flash away from Shun. But the curtains are closed on BLG, and Daejeon is slamming the door in their face. Knight take a knee because T1. Welcome back to MSI 2026, where we are ready to see if BLG can get back up off the canvas or if T1 will continue to land knockout blows.
I mean, this is so fun. I feel like the interview that Lord did with Inspired, where he was talking about this matchup, and he was like, well, maybe if BLG can get the advantage in the first 15 minutes, then maybe they can win. But if they don't, I feel like T1 are just so clutch, around these late game scenarios. Like that very well could be the way that this game is going, but it's so early. This is the first game in this full best of 5 that we're going to be treated here. So the adjustments for BLG now to come in this one. You have to say, FaZe is a freaking monster, man. He is just in incredible form right now. And coming in when he's playing like this, you're gonna have to come up with a solution specifically to take him out.
And on a pick, we so often see not have the effect teams want it to. A Jhin, so often it's like, well, he kind of hit some fourth shots, but he didn't really have the damage to work his way through BLG. But here, Hayes, I think he's played 7 times this split, absolutely popped off. BLG, with right of first selection, elected to be on the blue side. T1 picked first pick, so we see 2 bans coming out from them already. It's the Annie and the Vayne.
Yeah, respect to that, Annie. One of my Knight's most played, and had some crazy stats on it as well. So focusing down on some of the BLG like hard engage comps and AoE. I mean, the Annie ban also kind of reduces the Wukong priority a little bit, since those are paired so heavily, and that is such a good combo itself. Jungle's still very much wide open though, of course, since they went with the Poppy in the opener.
Still a lot of different options for you there. You can look for things like the Chen Xiao, the Nocturne for Ona, both probably the best in the world on those 2 picks. We have the Nocturne banned away by T1 themselves, actually, as BLG look for their final ban. What are they going to put on the bench here against T1?
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne just warps so many matchups. I mean, it makes you not want to take as many like super winning side lane matchups, just because if the enemy can have Nocturne, greatly reduces a lot of the path to win through those side lanes. But the Gnar ban as well coming out against Doran here, I mean, does open up. Maybe they're going to have to go with some safe blind. The Rise, definitely in priority with Cassio already being used, so...
We were talking about that in the break. We were like, well, are you going to look for things like the Talia into the Rise, or are we just going to see Rise? Camille locked straight away by T1. They want to put Carrier on something that can carry, and no surprise, that is exactly what they are doing with first pick.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Shen already off the board, Shen's support is used into Camille as well, and so not going to be able to have that option. People have talked a lot about solo queue Jax support getting played as an answer, but we'll wait and see if that actually ends up happening. There's no way you pick Bard into Camille. Wait, you actually do it.
Wow.
Oh, Bard into the Camille. Usually Camille is the answer to Bard, because you can lock him up so easily with the ulti. So let's see it. On's like, you know what? It's fine. We'll just go Ezreal Bard here and still get my roam time.
What the Bard does give you is a Temper Fate for on top of a Hexa Ultimatum.
Yeah.
Right? The Hexa Ultimatum comes down. It's like Temper Fate, pause. Let us reset. Let's make sure whoever has been caught out in that Hexa Ultimatum, we can then back up. We can then facilitate and support.
We've seen the Camille be so successful against it, though, so this is really throwing down the gauntlet. And you're staring down Carrier, too, being the pilot of that Camille. All right, if you also lock in an owner lease in here, I just feel like these are some Giga champions for T1.
But that's always the case. Like, it's very rare you put T1 on champions they're not comfortable on. Similarly for BLG, right? It's very rare you can find something that Viper hasn't played a billion times and isn't super comfortable on. His Ezreal this split has been his most played, and he has won 7 of the 9 games he's played on it. So yes, yes, this is really strong from T1, but there's no way in hell BLG haven't gone into this saying they're going to pick Camille. How do we answer that?
Yeah, and I mean, really it's about the style for BLG too, because they want to leave Viper on something by himself, you know, something self-sufficient down in the bot side. And he knows he's going to probably be playing into, you know, like a Mel or something like that on the bomb side to go with the Camille. So he wants the Ezreal for the range and for the safety, and still allow, for BLG, you have to allow On to get onto the map, to play with Shun and play to your solo lanes. And so, yeah, unless BLG were like, all right, we're going to do a Caitlyn lane or something like that, then they're probably going to have to play to the other side of the map. But Ambessa into Renekton as well here. I mean, the Renekton also is always, I really favor, especially early on, and been the pilot of the Renekton for the 1v1.
I mean, he did get ahead of Doran in the laning phase, but later on Doran had much more impact when it came to team fights. Bin's poke damage really didn't have the effect that he wanted. I also love this mailback from BLG. It's saying, hey, if you want this Camille to go everywhere, you don't get a safe AD carry. You don't get someone that can just do a Ziggs or do a Mel or do an Ezreal and farm from range. You're going to have someone that is a little bit more up close and personal.
Yeah, what if they've got some more technology? You know, I mean, the Ziggs and the Mel are the most common mages to get played with the Camille, but you know these guys are cooking.
Cinder is a possibility always, right? That we used to see a lot of Cinder. We also saw Swain for a little while. But
I've also been spying on a lot of the MSI Pro solo queues, and some have been playing Xerath.
Okay.
Personally, I'm not a fan of that, but you know, they're far better at executing. So let's see what the cook will be. Regardless, we are going to have to look towards the mid lane again, and with the Lissandra ban, you also have to do the Ahri ban, because the Lissandra has been Faker, you know, playing it very frequently into Ahri, and you cannot let Knight get an unanswered Ahri. If I think BLG very well aware of what they're doing here. You know, they ban out your answer to the Ahri. Knight is extremely well known for it, so they answered that there and cover this. I like this one so far, at least.
Shun on that aggressive Neferi in the jungle. 3 games on it, 100% win rate. How are T1 going to answer this bot lane threat?
Playing around with some more cook there. The Vladimir Bold, remember those days? Vladimir bottom.
I remember Garen Yumi. Okay, they could crack that out if they really wanted to, but the Lee Sin mid, Camille jungle would get instead. For now, we'll see the Galio as Pace takes another moment. I mean,
Galio, Camille, Ambessa. Holy moly. Those are some good old combos, and even Ezreal does not get away from those.
It feels Kai'Sa. If you want someone that can follow up, it feels Kai'Sa. Obviously, you could play someone that steps a little bit further back, but there we are. Pace will go onto his Kai'Sa. The Galio for Faker, something that he not only has a League skin for, but also a Riftbound card for.
Ah, nice sellout, the double sellout.
Man,
rarely seen, I love
Sometimes I like, you know, stuff that I'm passionate about. I'm just talking about it here. We'll see where BLG decide to answer for this Galio. And Nivea, the current hover. Knights only had the chance to bring it out once.
This is good into engage, counter engage. Really, really good. If you have all these people diving in onto you, honestly, I think they should continue to lock it. There we go. Knights, Swain here locked in, and it's in a really good spot for a Swain too. So many short-range champions on T1 side that are all going to be diving in. The critical part is living through the burst and then being able to have the sustained fight. But if you can do that, and especially if they can get Knight into a good position early on, get him stacking up the extra HP off of his passive, you just need some roams from On and Shun together, which is exactly what they are known for. As long as you can get the Swain through a stable setup here, could excel in all this short-range T1 champions.
I'm having a quick look over the top regions for this spring. Swain has only been played once in the mid lane, as far as I can tell. APA. It is American innovation here for Knight. Obviously, we've seen
North
Swain
American
all the years across.
mentions, I love it.
I mean, APA played it and managed to pick up a win on it. We have seen Swain mid so many times across the years, but I totally agree with you. That ability to absorb the initial punch, then turn on the Demonic Ascension, it's like, good luck moving away from me, especially when you get the Rylai's. Everyone's slowed in that AoE. This could be huge for Knight as BLG are on the ropes and looking to even out this series at 1-on-1 for T1 in front of their home crowd in their home country. They are looking for that match point. Game 1 was a banger. I can't wait to see what Game 2 delivers.
And as far as buying that time and living the initial play, the Bard ultimate is going to be key. You mentioned this when trying to deal with the combination of the guaranteed Camille ult and Galio ult. So we'll see if BLG can even it up in this series, or if T1 are going to continue their momentum as the crowd is going crazy.
Shun looking for that early vision towards the Razorbeak camp. That is where Owner looks like he is going to start. Gets 5 gold from pinging out the ward, and a ward placed by Faker towards the Razorbeaks of Shun. That means that he will be spotted as well. So both junglers on vision, on taking the wise route towards the bottom lane. There was an ambush waiting for him in Tribush, but now Carrier and Pays will show towards the bottom side.
Okay. So with the Ezreal early here, we'll see how many Qs Viper will be able to thread through, how much damage they can poke down onto the Kai'Sa Camille early on, if they can gain their lane priority, if they can get that push. Because Shun here with the Raptor start was seen with the ward from T1, so they're going to have the information. Opposite starts for the jungles, and Owner will be ending up towards the bottom side to try and play off of that Camille setup.
Yeah, likely just a 3 camp into a longsword back as the Cosmic Binding still hits onto Carrier, who did go in with the level 2.
Okay, On, I see you.
Doesn't land the shot. The last Swain we saw at MSI, by the way, Kobe, last year, Hongq put it out versus T1, played into Faker's Galio and won, according to what I have on the graph in front of me. But it does say Faker Galio win, so Faker's Galio could have won. I don't remember the exact series. I'm sure producers will inform me as to whether Faker won or
I feel like T1 won that one.
I think so too. I'm just reading off in front of a screen, let's be honest. As Pays takes a Mystic shot there. I don't think we expected to land. Carry already down to half HP.
Okay, Hongq
Faker
did
the
win
same.
that one.
Hongq did win. So Swain, in the last 365 days at MSI in the mid lane against T1, specifically Faker's Galio 100% win rate. We'll see if Knight can live up to that.
The very specific angle. Let's see, Faker going for the recall here. Knight has the luxury to walk up and get some chunks on the turret, but we'll see later on. Bottom lane is what I'm really interested in, you know, to see about the income, especially because Viper has opted to go with the Exhaust Ezreal.
Yeah.
Since we were talking about in Champs League, we're like, okay, not even an Ezreal can live this amount of dive, right? Well, he also kind of felt that way and went for the Exhaust. Carrier, though, on his first roam with the Camille support, scouted by the wards, with, of course, Camille and Bards. You always have to assume each team has basically 2 junglers, as the supports are in Fog of War almost as often.
Bin here, staying around, even though he knew Carrier was in the area. Shun coming across as well. Carrier will hookshot wall dive in, quarter the pack out from Shun. Double Dark in daggers takes Carrier down to about 3/4, and Shun will be able to get the vision control in that bush.
And Pays, you know, you kind of pay the price. The minions are pushing back towards you, so no reason for him to move up towards the Ezreal Bard, but is going to mean the pushback from BLG, and should play that well. You know, just keep track. Carrier knew, even though he kind of messed around with the possibility of chasing Bin, he's like, I just saw Shun here. If we make a play, it has to be very, very fast.
Yeah.
And he did not want to overstay, so he can get back to bottom lane in time for the wave crash.
And that is important, especially with Pays being such short range on the Kai'Sa. After you've used your Cathian Rain and your Void Seeker, don't really have any tools to clear out that wave. It's not something like a Caitlyn that can just poke and prod with the extra range. Bin here, a little bit overextended. The Owner is looking for a gank. Doran down to 400 HP though. Bin continues to trade onto him. Bin not quite yet level 6, only has half the level to go as he flashes away from the Tempest Cripple. Tries to turn back onto Doran, slice and dice, but flash away from the T1 top. And now Owner and Doran can just pinch a movement here onto Bin. No escape for the Croc, first blood T1.
It's a team game, Medic. Doran again playing with his teammates in order to get the better of Bin. Lure him in, they get the kill. First blood into Lee Sin is also very nice for the early stages of the game. Owner on this champion can be an absolute terror. He's got his flash ready. Ooh. And Carrier's back onto the map as well, so we'll see about their link up. They do have some deep vision by Raptors and the Tribush by bottom lane to work with, but Owner's got a couple camps he needs to take care of first.
Nice little never move from Knight in the mid lane, just the catch Faker as he Justice punches away. CC out of that Swain can be pretty difficult to deal with later on in the game. Kerio and On fighting over Vision once again. Both of them have so many tools in that toolkit to escape and to get themselves out of a predicament that you don't really worry too much unless you see their health bar start to blink. And even then, they're both very good at escaping from tricky situations.
All right, here comes Owner. Finish this camps up. Come over for the Dragon. They have good damage on it. Faker has his ulti, so even though Faker's on a reset right now, once Galio gets back out to range of basically their tier 2 towers, he's in ult range. He could join the fight, and T1 can burn.
Actually, a really nice timer call there from T1. The topside scuttle was just coming up, and Jun went across for it as the magical journey comes in. Good double cosmic binding. Pays needs to back up his teammates. The hero's entrance coming out from Faker, but with a demonic ascension, Knight begins to go big. Faker will be able to Justice punch his way out. BLG get one out of the fight, but do lose the Dragon.
Good punish from On there, on the Bard. Slips right back in, the double cosmic binding, locking them up. And you trade your Swain ult for your Galio ult as he's landing, popping it really early here just to make sure there's no turn back around for T1. But BLG successfully evening up the kills.
Bin with a slice and dice and a Dominus. Dorman does have the public execution. When that Dominus begins to expire, there's a possibility he'll go for the players. On is ignited and flashes away. Pays having to block for Kerio. Vision of Empire doesn't find its mark. Viper still looking for a little bit more damage here, but even with the magical journey into the corner of the pack, the movement speed, Kerio flashes, tries to dash back, but Shun, with a perfect flash, knew exactly what was in Kerio's mind.
Beautiful from Shun. He pops his W for the extra damage as he's going to go in. He wants the big damage for his ultimate. And then Kerio thinking, okay, he doesn't have his untarget ability. I'll just turn it back around on him. But then Shun also follows that line of logic and flashes Medic. Very nicely done. You really love it. You're always predicting the next step of your opponent and trying to play off of what they know you have available.
And Shun is often overlooked as part of this team, but his early game, his ability to understand when he can make a play and when he's sacrificing too much in his own jungle is so top tier. As we see here, it was Kerio and Pays who tried to play on the front foot, and as soon as they get the poke onto Kerio, On moves across the magical journey for Shun, and the dogs have been truly let out.
Yeah, so he's going to get the extra damage, and Kerio knows, all right, he doesn't have his untarget ability, I'll just punish him. But nice little game of chess here, and Shun's able to get it.
I also know if that was me, I'd be immediately ulting Pays straight afterwards and be like, oh, that was a mistake. Diving underneath the tower. Darking Daggers coming out from Shun, forces Kerio away. Owner looking for at least one of these grubs if he can find it. Faker coming down from the mid lane. Owner will get one, and that's enough for T1 for now. They'll back away. It goes 2 to BLG. No one's going to have those mites to bolster their attack on the towers.
All right, so 2 grubs to 1. Yeah, it's the extra Dragon as well for T1, but the extra gold lead here, very, very slight. And we're going to have to see as the supports, the roaming has become more and more impactful. Faker's just going to slip back out, but is going to become more and more impactful, obviously, as they're getting closer and closer to their level 6s. And we really have to see if they can pull off that combo play.
Going and being constantly trading. The Dominus is getting a little bit of extra damage down for Bin. Calder Meek, slice and dice, looks forward. Doesn't have the Ruthless Predator back up in time to stop Dorwin from fully retreating.
Kerio hovering around too, but Bin knows. Oh, he's on a ward.
Does he even? I mean, you've got to be public
Doran
execution.
has ult, yeah.
Hexac automation not available for Kerio. They'll jump onto Bin. Ruthless Predator slice and dice, and he manages to escape to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, very big Q there. Nice heal from Bin off of it. And it's still going to be costly, though. He's low health, wants to stick around for the cannon wave. Kerio going to wrap around to try and punish, but look, they know this is coming. Swain also running over.
There's 4 members of T1 on the top side of the map right now. It's the next wave they're playing for. Kerio, in fact, dives in before it, and with a killer instinct, Pays will take the kill. Kerio dies. Dorman almost goes down as the Vision of Empire secures that gold for Knight. True Shot Barrage not going to hit, as Pays will just get the push out on the lane. Meanwhile, Viper is getting a push of his own towards bot side.
Yeah, interesting. You know, Knight is able to snipe the kill. It's actually good. He's got a Doran's Ring. It has, you know, extra stack here. for the
Dark Seal.
Dark Seal, excuse me. He also has a Doran's ring.
He does, yeah. I just didn't want people tweeting at you saying Doran's ring doesn't get stacks. Apart from Doran's World rings. Whoa.
Keria here, he wants to make the play really quick as the rotation over is coming. So Keria says, fine, I'll sacrifice myself. I'm going to go in. Yes, I'm going to die, but we're going to get this kill guaranteed. And Knight as well picking up some turret plate money here. So it is going fairly well with both the Nefiri and the Swain in good positions for BLG. These are two of the critical champions here for this team comp to be able to operate. You know, Knight is going to get fairly tanky and be fairly difficult as far as the big combo. His AoE is going to be really annoying, and once you get like a Rylai's 2, it could be really hard for T1 to get out of a play afterwards if they are unsuccessful in the initial start.
T1's
there it is.
One punch, so important. As you say, the Rylai's first item here. They're trying to put Bin in the trash, and they're doing it over and over again. Keria goes in, Bin with a big kill to Meek. TP out from Knight seems to be enough for T1 as Bin looks for a bit more engage. On has the Temper Fate. Faker comes across to try and help out. He's 3 on top. Shun was able to take a tower. There's the Temper Fate, lands on 2. On looking for the Cosmic Binding, gets it just in time, but the cleanse away from Paze is enough. And the safeguard out from Ona. True Shot Barrage, flash away from the public execution from Viper. It's Fake has the judgment away, but Doran finds it with a flash repudiation. The Hound's pursuit onto Doran should be enough to secure the 1-for-1. Meanwhile, on the top side, T1 are able to extract themselves from what could have been a losing fight.
I mean, yeah, BLG 3v4 on the top side, able to push them back. They're going to have top side push, and because they got the kill answer on bottom side, they get to push bottom too. So BLG pushing both sides of the map after that one. Didn't like the initial play from Doran, though, to take down Viper. He answers the flash there, goes in. But Shun was wrapping around, and so he's able to answer and push the wave in. There's only one turret plate left on that tower on bottom side. That could be first tower bonus. So BLG kind of winning on two sides of the map. The 3v4 on the top side also kind of going in their favor. Really does change the outlook on this game. Let's take another look. So this is the more exciting part of it, the bottom side of the map. And look at the mini map right now. That's where the dog is at the very beginning. Viper's trying to start this one out. He's like, all right, my jungler's coming. He flashes to the side, but then Doran says, you're not getting away, buddy.
Really nice play. And then there's no escape from the dogs at this point.
And you have to say, hey, like Viper, you got to like play a little bit more respectfully. Your jungler is on the way. He wanted to keep Doran really interested, but sometimes you keep him too interested.
I mean, yes, you can. Doran's like, oh, that's too killable for me right now. Yeah. The bait is too tasty, the lobster too buttery, the steak too juicy. As Doran manages to get a solo kill. Keria able to dodge to the side of the Temper Fate on using the T1 skin, and Keria just reminded of what organization he works for as it splashes on the ground in front of him. Both the supports yet to complete those World Atlases. Last game we saw them about the 14-minute mark because of how much roaming they are doing. That support quest not yet there, but it's kind of reminiscent of game 1. BLG finding a good few skirmishes in the early game, getting a small lead here, minuscule, really about 100 gold or so, but across the history of T1 versus the LPL, it hasn't been as even, we can say, as T1 79-38 all time against the LPL. You think back to Dracos' famous line, it's not T1 versus, I can't remember who the line was, T1 versus the LPL, and they like those odds was the end of it. But yeah, incredible stuff from T1. They are the Chinese killers in international tournaments.
Right, LPL fans, you know, they'll like refer to Faker as the tallest mountain, the longest river, always putting a stop to their hopes and dreams. Well, not always, but frequently. Yeah. Not 100% of the time.
More often than not. I think a 66% win rate or thereabouts is pretty substantial.
Regardless, I think what you're super worried about in this game is pace. If you're looking at T1 right now, pace was a pretty tall mountain in the previous game as Keria goes in.
Nice automation onto On. On able to magical journey across, but Ona looking for the chase. Flash away by the Bard. Mystic shot from Viper is hitting, but the never move does not, and because of that, BLG will just back away from the plate. An ultimate from Keria, not too much more burnt. Faker did use TP to the top side, but he really wanted to be up here anyway to push out the wave. It's a fight over the Rift Herald for now. Only 700 gold between the two teams, and you can see first items basically complete on everyone. apart from Carrier, who is a little short of that Sundered Sky.
Yeah. And Doran doing pretty well for himself. He actually wants to chase Bin because we saw on the minimap, you know, Paze is moving down. And again, this Kaisa can follow so many plays.
Yeah.
And if he gets paid any more, it's going to become really, really dangerous. The Kaisa with Cleanse Flash in this setup has a lot of room to operate. Owner fighting around him in mid lane as well. But they just need to keep, you know, Paze's income steady here. And he definitely is going to be a good look for their win con with the form that he is in right now. Has been outstanding. On roaming around again.
T1 playing like they know On is going to try and get down here to make sure that Bin is safe. Carrier showing on the wave, trying to hold it. On comes through. You can see Owner jumps on him, chunks him out a little bit, and then if he oversteps, Paze can kill him while he lies in wait in the jungle. On there, of course, because the Temper Fake can do so much work towards a tower dive and stop a kill from happening. Carrier tries to get away. Bin flashes in with the Dominus. Carrier flashes the wall just in time. 100 health, enough to keep him alive for now.
And True Shot Barrage also not going to clean up the kill. Does not find him. He's able to walk away. Camille flash for the Renekton flash. We'll see if that becomes a problem at the next Dragon fight here. Carrier still has yet to complete the Sundered Sky for the Camille, so he does not have his first item Power Spike. Meanwhile, On, of course, building the much cheaper Locket of the Iron Solari is going to have some good team fight effectiveness for the shielding for his teammates with his item. And we'll see about the next couple of stages. I do like that Paze and Carrier are also both kind of shouting out the LPL with their IG duo skins on bottom side. Jackie Love, Kaisa skin for Paze. I mean, it is also the best one, but they're going to focus down the Dragon now, too. Looks like BLG make the call. Yeah, we don't want to fight into it, so they're going to look to just keep pushing mid lane. The On ultimate also going into the dirt again.
Difficult to hit when you are looking for it from such long range. It can be easier when people have already been locked up for you, and partly, of course, the Temper Fate there for when T1 do initiate. When they go in for the fight, then you can stop time for a second, sit right there and have On tell you how you're about to lose the team fight. As Owner comes across to try and take the Crux, manages to get a couple of them. Very even game once again, coming up towards the 18-minute mark. We've got 2 minutes on the Baron. In game one, that was a vital point of concern and consternation for these two teams. Lots of fights happened around it, as you expect. Not always in the way that you would expect.
Yeah, I was a lot more excited about the Swain mid earlier, you know, in Champ Select and in the early stages of the game. As it gets later and later, I kind of have less faith that it's going to be super impactful, even though it is like good AoE counter engage. I'm getting more and more terrified of the pop-off of the T1 Wombo combo. So we'll see.
Interesting.
Yeah, we'll...
Well, no, because I think I have the opposite idea about the Swain. I feel like later on in the game he gets tankier and it's harder to burst him down. And so the Swain excites me more the game goes on. The more even it is, Swain becomes stronger as Knight with the Demon Flare is going to jump onto Doran, who flashes away, tries to dive onto On with the public execution, but shouldn't. On a rampage now on this Neferi.
Well, that's just a good timer for BLG. Look, they're losing nothing on the map. They send 3 members, they invest 3 members, they already had mid lane pushed, and they've got Bin pushing out bottom side. So really good window here from BLG. Yeah. Successful kill onto Doran and losing nothing in payment.
And Shun is now Voltaic Cycle Sword and Black Cleaver on this Neferi. If he's able to avoid the initial bit of the fight with that call of the pack, he can really get some work done on some of the squishier members of T1. Looking at Paze, I'm looking at Carrier as key targets for that Wolf pack. Baron up in 40 seconds, a small gold lead for BLG. As we're starting to see those second items come in, Paze once again, after having a great game one, is ahead. 800 gold, his lead. Ginsu's and Kraken Slayer complete.
Paze the big carry here. Let's see, on Rage Blade Spike is quite nice, but I mean, Viper has also got his Drain Force and Muramana to transform soon.
True.
Very, very shortly. So we'll see if you know, he's able to land the Mystic Shots, able to land the poke. They're the ones with the range, just like last time. They've got extra range. They want to land some poke, and T1 have all of the engage, all of these buttons that we're waiting for them to come combined together with their ultis.
The way we both speak about it, there's so much anticipation, but we've been anticipating for 20 minutes. We haven't seen the wombo combo yet.
Yeah.
And so we're just
teleport though.
Getting
Maybe
to that
this is the
position
beginning.
where we wonder whether T1 will find the engage that they really want. Faker goes in with the Justice Punch and Magical Journey to get them away, but Ben now isolated from his team, even with a TP in, the slice and dice won't get him out of a Hexagolden Knight. Double never move, a demonic ascension, and Knight, the demon of T1's nightmares. The dive in with the Hound's Pursuit, Knight flashes, Carrier down, a three-man route, nevermore, nevermore, as Knight gets the never move, and you hear the roar of the crowd.
Well, after a triple, I'm definitely more scared of
Told
Knight.
you, dude.
Just wait.
Told you.
He's able to get the Herald on bottom side too. They delete the tower, and BLG blowing open the bottom lane.
What a play from Knight. Lands the two-man never move, lands the three-man never move, and T1 just cannot answer.
I mean, he's fully stacked Dark Seal now. Let's take another look at it. So Bin is the target, of course. On and Shun are able to magical journey away, so T1 have their alone time at the beginning of the fight. But here it is, you mentioned it, you called it out, the double root and pull in. And he's able to get such a big burst of AoE. Keria is basically dead, so they know they can just follow forward. And they go for the flash, and he gets another triple pull.
On the safeguard coming in as well as Pays tries to trade with Viper, gets the shutdown, but now Knight is just too strong for Pays. Death's hand reaches out and takes Pays to the afterlife.
Golden left hand of the LPL finds another, and they're also going to take the towers afterwards. BLG destroying the map after all these team fight victories.
And look at the explosion of gold for BLG. 1,000 gold ahead only 2 minutes ago. Now 4K in the lead. 2,000 of that sitting on Knight's shoulders, who went from just having a Rylai's to now having a Liandry's and a Seekers and a fully stacked Dark Seal.
All right, let's take a look at how it started, because we caught up with this a little late. Pays here sees the shot onto Viper.
Hard bait.
Yeah, I mean, Viper wanted to use the exhaust, but Pays already had the cleanse. A nice ultimate from Pays.
Yeah.
I mean, this is often too why people in the past a lot pick the Kai'Sa into Ezreal for this exact.
Public execution, Temper Fate coming down to try and save Bin, but it's only on and Bin on this portion of the map right now, and Bin has turned into shoes. That clock is done. A Hexagolden says on, die or don't.
And then they can
on
use
goes down, and as you say, now the Baron for T1.
Yeah, they can use his own magical journey to get to the Baron even quicker. Keria looks for Shun.
How do you get into this fight? You have no flash on the Swain. Knight will need to walk straight through the gaping maw of T1. The taunt on Shun flashes away. Faker in with the Justice Punch. The Baron resetting. Heroes entry to try and get Faker away. Knight beginning to step forward and Pays in the middle of the meat grinder. Knight finds one, the second to bleed from Shun.
Knight, the king of the LPL, and they're going to be able to, okay, they can't get to the teleport in time, but they stop the Baron. They get their extra kills. And he again, like, never move, never miss also for Knight.
Just absurd. BLG going to start up the Baron immediately. Owner still in the vicinity though. His smites this tournament have been sublime.
I mean, if he steals this,
Viper's going to jump
no
onto
way.
him on there as well. True Shot Barrage comes out. Vision from On. Cosmic Binding lands the stun. Baron down to 5k. Owner more interested in keeping himself alive than taking the Baron now as Viper dashes in once again. And that's another over to BLG. They'll secure the Baron. Keria with 2 towers there to protect him in the top lane. The BLG decide they don't want to go any further.
Beautiful snowball here from BLG, answering these plays from T1, because again, it was T1 making a side pick. They picked on Bin. They went for Bin, they killed Bin, and yet on that Baron start, BLG punished them so heavily that they're the ones with the reward. A BLG Baron and a BLG Dragon to boot.
We'll see how much they can do with this Baron. In game 1, T1 were unable to break through those tier 3s here. We see T1, 4 members invested on the top side are looking to catch out Bin.
Yeah, and you know, they're going to be able to kill Bin, and they're going to take the tower for themselves. All looks great, right? You get your interaction with your Camille pick into your Bard, trap him up with the ulti, and then go to start the Baron. There's only 3 members alive of BLG. What's the worst that could happen, right? Well, Shun and Viper poking here, and let's watch as Knight approaches, because Keria is getting chunked down. Shun is getting him fairly low here, and they try and turn on him. He uses untargetability in his flash, and then look at Pays. as he gets hit, and Knight pulls him in again. Takes down the Kaisa, takes down the heart of the T1 comp, and giving hope to BLG, to the LPL. He's leading them once again, 6-0-5 on this Swain.
And now for T1, they look to their only gold lead, Doran. An Isle of Triumph in a sea of defeat in terms of those gold advantages. Knight is 3k ahead, T1 exchanging their top lane inhib for a mid lane tier 1 and a bot lane tier 2. The problem is, BLG can continue to push forward. Bing could try and stop the backs. True Shot Barrage came out from Viper to try and catch Pays before he could finish that recall, but they do manage to do so. A very short magical journey. But BLG use it to get over the wall. Owner could look for a kick flash. It doesn't go for it. Really just trying to spot out BLG as they wander back through this T1 jungle.
And Doran's still bottom lane. Okay, now he's channeling his recall. But they're just going to see this tower for sure, waiting for Doran to finish up the recall. He's coming back. Are they going to choose their moment? Faker in the jungle on the outside, but he's being marked by Bin.
No easy entry here for Faker. Does have the flash, has the taunt, has the hero's entrance. Flashes across the board, almost available. Carrier without his.
Carrier and Owner trying to bait out spells from BLG. You see them dashing in and out, trying to just get a flinch from anyone on BLG. They would love, of course, to like get Swain to pop his ult and then be able to kite it back out, but Knight is not flinching. He is not hitting that button early. Faker now under attack.
Flash, Cosmic Binding doesn't land onto Faker, just gets a slow from the auto attack. True Shot Barrage going to go in as well as Owner, the new target, safeguards to Faker. The taunt comes out, Shun dodges it, Dragon's Rage for the kick, back with the Tempered Fate, locked in a T1 tomb. Faker taken out by BLG.
All right, BLG own the entire map. There's no objectives up at the moment, but they've got top inhibitor down, super minions applying the pressure already. Huge gold lead, feeling so comfortable. And we already had the Knight Classic upgrade into Medjai Soul Stealer at 14 stacks here. Now with the Arm Guard as well, he is just so safe. You hit your level 16, you are going to wreak havoc into this short-range T1 comp.
2 minutes on the next Drake would only be sole point for either of the teams, but 2 on the Baron. Have to feel that's the key target for BLG. A 7,000 gold lead for them at this 27-minute mark. The leads they managed to garner in the mid-game accelerated away from T1, and now this one punch, nowhere near as strong as it needs to be to work its way through the defenses that BLG have established.
I will say, Kaisa does a lot of punches, though.
She does. She does.
See, especially if you can build up your Rage Blade, definitely cannot ever get too calm versus
Faker,
T1.
the universal taunt as the magical journey comes in from on. BLG TPing Knight in. Faker tries to escape, but a good Cosmic Binding. The Hound's pursuit on Carrier, and Shun takes him out as well. BLG decisive on the top side of the map. They have super minions on their way. Doran having to recall from the bot lane to try and join up with the only 2 remaining members of his team. Bin is pushing through mid, BLG distracting, now TPing in. Bin looking for the end with the rest of BLG. Sub 30 minutes, they're trying to take out T1 and even out the score. Doran goes in, stunned up, locked up. Demonic Ascension from Knight underneath the Nexus Towers, and the Demon Flare will be another public execution. Only the execution of T1. BLG even us up as we've got a series on our hands.
Oh, Knight ascends all right. Him and Shun both popping off in this game. And BLG are back, baby. They even it up 1-1 here in Daejeon.
And in decisive manner as well, Kobe. It was not the back and forth we saw in game 1. It was punch after punch after punch, gold lead after gold lead after gold lead, never move after never move after never move. And the other people that don't move ever are the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
We're stone golems.
I know. I'm like trying to stay still, but the games are too hype.
Yeah, it's really a very different look though compared to game 1 here. And if we can open things, I think we want to look at the draft here.
Absolutely.
It's been very diverse so far, but yet players keep on improving and innovating here. I want to look at Swain here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this Swain pick is so good.
Yeah?
It stops so much of what T1's comp wants to do, which is literally just go in and attack you, right? And Swain absolutely stops that. Another few interesting things here were T1's priority of the Camille over the Bard when both were open. And that can be a really tough matchup for the Bard, but I think On had a really good game here as well.
And I think T1 picked a composition that is cohesive and a lot of picks that are favorites for them, right? The Lee Sin, the Ambessa, and the Galio. But I just don't think they expected Knight to bring out this Swain that had so much value. When you're diving in, the AoE damage, the healing, Ezreal not the easiest target. Renekton also, his dominance does a ton of AoE damage. And I think BLG had the tools, and particularly Knight just stood up for the team to take them to the end of this game.
His 6th Swain of his career. And like, especially if you see a draft like this, quadruple melee and a Kaisa, it's going to be hard for you to play the game. Getting Rylized that early, any fight that he entered, it was just over. Even that later portion of the fight, that Baron fight, you were like, okay, well,
they got something.
No, he's entered. He's walked all the way from bot.
Here's Raid Boss Knight. This never move was insane. And then the on stun that's coming on the backside of this, he lands.
Catches and Owen dashes in with the safeguard as well. It's so good. And so many of these fights, T1 was playing, okay, Swain is ulted, disengage, kite out, get away. You saw Faker trying to do that all the time. And Knight just says, no.
And you mentioned it, Raz. Pick after picks, even if T1 could find solution on isolated targets, at the end of the day, you got that Swain coming.
Yes.
You know that, death is going to be coming for you.
That was the thing, because this is every time. Look at the map at the moment. I think T1 is so good at being able to pull the trigger, immediately recognizing no TP from Swain. So it's like, okay, we got an immediate pick topside. Let's go straight for Baron. We don't have ghost signals, though. We used everything topside. In comes Swain!
And you know that the play stops here.
And you know, for the longest time, Fake has been called the unkillable Demon King. That was an unkillable Demon King in the game as well. Knight was in great form.
85% kill participation, again, after his 100% in the loss in game 1. Deathless in this game. Just a really great pick in draft that he then played out so well in these fights.
This is the creativity that we wanted to see in this series. This is kind of, I was hoping after the first series that we wouldn't get another 3-0. After plans that we would stop that. Thankfully, that has not happened here. I feel like the series is already delivering off of the game 1 incredible Pays performance into this one, which is just shocking us.
And it's just great seeing the highlight moments for the different players. The blow for blow. Last game, it was Faker and Pays really stepped up. This one, Knight just puts the team on his back and says, I got you, we good.
And that's the thing. We know that every game we're going to be looking at different matchup, different players who can shine for both teams. So far, I feel like it's BLG that have been really good in adapting onto what T1 was drafting. I just want to see if they can keep on doing this throughout the series and what T1 is going to throw at them next.
I agree. I think so far in the first 2 games, we have seen Keria move towards the top side and impact the matchup between Bin and of course, like Doran. And I feel like this game, recognizing what has been happening and really been putting him down in the prior, Bin did a lot better in pushing back against that pressure, and his team did a lot better of a job in being able to also lean towards that. I wonder if that's going to also move into game 3. So far, BLG gotten a little bit better, but after this, you have to believe that T1 has an answer.
Looking at what T1 might be thinking of right now, the game was pretty one-sided, honestly. Like, the Swain sealed the deal here for BLG, so maybe rethinking the way they approach the draft and priority picks here for T1?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with it being fearless. You know, the Bard's been taken away, the Camille's been taken away, so many picks just being rattled through very quickly. And the thing with that previous game, as I said, a lot of comfort picks for T1 now out the window. So we expected this to be a long series, not a 3-0. It's already going to be at least 4 games. The fearless picks are going to come into play and be really impactful.
Yeah, and I think there are some bright spots, obviously, for T1. Like, until Raid Boss Knight showed up, right? Overloading that side, really taking advantage of gaps in the map that BLG had left. I think that's still something, an edge that they do have over BLG, and then it's whether BLG can get those early skirmishes in and kind of set up something where you can have just this gigantic Swain contesting.
Agreed. I will say with all of those engage picks out for Keria, I mean, you still have Pays as your AD carry. Why not just play the Kitten Enchanter and just buff him up? We gotta get Yumi. Yes!
No!
I like your thought process. Bring back Yumi.
Seraphine Keria's new skin.
I like the idea.
There we go.
You're correct. You're right.
No,
Right.
don't shake his hand.
All
Don't shake his hand.
all right.
Zeri, yes, Yumi. Leave it on the bench for now.
I like Zeri. She's fun.
Yeah.
I love playing Zeri.
And Pays loves Zeri as well. All we know is that we have 1-1 right now. The series is open and both teams came here to play and ready. Let's see what happens in game 3.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Time to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl of flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to wax 고질러 넘치보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여
The dive in with the Hound's pursuit. Night flashes carry her down a three-man route. Nevermore! Nevermore! Public execution temper fate coming down to try and save Bin, but it's only on and Bin on this portion of the map right now, and Bin has turned into shoes. That clock is done. Flash Cosmic Binding doesn't land onto Faker, does get a slow from the auto attack. True Shot Barrage going to go in as well as owner the new target safeguards to Faker. The taunt comes out. Shun dodges it. Dragon's Rage for the kick back with the tempered fate. Locked in a T1 tomb. Faker. And we are back for what is now a best of 3 between BLG and T1 to see who gets through to the upper bracket and who goes to the losers bracket. It's double elimination. We still have so much more league to play as we're only in the second day of the main stage here at MSI 2026. But what a day it is shaping up to be. What a series it is shaping up to be, Kobe.
Yeah, I'm happy neither of these teams have to get eliminated. We get to see more and more of both of them. So how the series is going right now, I have to say, even though Knight stole the show in the previous game because we loved his Swain pick so much, really good Swain angle, but Shun is playing really, really well himself. Agreed. On the Nafiri, you know, had the early play on bottom side, baiting out Keria, got that early kill, constantly putting up the pressure on the back line while staying safe himself too. And when Shun is also playing really well, this team is terrifying. So we're tied up 1-1 going into the next game. And BLG also accomplished something else in the previous game. Now, Bard is also fearlessly banned. True. Not only did they win, but they also don't have to worry about Keria's Bard. So let's see about the draft as we move forward. A lot of these bans staying very similar. Again, still the Nocturne, still the Vayne bans, remaining consistent.
Also seeing T1 with the right of first selection elect blue side, which is something we're seeing a lot more across the course of MSI. BLG did it in the last game. Blue side does have a higher win rate at MSI 2026. They're going to get rid of the Orianna and the Gnar. As on the side of BLG, it is Nocturne and Vayne alongside Xin Shao. So probably Owner's the best two junglers taken out of the pool.
Interesting. So still the Jarvan and the Pantheon floating around for the AD jungle options.
True.
Still definitely some good ones. If you want to go team fight, the Wukong, and we mentioned like Wukong Annie combinations can be very, very powerful as well for some good engaged team fight options. So there's still quite a few angles for both these teams. They have used very prevalently before. The Rumble ban as well for the top lane, so a little bit of extra focus from T1.
So BLG just look for the rise here. It's available. We've seen some Talia answers, but Cassio's already out. And Nivea is also a possible answer that Faker has played 9 times this split.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Ryze is in a really, really strong position. But as you say, the Talia, a lot of people have been using into it. And you could combo it with a Pantheon jungle. The point and click is so good. And the double globals are also very powerful. So a couple of options we could go into.
It's another undefeated champion, though, for Knight. This Ryze, like, he has a ton of them. Obviously, his Orianna there as well. But his Ryze is 100% win rate across 4 games with a 13 KDA, Kobe. Like, he just doesn't
die. So his
die
stats, by the way, I feel like we can read almost any stat for Knight for this split.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be insane. All right, there's the Wukong we were looking at. Let's see if they actually do pair it with the Annie or if they wanted to do the Talia answer.
See where they go for now.
With the Rumble and the Narban, there's the Zahen. Okay.
Lock in their top side. Zahen going over to Doran. And now BLG likely to look towards their jungle to make sure they get 2 pinched. Bins Jax, a signature pick that I, as a European, have nightmares about many times across the years. We have seen, and I'll just put it out here right now, some support Jax making its way onto the Rift. The expectation, of course, is this is top lane.
Yeah, especially like that's a specific counter pick if you're playing into another support that is auto attacked based or something. And since Camille's already fearlessly banned, this bad boy is going into Bin's hands for sure. And the Kiana with the jungle monster modifier buffs that she got, like, is already hard to outsmite Kiana. But she could be very potent in the team fights with her combo, as well as being really annoying to try and have smite battles against. So Kiana lock in here for Shen as well.
T1 probably going to look towards mid. Annie Wukong, you've already talked about it.
Yeah.
The fire and wind combination with the Tibbers and the Cyclone. Such good point-and-click CC. We just need Earth and... I can't remember the last one. Water is the one, yeah.
The Avatar.
We're having the full Avatar state.
Yeah.
It would be great. Great movie. Great movie.
Also, I feel like you could come up with a fire name with a cyclone that's on fire with any combination. But we should go over part of the reason, for other newer viewers, why this combo is so frequent.
Sure.
Is because not only are they different damage types, but having a knock-up rather than having too easy of a Merc Tread angle is always really nice. So Annie, of course, relies a lot on the stuns and the big AoE stuns, and then Wukong can give you your AoE knockup. Quite nice that Zehen also has a little single target knockup for himself, and he has a little pullback with the displacement. So we'll see into Bin's Jax. It is obviously legendary champion player combination, even though this split he's only played it the one time. And let's look at the bottom lane medic. So often now we've been just rounding out the bottom lanes to deal with all of the topside power that they have seen. And a lot of these, supports have been about roaming and affecting the rest of the map. And so there's the Seraphine ban. The Analyst Desk wanted to see it, but T1 forced to ban it themselves. They don't want to hand over a bottom lane with too much more CC, because they're already looking at some very high damage on BLG's side.
Yeah, that they are. The Kiana alongside the Jackson is going to put out a huge amount of DPS. Last ban for BLG. Could look towards something like the Caitlyn. Instead, they'll go for the Lulu to get rid of hyper carries for T1. Like Yanara Lulu, obviously the first one that jumps to mind when you see that Lulu banned away.
And Zeri. Paze has been styling on us with the Zeri. I experienced it a little bit. I won't say firsthand, but I was pretty close here to the stage as Paze was running over us with that one. And the Senna, even with the nerfs, everybody's still been on the Senna train. So see if we get a little bit of Senna action here. Of course, the Nautilus was already played, so you don't get that classic combination, but Keria is definitely one to play pretty much anything with it. I mean, I always like how funny it is when you play like the Scion with it or something. You can do like the shout combo, but don't think that's super likely. We'll see what angle they decide to go with.
Vel'Koz.
What in the? Let's go!
Okay, so
we are still cooking.
Vel'Koz Ali, let's go!
We wanted more.
Okay.
We wanted more Mage's bottom lane. Yeah. We saw some of them, some of these pro players practicing the Xerath bottom lane, but Vel'Koz bottom lane, super long range damage. Let's see if he can cook the Senna early on before the Senna can get extra range from the Souls. In lane here, Viper. Oh my goodness. Viper was always a player too that had such a wide and diverse champion pool, played for so long back in the previous metas when we had mages. And now with a Vel'Koz, baby. Okay, Leona point and click, that is pretty good. The Solar Flare is very good answer to Vel'Koz ulti.
You have a lot of CC from the side of T1, and then you have a lot of damage and CC alongside it from the side of BLG, but T1's feels a little bit easier to execute. Point-and-click stun with the Annie, point-and-click stun with the Leona, the Wukong there with the Cyclone follow-up, where on the side of BLG, you're looking at, can you get the counter-strike onto the backline? Can you hit the supreme display of talent? Can Ryze get in range to get a Rune Prison down? Can the Alistar find a good flank for his headbutt pulverized? This is going to be a bloody affair. You have to feel it. As soon as one team gets the ball rolling, they should be able to wrestle control away from their opponents. Question is, who can get that lead in the early game?
Yeah, I mean, there is so much damage flying around here. Oh, it is going to be explosive, and we have tied this series up as well. It's 1-1, no threat of a 3-0 today.
Well, there was one today. It was just,
now.
Yeah, true.
No more threat, I guess.
I'm having a quick look. I don't know if you had a mosey to see what Vel'Koz bot lanes we have seen in the past.
Well, for pro play, there haven't been any yet.
Ever?
For this split.
Just for this split does make sense. Okay. I'm looking at it. I can see 5 all-time in the top regions. I'll see if I can get the match list up and have a mosey at that, because It has been a long, long time. And I did think when we got into that portion of the draft, maybe it would be something like a Mel. But instead, the Vel'Koz with that Plasma Fission, with that extra range.
If you're looking at the top 4 reads, oh yes, the spaghetti skin.
Oh.
It's like squid ink spaghetti with the chroma.
True.
I do like that. This, by the way, this is an all-timer skin. This thing is actually so hilarious. I'm actually okay that it is sometimes hard to distinguish from actual Vel'Koz. But we're having to look at this level 1. They're wrapping around. They're going to find On early.
On a caught out, Keria looking for the Shield of Daybreak stun. Will get it. On has to pop the heal to run away. Does have that onto Spellbook. Sun waiting around the corner, though. Pays with the Ghost, and now it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of BLG. But Sun is having none of it. He just wants to farm his camps. Another Shield of Daybreak onto On. Forces him down to half health, and T1 winning out on the early trade.
Such good movement from the T1 bottom lane there. Pays, no hesitation, he pops the Ghost. He positions very aggressively. He walks up, he keeps dodging abilities, and the T1 bottom lane got a big health chunk advantage. However, Shun, after the blue buff, he's gonna go walk over the T1 ward on Raptors. You can see it on the minimap right now. He's moving in, and Faker wants to protect those Raptors. He's gonna harass Shun while he's on them, gets the stun, and the electrocute proc for a little bit of extra damage.
As Ona went in and stole away the red and the Razor Beaks as well, so he is going to have a camp advantage overall while all of this was happening. Shun likely to path into his top side and be like, what's left for me there? Are my Razor Beaks up? The answer is no. And after realizing that, could look for the invade, but smartly, Ona is now pathing over towards that blue side, realizing that's Shun's major option. Counter-strike onto Doran, though. We'll get the knock-up back onto Bin, who hits level 3, and Doran has to Aureate Rush to get himself out of there. Shun is on this blue buff. Does have the smite, as does Ona. Ona's going to have a level advantage as he takes away his wolves. Oh, not quite. Didn't quite get the level 2. Smite fight between the two of them. Shun takes it. Faker's on his way across. No molten shield for the extra movement speed means that Shun will be able to walk away wounded, but evening out those camps.
Nicely done. Again, it's pretty hard to outsmite Kiana. I mean, level 2, though, even definitely possible there, so good job by him. He pulls it back, gets that one. Faker taking some extra damage under tower. I always like watching Bin play Jax matchups, by the way. He plays so aggressively early on, and very frequently will do this recall here, so he was able to harass Doran so heavily, push him under tower, get the push for himself, the early recall into a Cull pickup.
Flash from Knight! Oh, Faker's reaction flash just in time. The Rune Prison did connect, gets the root. Knight now, Faker staying around, gets the level up. It's an extra 100 health for him. Shun looking for the invade down towards the red side. Ona looking towards the mid lane, trying to bail out Faker. Molten Shield, the overload enough. And Knight can now walk towards his jungler, just steps away. Ona rooted still. The monkey enough with his staff to take a 1-for-1.
So first blood, extra money still goes over to Knight, even though the assist also has extra money on the side of T1, and Owner getting the actual kill credit. So you're just moving resources in a little bit different spots for each team. Faker moves up, he puts on the shield to try and survive this, but Knight had a really good Q there as the stun was landing on him. So his Q got out and does get the first blood kill onto Faker as the play is taking effect. And then of course, it also required an extra flash. Owner uses flash to close the distance there. So Knight doing a very good job for himself as Faker was trying to move up and create the play. And he still doesn't have flash on Faker's side either. So Shun on a ward. Can Faker waste more of his time? It's probably too dangerous to... Oh, here comes
Ona also on a ward. Shun has the audacity to put that damage down as Knight gets electrocuted, but thankfully not standing in any water or anything, so that electrocute won't do a huge amount of damage. It's fine. It's got his rubber shoes
Gotta
on.
Be careful. Gotta be careful with those like Pokemon synergies.
Exactly.
All right, well, top side, Bin is going for another recall, and Doran invested his teleport already. So Bin now going to get his teleport back out. And again, he went back for the early Cull, so it's looking quite nice for Bin up in the top lane on the Jax. Meanwhile,
good tectonic rift out of Viper. Looking to stack up that passive as much as he can. Doesn't quite land the Plasma Fission, so won't have as much damage as he wants. On's around mid. The Unsealed Spellbook currently sitting on Flash and Heal. Owner's going to face check, and on... in that battle, the monkey beats out the cow. On stays around because Shun is in the area. Flash in, looking for Faker. Molten Shield heal for the movement speed. Knight here with level 6. Shun coming in from the side as well, and Faker has no way out. Knight secures his second.
A BLG classic. Shun and On link up. They play around Knight. They go mid lane. They punish the flashless Faker. They get the kill. Huge for BLG. Knight in a very good position again. After a monster game on that Swain, now his Rise gets a turret plate, gets another kill for himself. And they also have this Vel'Koz in the bottom lane that we haven't had the camera on a lot, but in the meta where supports have to go mid a lot, and there's a lot of alone time down there in the bottom lane, it is quite good for the Vel'Koz to get that push. And Viper was working away at that first turret plate. It's very close to going down.
Yeah, as you said, it has a huge amount of range compared to the center early game at least as well, before you get towards those 100, 200 stack marks. So because of that, FaZe has to play so safely, so far back that Viper can just continually step up. Tibber's used in the mid lane just for a little bit of push here on Knight.
Exactly. Range and AoE, the two key factors here for really good isolated laning. So you can get the push, and then once you have the push, you also get to harass them and poke them under tower. So really, really good pick in isolation. The problem would come, of course, if you get a Leona engaging on you and you get ganked and stuff like that. But as of right now, it is looking quite nice for them. He does get to the early level 6.
And that problem is the same for a lot of majors. Like if you pick Mel and the Leona solar flares him as well, he's in just as precarious a situation, right? So I like the Vel'Koz leaves Mel open for later on in the draft. We'll see what BLG can do with it in this game. They currently have a 1.6k gold lead. Most of that sitting on Knight in the mid lane, who's 700 gold ahead himself.
Nice
Organic disintegration ray onto FaZe as he tries to step back. Has him not quite procced. The second time from Viper. Great combo, as you say, and now FaZe down at 300 HP under this tower.
Yeah. They get the shove again, so they've got bot lane priority, and that means, guess what? Mid lane, you have to respect it. Jungle, you have to respect it, because On is here. On has free time. Carrier trying to match.
FaZe not quite able to get connected there from the tectonic disruption with the knock-up. Void Rift would have done quite a lot of work, but even with the prio there, I expected BLG to look towards something like a Dragon. They went for a little bit of vision, but Carrier marked On well, which meant that he wasn't able to find a good flank. So good job from T1 to negate some of the pressure points that BLG had in that moment.
Yeah, they're holding on. BLG doing a good job increasing their lead, but as you say, T1 defend in a precarious position that some more things could have been lost. They still get their own, jungle for the most part, and on bottom side, FaZe avoids death, and he also avoids having to use a summoner spell to dodge some of those Vel'Koz spells, so he critically does have still both of those available, and you're looking at BLG. How can they progress in snowball? A lot of this is Bin having, very good matchup for himself with his Jax, playing it really nicely into Doran with his early call and his huge CS lead and constant pressure there. Still, despite that, they only get the one grub for BLG, and Owner's going to be able to move in there with Carrier. They push him out, and then they get the other two for T1.
Knight was moved down towards the bottom lane as they tried to play around the grubs. You want an extra man advantage in mid lane, so you have Viper across there. Faker's going to be able to match into Viper, though. Just needs to dodge away from those plasma fissions, and we'll see the swap coming back as Viper goes down into the bottom lane.
And it plays really nicely into BLG's plan for this game. Their side laners are going to be very powerful, Rise and Jax. And with Knight getting those early kills, getting that Q out and getting the first blood kill onto Faker was very, very critical. And then these repeat plays where he gets On and Shun ganking for him and playing around mid are critical.
And now it's the punish, right? Faker has no flash. He'll always have a stun. He can use Tibbers to try and push out the wave. But does Shun come back? Does On come back? Or can Knight just 1v1? With the Rune Prison, he has a lot of damage already. On here for the push out to make sure that Faker has to stay around. Because they're doing the Dragon as well, you want to make sure that Faker can't just, go TP back in with an extra item. He needs to be occupied, which allows Shun the free time, knowing there's no threat from the mid lane.
Okay, so mid stage of the game approaching fairly quickly, almost at the 10-minute mark, as BLG had a very strong and smooth lane phase for themselves. A couple of fun early kills, but Bin, again, getting this presence here, goes in for the trade onto Doran, waving a pretty good spot for himself as well. And they're keeping a lot of deep vision through jungle, so you just saw owner there, the Wukong, going for his red buff. Guess what? They've got that deep ward in the jungle. They see the whereabouts of T1 support and jungle. Keria just passed over the Raptor ward that BLG have as well, so they can keep track of those playmakers, and that allows Bin to constantly continue to go for these trades in the top lane, uninhibited. Meanwhile, Knight himself is just nursing this 1,000 gold lead and constantly threatening, hey, I could realm warp over to you as well.
This is so often how BLG win. They just get pressure in their 2 solo lanes. Viper is able to neutralize bot in whatever manner that means. And because of the pressure, they just slowly eke the game away from you. Sometimes they don't push the tempo as much as they could, but often they are very good at just incremental. Two minions per wave you miss, and I get. You're just slowly building up that extra gold, an extra plate here or there. For T1, sometimes their laning phases can look like this as well. Can struggle as the solar flare comes into the mid lane, but this is what they're so good at doing, is making plays and finding picks, and Pays picks it up from the bot lane.
CC combo. I want to see the death recap. How many seconds was Knight CC'd there? Barely got to move at all. Faker starts it out. Nice play from him. And the answer from Keria. He is within range. He invests his flash, his ultimate. They follow up the CC. They get the kill, but now he's under attack. Look at the mini-map here. Shin's going for it.
Looking for the damage here onto Faker. Supreme Display of Talent doesn't get the CC, but On is there to close it out as Faker falls to the Alistar.
Mid lane is just a playground for jungle and support for both teams. It's jungle and support difference always.
Constantly there, constantly there.
T1 gank it first, they get the kill, but then BLG gank it right back.
It's a risk for Doran as well. He's underneath this tower. Cultivation of War, that passive, nowhere near stacked up for him. You can see Keria moving out on the map as well to try and track where On has been. Did get spotted on Vision. Shun is here as well. No Supreme Display of Talent for the Kiana. Is Ona just out of Vision right now? TP in. BLG look for the engage. Unbreakable Will popped on the Alistar. Grim Deliverance coming out from Doran as he tries to dash away. Ona here for the fray, but look at the damage coming out from that Vel'Koz. Shun takes one, and BLG just able to walk out with a single kill.
Interesting, yeah. They do have Viper teleporter all the way up here. If you're looking at the Senna, though, is going for a recall for Pays. So Static Shiv, he didn't have a Static Shiv previously, so he's like, all right, it's going to take way too long for me to try and continue push on bottom side. So I'm just going to get my Static Shiv first here, and we're just going to have to accept the death of Doran.
I was expecting a lot more out of that play, I'll be honest. I thought Ona coming in would be able to change it, but then you have to look at that ultimate timer. Didn't have the Cyclone. If he does, a very different state of affairs under that top lane tier 1.
I mean, it's been rough for Doran here. Bin now finishes Trinity Force, so he is paid off. His call has been popped, his lane has been ganked, and he is looking dangerous. Level 11 for Bin with his Trinity Force power spike. It was already looking pretty tough there for Doran, but after getting ganked and now no ult, no flash, no teleport on him.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking pretty tough for all of T1. Let's be honest, let's not mince our words. An 88 gold lead is the only bit of blue I see amongst the sea of red down towards that bottom side. 1,000 gold lead for Bin, 1,000 gold lead for Knight. Even On has almost 550 gold ahead of Keria. He's got his locket complete. The item spikes are going to be so much quicker for BLG.
And here's another look at it. BLG, they're going to just run over this play. Full overload, 5 members, teleport over, roam here from Knight. On can easily start it out. Alistar can just tank for days, so they have plenty of damage, and they can follow Doran. Yeah, he uses ult for one side, uses the flash, but you're not getting away from 5 members and a Vel'Koz ult.
It wasn't actually Viper's damage in the end. It was a Voltaic Cyclo Sword from Shun that got that big burst bit of damage. And in the end, like BLG, as you say, just overman them, outnumber them in the top lane.
And with these comps, if T1 are to find salvation, it has to come in the form of team fights. BLG are set up with such good side laning opportunities. Again, I have to stress this, but here we go. BLG Viper locks in the first bot lane of Vel'Koz at a major event, as you can see there. But yeah, I think it does have to come in the form of team fights for T1 if they're going to be able to, come back in this game, in this particular series, because BLG's side laning is just going to be so strong.
It's a real struggle so far for T1 in the last couple of games. Shun going to start up the Drake. 15 minutes in, a little bit slow on a second Drake, and in fact, he's just running away from it. Viper will come across, and as the patience wears out, the Dragon will run back to the pit. But now with the TP in, it looks like BLG happy to restart it. will be their second of the game, and T1 just waiting to find a way that they can use this wombo combo. It feels difficult for them overall, Kobe, to actually find a way to make their composition come online.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe also only has 22 stacks here on Senna because guess what? The melee supports are mostly roaming. They're not there, and it's very difficult to stack off of Vel'Koz in your lane when Vel'Koz is constantly pushing you in. So also going to be pretty far off of the stacking there, but here we go. Do BLG actually want to bring Bin? Because as of right now, he's staying bottom lane, and they just want the Jax to get the first turret on bottom side, even though T1 are able to get this Rift Herald. If BLG are able to get first turret bonus for Bin, that's quite nice.
And none of their towers that low at all. In fact, T1 have only got one plate anywhere on the map so far. Bin takes the first tower, extends his gold lead to almost 2K. And he's going to be on that second item pretty sharpish for T1. The fight that they perhaps wanted around Rift Herald didn't materialize. They are still trying to scale up. Double Triforce complete for Doran and Ona, but with Knight stepping forward, Rod of Ages stacked up. The Seraph's on its way. Doran might struggle to defend this. No one really on this side of the map for BLG, though. Means that Doran is a little safer. Knight steps back, though. Rune Prison overload, and yeah, Doran down at half HP.
Yeah, so side lanes. I know I'm like, I keep bringing it up, but it's going to be painful.
It's what we thought would happen, right? Coming into this series, the expectation was as Knight flashes in with the Rune Prison, gets pulled back with the Dreaded Return, tries to get out with the Realm War, but Knight just ints it under the tower. Shun with the Supreme Display of Talent will stop Ona, but with the clone and the flash and the Cyclone, Shun with a good audacity across the wall manages to escape. On with a knockback onto Carrier. Zenith Blade just whistles behind his back.
Owner sees Doran getting the solo, and he's like getting real hypey with it himself too, even though Kiana has the extra jump and is able to escape. But yeah, Knight tries to make the play under tower here, wants to go for the flash play onto Doran, who reacts very quickly, gets the counter kill for himself. Despite that, I still maintain I think it is going to be rough in the side lanes. However, that does give you that hope for T1. See what they can create with it, because Doran getting some money back is very big. Carrier under attack for now, but should be fine.
Does have to use the Solar Flare, though. Wanted to make sure that Viper couldn't get close enough to Tectonic Disruption and get that knock up into the follow-up. Vel'Koz has a ton of damage when he gets his passive procced properly. BLG still 3.6k ahead, and as you say, it's still going to be difficult in the side lanes. When your hope is, hey, maybe Knight flashes under my tower and tries to kill me when he doesn't need to, that's not the biggest hope, in all honesty. That's a tiny pinprick at the end of a long, dark tunnel. And T1, though, do still have these engage tools. They still have great burst on their side. They still have a lot of CC on their side. It just feels like the game is slowly slipping out of their fingers.
Yeah. And I think we might have to see them throw down the gauntlet at the next team fight. So here it is. So Knight, he gets the flux on him, and then he wants to go for the play. Q flash into the tower, and he gets W'd into the instant knockup from Doran, and they slap him down. They also, for good measure, send an ultimate.
Justified reaction, I think, because he didn't need to do it, is the other thing. He was already winning out that lane pretty handily. For BLG, that happens sometimes. Get a little bit overeager, take fights that perhaps aren't on exactly the terms that they want.
Yeah.
And it does slow down the game a little bit as well, because now Knight doesn't have flash. And so his side lane threat a little bit more difficult to actually execute.
Deathfire touch ticking. Gotta get used to it. Okay, let's see though. So even in the world where BLG get their first push on these side lanes, we're still looking at how can T1 create an angle to get their engage for their team fight, for their possible comeback here. They do have a problem here as far as Vision approaching Dragon, because BLG, as we just saw, thank you observers, have done a very good job setting up all of the roads leading to this Dragon. And Shun even lying in wait to see if anyone wanted to challenge Bin, but nobody wants to challenge Bin anyway. They don't have anyone who could take this 1v1, even if it's just a 1v1. So no one going to step up there. Doran's going to, play patient at his tower. He knows.
I'll have a look at the Coinbase gold grind between Bin and Doran. 2,000 on the dot, pretty much, and a lot of that coming from those towers. An extra K going in for Bin. 2 items complete for him as well, with the Triforce and the Sundered Sky.
Yeah, money is one thing. And then when you have the actual weapons in your inventory, that's another thing too. So very dangerous there. And here comes the Dragon.
Rifto is going to be put down by T1 in the mid lane. Looks like it is just for that singular charge, for a little bit of extra gold in their pockets. As you say, gold doesn't do damage, but it buys you things, big sticks that can do it. And the Drake should be pretty easily secured by BLG. You can see T1 not even contesting it. Faker relegated to a side lane to try and pick up any gold that he can off the map. We'll be able to take down that tier 1 in the top side.
Yep. They're just building towards their big moments. Either Dragon Soul fight or some Baron shenanigans, perhaps. Maybe a little circus around the Baron.
I mean, that's a T1 special, isn't it? Doran now needs to get out. Orient Rush, look for gold, looking for an escape, but Knight and Bin are just too big. Grim Deliverance gets in with the Dawning Shadow, gets the Cultivation of War, that passive just in time to be resurrected. The Dawning Shadow from Pays saves his top laner's life.
So they're out with the heist. The Senna ult buys enough time, allows Doran to fully stack his passive so he can get the revive. But then also, Knight and Bin can escape very quickly with the Realm Warp. So they go for the big play, then they escape. A couple ultimates traded from both sides, but not too big of an investment.
Just looking to clip his wings in the side lane if they could. As you say, no ultimate, no flashes burnt or anything, so it doesn't matter too much.
They want to do a
in the
little
long
DPS
run.
check, see if it can make the play quick enough.
And they couldn't. Well, they could, but then Pays is like, excuse me, sir. I would prefer it if you don't kill Doran.
I like him better alive.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, Doran's finally got to his second item now.
Nice.
After being kept alive and being able to farm the rest of that wave.
Faker has his second as well with the Royal Eyes complete, as does Ona. Sunder Sky now coming in. 2 items across the board, actually, for T1. Matching, at least in terms of completed items, where BLG are. So this is one of those opportunities that T1 could look for, but BLG are the first to strike as Carrier is forced to use his Locket and his heal.
Okay, a little bit drawn out in that support combat there, as you say. Some fairly short cooldowns.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, T1 getting the push back on both the side lanes. Faker does get access to top lane. He's going to be able to push this first as Knight looks for a roam. Is Knight coming mid? Knight's coming.
Knight's coming down. Carrier goes in with the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare doesn't hit as the Zenith Blade misses as well. The Cyclone comes out from Ona. That's 2 ultimates burnt by T1. Did have to use the Flash, did Shunt, to get away. Counter-strike. Not caught out and not countered either by the dreaded return. Lifeform Disintegration. Ray is living up to its name. Eponymous, you could say, as Faker taken down to a 3rd HP.
And Faker just teleported there, and then he just immediately gets zapped for 70% of his HP. Now he's going to have to go back to base. T1 down some decent cooldowns this time around. Good little feint there from BLG, making T1 use a couple of more small tools, but those little things do add up when you're fighting this team.
Yeah.
BLG very good. Even little cooldowns, they can definitely punish you for those.
In terms of big cooldowns in that fight, though, it was Shunt's Flash, was the only massive one. Yes,
Teleport,
Solar Flare
I
is
think.
down. Teleport too, as you say, Faker towards the mid lane. Knight's TP not down, and we do have a TP advantage for BLG because Viper is running it on the Vel'Koz. You can see how much BLG are investing around this top side. They know the Baron, a possibility for T1. Supreme Display of Talent lands the stun. Carrier's going to have to flash the wall. And does manage to extricate himself. But that was a little greedy, it felt, from T1. Only Carrier and Ona in the vicinity. Spotted on a ward as well. Carrier will have to reset his recall position to get out.
Second time T1 trying to invade to get access for vision around Raptors and leading over to Baron. And BLG still there, ever vigilant in their defense of their jungle. Now at the tower.
It's the clone. Ona puts a bit of damage down onto On. The devastating blow, not too much on that Alistair right now. Still about the same gold lead as it was 5 minutes ago. 3.7k here for BLG. And although they have managed a couple of moments of upping the tempo and that bot lane tower sits at only 2 plates, Bin hasn't really been able to force Doran too low recently, and now with Carrier coming across, it might be Bin who's in for a world of hurt. Carrier backs away, Bin does the same. Looks like it's just going to be vision for the T1 support.
Yeah, a couple of times this series, Doran has been able to take down Bin with the help of some of his teammates. So threatening it again, but Bin respects it and backs off this time. Merc treads for both of them on both sides. Lots of CC on both sides, of course, so definite value there as we approach the Dragon.
Yeah, 30 seconds on this Drake. T1 trying to set up as much vision around it as they can because they know BLG will want this soul. TP coming out from Knight towards that mid lane as well. BLG do have the option of going for the Baron. It would only be T1's first Dragon of the game. They haven't been able to secure that neutral at all. On puts a little bit of vision across the wall, and BLG actually slightly split here. Knight does have the Realm Warp to join up with the rest of his squad, but T1 are looking for him instead. They'll take the tower as the price for forcing Knight back. Xun going down towards the bottom side. BLG looking for a long, long flank, allowing Bin to push in the bot side. Knight coming in from the mid lane as well, as T1 will start up the Dragon.
Yeah, BLG, they've got both lanes pushing, as you say, and T1 have the pressure. They're going to start DPSing this Dragon, get it low. Xun could look for a steal. They're going to teleport in.
TP from Bin. Xun trying to get across the wall, will manage to do so. Knight now has that flank position. Carrier stepping forward, onto On. The stun onto Knight. Bin tries to jump onto the back line, and the Drake is secured. It's sold for BLG. Meanwhile, in the middle of the fight, Grim Deliverance coming out from Doran. The Dawning Shadow, this time not as much. His friend doesn't give him a massive shield. T1 forced back, and the size of the wallets for BLG will just force a T1 out of the fight. A soul in the MasterCard priceless moment, and a kill on Doran.
And BLG are calm in this critical moment. Xun able to secure it. The Dragon Soul acquired and the extra gold. You have to feel like this is now going to be an easy setup for Baron itself, and then they can use that to actually push on the towers and end the game.
At T1, they have Knight by himself towards the top side of the fight. They land the CC, and they just can't burst him down. He's too tanky. Now has the Rocket Belt alongside that Rod of Ages and the Seraphs, and yes, he did have to use his flash, but BLG probably don't care too much. Ding ding, let's go again. Round 2, this time at the Baron buff. T1, this is so often their playground, but 5k down, it's difficult to find the way into the fight. The Mega Blast Cone for Ono, as you say. No Cyclone, no ultimates. Tibbers up in 2 seconds time. Bin keeps Ono at bay. Faker trying to step forward, has the flash, has the Tibbers. Does he have a way in? Supreme display of talent, and the Baron going over to BLG. Ono already dead. Faker trying to step forward, but even with Tibbers by his side, all he gets is a hug goodnight as his screen fades to grey. And the rest of T1 will join him in the Death Chamber. Route onto Pays. Knight still chasing. Doran with a good pull back will slow up Xun, and Pays may be able to walk away. BLG still on the chase. On goes on to Doran. Knight will follow suit. There's the Rune Prison. The disintegration ray burns through T1's hopes. Only Pays left alive.
And this game of the series has been all BLG. Pressure from the very beginning, and they're not even done.
Pays pays the price as Xun finds another, and as you said, in game after game 2, it is not only Knight and Bin who are stepping up. Xun is having an incredible series. It will be the inhibitor in the mid lane. 28 minutes in, the respawns coming out means that BLG cannot close this one out yet.
Yeah, Xun able to get the last 2, secure them with that Kiana. So much damage. And BLG, from the very beginning, I mean, having so much control. Knight still getting that first blood in the mid lane while getting ganked, then getting the repeat ganks. Let's catch up with this Baron though, because they're looking at the steal. Owner gets in, he's stolen so many objectives. He gets CC'd up so he can't combo with anything. So nicely done by BLG there. Xun's able to secure it, and then they clean up the team fight. But if we also look back at how we got here, the BLG solo lanes, this is the big question that everyone was like, how and who is gonna answer BLG solo lanes? And in game number 3, there wasn't an answer.
No one has been able to stand up to that challenge. And BLG, although it was a slower early game, they eked out leads. Grim Deliverance being used by Doran in the picture. In picture as the Lifeform Disintegration Ray comes out. BLG able to force Doran away. Another ultimate down for T1. The inhibitor down in the mid lane for the next 3.5 minutes. This Red Bull Baron power play may just be a game-ending push. BLG with 3 towards this top side. Xun going towards mid, and Knight pushing through that mid lane. T1, I mean, it feels like you've got to pull the trigger at some point. You never know when your best moment to win the game was, but I can tell you every second that passes, it is becoming less and less likely that T1 find an engage that really, really satisfies them. For BLG, they can just do this. You've got 30 more seconds, you've got another wave of the Baron push, perhaps. T1 can hold off from losing another inhibitor tower, or perhaps not, Kobe.
Perhaps not. BLG closing in with their Baron buff. The siege continues. Vel'Koz poke, but nobody's actually getting there to hit the tower. Just the buffed up cannon minion that's doing most of the work for BLG. Supers in mid lane are getting cleaned up by T1. They're dealing with those fairly effectively and holding their own. Basically, T1 are looking for the miracle of the Elder Dragon flip.
Warp on behind enemy lines. The cow is here and he knocks back Doran. Grim Deliverance comes out, hits onto a ton. Dawning Shadow there as well. BLG need to use the stopwatch for Bin. Supreme Percent Talent not going to land the stun. And T1 will see these kills in their mind's eye. But BLG disengage it well. They decide, okay, the engage was not as good as we wanted. Let's just walk away. We have the wallets to play with. We have this 11K advantage. We have Elder up in a minute. We do not need to force the issue.
Yeah, a lot of stuff missing here, and everyone's going to call it off after that defense. And so, again, I think we are just looking at this Elder Dragon. It's only 1 minute now, so for sure the approach is going to be difficult for T1, but thankfully with the Chemtech Rift, you know, you do get these empowered Scryer's Blooms that can help you out with a lot of vision, and so they're popping those, trying to get an avenue in order to possibly get a flip or steal or something around this super powerful endgame objective that can possibly be the dream in retaking games. But you have to say, BLG here with the Chemtech Soul, with the extra item advantage, they're just looking massive. I mean, Knight is level 18 with Actualizer Rise. This guy is going to put out massive amounts of damage, and Bin has his Zhonyas on his Jax as we saw him use, so he can jump in with his flash, he can make initiation plays, and
you just have to look at item disparity as well. Knight's at 4, Faker's at 2.5. As we see a fight over the red buff, On goes in. Now look for the damage on the Carrier. Bin tries to jump in with the Counter-Strike, but Carrier has to flash to escape the clutches of BLG. Elder is up, Carrier now without 2 summoners. Still has the Solar Flare, but BLG are just saying, okay, we can wait it out. Continue to push in. We don't have to force this Elder. We can let you overstep into your own jungle. We have total control of it. As the empowered Scryer's Bloom used towards the mid lane. Dawning Shadow used for vision. And Bin continues to push in the bot side. He does need to be a tiny bit cautious. He is the only one down here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the waves are pushing in, and Bin has TP. Triple TPs, remember, for BLG. Knight's currently on cooldown.
And look at the supers. The supers are going to be on your Nexus tower, so BLG are playing with them. They're trying to keep him here.
Counter-strike from Bin. Doran counters it by walking away. Annie's the one to answer. That's Faker in the base. Pays trying to push out the bot side. Shunt clears out the far side alteration. No tools really available for T1 to check this easily anymore. And there's the second far side alteration. Now no tools, unless they have a third, which is possible.
The Vel'Koz poke is really annoying too. You know, props to Viper, even though the spotlight was on the solo lanes.
Oh, Doran slowed. Counter-strike in. Supreme Display of Talent, Grim Deliverance. Well used. Doran with a good knock-up. On's going to distract the rest of T1 towards the side, though. Solar Flare lands on tonight. The Realm Warp's not going to get them out, and there's a Cyclone on the back line. Pays trying to come in. Shouldn't force away, but Owner's already dead, and I'm afraid BLG have just bought too much grace through this early game. 12K buys you a lot of mistakes, and this time they will not make more. Faker and Pays forced back to the base, and Bin wants a little bit more piece of this action. Flashes forward, has the stopwatch still. The Chemtech Drake helping him as he's on low HP. Only Pays and Faker left to defend. But it looks like BLG will come up trumps in this game. So long T1 have been the perennial boogeymen of the LPL today. BLG tried to prove that wrong. Faker down. The Nexus Tower's next. As Pays once again the last man standing for T1, and BLG bear him no mind as they go to match point.
Game 1 was close. T1 take it. Game 2, BLG had a great counter pick. Game number 3, BLG just had 3 pushing lanes, and they never stopped. They had pressure the whole game. Nicely done. Cool, calm, and collected. Controlled here in game number 3, and that is intimidating now because we go to match point next.
That is quintessential BLG. That is exactly how they want to play through Knight, through Bin. As we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk in just a moment's time, and now we're going to do it.
That counts as a moment. That counts as a moment.
Man, this one was close until it wasn't, honestly. It took a bit of time for BLG to make the break.
Like, it's weird because you see games from BLG where they just, like, absolutely take over and they just push you completely. This was a game where they were deceptively controlling everything through Shun and On. So it was very classic in that way.
I think also the Vel'Koz that came out in this situation.
Oh yeah, really classic, you know?
Yeah,
just a pick you
classic
see
pick.
all the time.
But Viper's been known way back in the day when we were seeing more mages bot in what we coined the awesome dude meta rather than AD.
Yeah.
We saw him willing to play a lot of varied picks, and he's kind of demonstrating that width to his champion pool, and it worked so well. His shot pays down, didn't really get to play the game, he was trapped in a tower, and his soul count was so astronomically low. The center just could never do anything.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the BLG champion pool that's available.
Okay.
Emily, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
I mean, there's just still so much available for, in my opinion, like, you see the bot lane choices. Now we know that Viper is returning to his like true form of playing Vladimir and Teemo and stuff. He can pull out anything, even if you don't see it on here. Like the Ashe is something we've talked about. Him having such control over the map with Hawkshot, as well as playing that super well. The other thing I want to point out, though, is On, because On can also be an absolute demon in terms of his champ picks, and there's still so much available to him.
I think what's interesting is with this Deep and Fearless, but there's a lot of those big common picks we've seen throughout the season still available. Like, you look at the AD carries, Ezreal's gone, and then Caitlyn, Corki, Sivir, Varus, Ashe, Xayah all open, and even though some of those are less played right now, like the Corki, it just means there's a very different feeling to a typical late Fearless, where you're like, oh, all the AD carries are gone, what now? Now, all the AD carries, most of them at least, are open and available.
Yeah, and whenever it comes to, especially since we're not even close to Game 5s, and you're seeing like Vel'Koz as a pick lane, you're like, actually, I don't really care about my typical AD carries. I just want to see what's available. I want to get counter pick, because if we're starting to take a step back and see it all of these picks, I'm just going to go straight into it. I remember at the beginning of play-ins, I was thinking that it was going to be a mage infestation.
Yeah, but that's what we kept on hearing about this.
Infestation.
We kept on hearing about this in scrims. All the whispers that I had from this is that most of the teams bot lane are playing mages. So I was wondering when we would see them. What other kind of champions do you think we can see there when it comes to mages if we start seeing Vel'Koz like this?
That's
really wild.
It changes your perspective on what is even blind pickable. Like when we saw the Senna, you're like, okay, a safe blind pickable like control mage with, or at least 80 carry with the 80 carries that are still available. They thought they could deal with it, and then the Vel'Koz came out of absolutely nowhere, and we were already comfortable with seeing the Ziggs and Mel, and the Cassiopeia was just played earlier today. It changes how you view bot lane and how you view your draft in general.
I think there's a lot of picks we've seen in the past, but things like Syndra come to mind. There's something that they just get a buff, has a decent amount of wave clear. I think that's the thing, is that specifically in this match, it was about the wave clear often, but so many of those other picks, like the Ziggs and the Mel, have done that as well.
You say Syndra, I think about the fact that we also have a lot of flex picks, and in that sense, I want to talk about Knights. Again, running the show in the early game, he rules that mid lane.
He is just so instinct-based and just recognizing how low the Annie was willing to flash forward. And then Faker steps up, mostly because he recognizes that the Wukong is in the area and thinks that he can get the stun off. He's charging his stun, and maybe he can get the stun off and bait for a kill himself. But Knight is able to still get the Q off even through the stun, so that was unfortunate for Faker, but Knight was able to get the flash off Annie, and then so they continued to punish that lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, then they revisit it, right? Because we had both On and Keria kind of looking over this mid lane. Here, On is getting the knock-up onto Faker. Like you said, he's already flashless. It was just a really good punish, and this is what I like to see from Xun and On working as a jungle support duo. When we talk about how strong BLG's early game is, it's through the two of them working together to do things like punish this flash, set Knight ahead, then, oh, it's Ryze in the side lane. Oh, and we also have a Jax in the side lane. And this gives them, this is a little bit more of a control. It's about as controlled as you'll see BLG play.
Yeah.
That's what you were expecting, because you were saying this is quintessential BLG, so that's what you expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit more craziness. Like, I think maybe quintessential
Vel'Koz
BLG
bot isn't crazy
like,
enough for you? Okay.
And I think of like the On Camille game from finals, where I'm just like, if you guys want to see the heart and soul of this team, just watch game 1 from finals. But like, this was a more controlled look from them with the same kind of power points of the jungle support duo working together.
Yeah, and it feels like they knew that with that control, they were going to be able to steamroll through the rest of the game, because Raz, you were the one saying this when we were watching. If they get that soul, Bin is going to be unstoppable.
Yes, I thought it was a perfect soul for them, and also the composition was incredibly good. I think having the range advantage that you get with having Vel'Koz, but also you can't really play through sides if you're Annie going up against like what, a Jax and a Ryze. It felt like they couldn't even take a fight, and this was a pretty tough soul. The harder one would maybe be like what, Mountain, for them to try and engage on.
I mean, Bin TP's in with a big shield, and you have 4 auto-attack-based champions. He's a Jax who has a counter-strike, and then you have 1 Burst Mage. They're never cutting through that health bar. The DPS just isn't there.
Yeah.
They get their Chemtech Soul again, and it just means, you know, the tenacity, the damage reduction. Bin just felt like this looming threat, and he wasn't even necessarily the main character in this game. He just was such a problem.
Yeah, I thought the blind Daejeon was not a good call, because then immediately you have to deal with the Jax, and then no, I didn't expect the blind, of course, 80 carry pick to go through as well from the Senna, because then I didn't think the punish was going to be necessarily as strong as it was from the Vel'Koz. I thought it was an incredible pick. I think they scaled really well, and they didn't have options to play through sides, so it was tough really for T1 to find an answer, especially when they were behind early.
Similar to the previous game though, where it was the Swain who was the answer to T1's draft. Here I feel like again BLG in full control of what they wanted to do. They know exactly their win conditions, and they make T1's life impossible in the end. So back against the wall here for the world champions. What do we want to see from them? What are they missing?
Win
Hit me with the win conditions.
We each chose a win condition.
All right.
Raz, do you want to go first? I think yours is the first one,
yes,
right?
I'll go with counter pick bot lane, because throughout the tournament so far, FaZe has had the counter pick rate the highest of all 80 carries so far, 91%, and it's because he is really the engine of this team. And I don't want him seeing, especially after a game like that, basically always being a step behind. And I think if you give them the tools to go, T1 will find a win.
And then I think we've seen, not necessarily in this game, I think, but in the first 2 games, that I still would say that T1's mid to late, like neutral objective setups and map setups is better. So again, pick something and be able to play around that with that in mind. Because I know like we have the T1 circus, it's chaotic, but it relies on having such good setups.
And I think for me, I was looking at the solo lanes, and it was contain the solo lane bleed out, because you know, with Faker and Darren, they are both players who have tremendous value in the team fights in the later stages of the game. The laning though, they've struggled there a little bit into Knight and Bin, and I feel like you don't have to win lane, but in a matchup like this, Bin just built up a natural lead over the course of it, had an advantage. Knight was getting solo kills on a Faker. That can't be happening, and I think it's really important that your solo lanes are stable so you can play through and set up pace to be that carry.
And I think Knight's been doing a great job in finding angles to help out Bin on side, so that's something that's been nice, and maybe we'll see that in the further games.
Whatever the solution is, they have to bring it now. BLG on match point here in this series, and we've heard it from us. I want to know what the fans think, as Shox was standing by with them during the win moment. Let's check it out.
Here we go.
Go on.
BLG! BLG! Oh.
They're on match point!
BLG! B!
Let's go! It's been doing well!
World up! He's world number 1! World number 1!
Oh my god, are you with him?
I'm here with him, yeah.
What are your names? What are your names?
I'm Lucas.
My name is Zhu!
Nice to meet you! Are you also a BLG fan?
Yes, I'm also a BLG fan.
BLG!
How is it to be a BLG fan here in this house? It's all T1 fans.
It is difficult, but the fans are so amazing, and BLG is too.
Yeah!
But BLG will win.
Yes!
더 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah, focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 머리 어깨 무릎 하나하나 빛나지 Yeah, 언제나 focus on me If I like it, I'ma get it No, you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where we are dropping hot into draft for Game 4 between BLG and T1, where BLG currently are 2-1 up in the series. MSI for them, often the time they beat T1. T1 tend to beat them at Worlds, but MSI so far in series is 3-1 BLG favor.
Certainly are, and we are going to have to wait a little bit to get into that champion select. So now is a good time to bring up then that BLG are also, my friend, on the golden road, as they say, because they did win first stand. And so BLG, they're looking like they're starting this tournament on a pretty good footing. If they can keep it going, you know, that has never been done. The golden road, that is the end-all, be-all.
Yeah.
We win every single tournament of the year.
I think as well with the addition of first stand, a lot of people moved towards thinking it couldn't be done. It was too hard to win domestic championship first stand, domestic championship MSI, domestic championship worlds, right? It's just too much to do in the year. But BLG, as you say, have made the first 3 steps along that 6-step road. It's not a very long road, I'll be honest. I mean, it is time-wise, chronologically long, but in terms of how many steps we're putting onto it, you know. And the question is, can they continue their dominance in this series against T1, who have used the LPL as stepping stones in the past to reach greater heights?
Yeah, that is the question, because their drafts have been pretty good. Their gameplay has been excellent as well. And we're looking at Fearless getting deeper and deeper now. In the last couple of games, key factor has been BLG kind of taking advantage of the range of the champions that T1 has chosen. The really good late Swain pick into the short range comp in game 2, and then in this previous one, they got really good matchups everywhere, and were able to keep the pressure. And with each of their lanes having pressure, made a really nice game for Shun to be able to play out. He landed some very good smite combinations on the Drakes, on the Baron, and BLG were able to make it look very calm and smooth there in the most recent one.
It was an interesting game because it felt like BLG were at the finish line and T1 were still tying their shoes, right? T1's composition never really came online. We never really saw a big wombo combo. It just BLG constantly were ahead of T1 in what they wanted to do.
So especially from Jungle Pop, when, you know, I've had some teams in some solo queue, not naming any names, but where all of my lanes are getting pushed in and losing, and you're just like, you never do get to take that first step.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have to, like you were saying during the game, like you have to choose a moment and you like overload a side or make a quick play, make a big engage, you know, use some vision advantage to your benefit, but and they try to get a little scrappy around mid lane. You know, they did do that gank towards mid lane, full CC combo, but immediately BLG also doing the same. And so Bin was in a really good state, Nye was in a really good state, and even though we didn't focus on it a lot during the game, Viper with his Vel'Koz pick, you're constantly pushing in a Senna. The Senna's also not getting that many stacks off of you. And so he's doing his job very effectively. And you also saw the damage numbers at the very end. He's getting a lot of poke damage done, burning through a lot of resources. So now we're looking at what can T1 actually do to change the course of this series. As now in this match, it is match point and BLG with the advantage. We still don't have any extra information though, as
we can see the BLG coaching staff talking to the referee. So I'm going to assume there is something that has been brought up by the BLG coaching staff that either they're unhappy with or, you know, it can't be a swap. We know that for sure.
That's the extra info we can bring right now. The hard-hitting journalism.
Not a swap, guys.
You know what? They're talking.
Might be something to do with the ban. Who knows? Maybe someone's favorite skin wasn't loading onto their account. Yeah, those are the big things.
Wait, can we not use the T1 World Skins, most recent ones yet?
Oh, true.
I mean, that would be honestly, that would be unfair if you could like use the
new skins. People haven't had time to get used to the particle effects.
Yeah. I mean, those things are bangers, though. I don't know if you prefer like so a lot of people I saw really like the Doran one. My personal favorite is the owner one, wearing his jacket on his shoulders like that. It's just iconic.
I think Carrier, like I'm a support man. So whenever I see a cute support skin, I'm pretty happy with those. I also think Carrier is just an incredible player, so a degree of respect in using that skin. So we continue to wait for everything on stage to be resolved before we get on into the draft. If you're T1, Kobe, what are you changing? What are you doing? How are you making the game easier for yourself?
I mean, we definitely need to get. They definitely need to get some lanes to play off. At least you need like 1 point lane to play off of. Good pushing matchup. Maybe a bit of extra range and not fully rely on we have to be the ones doing the snap engage.
Sure.
But yeah, start with some good lane matchups to be able to play off of. Jungle Pop, I want Owner to be able to have some leverage.
Yeah.
To utilize, to be able to go for create his own game plan.
I think those would be good steps in the right direction for T1 overall.
Also, I mean, Pays is I feel like Pays is kind of the win con, even agnostic of draft. Pays, I feel like, is the main carry, for this team now, and so pick some stuff that's going to direct your team towards that area, towards bottom. Senna, maybe not like, a problem per se with the champion individually, but it's not something that's going to take off early, and especially with them nerfing the soul stacking, probably a very different direction from that.
Yeah, it does feel like T1 have bought into the, okay, our bot lane will just like farm and scale a bit. The Kai'Sa a little bit away from that, but even then, Carrier wasn't in bot lane at all. They were playing for mid, playing through mid, looking towards grubs and dragons rather than going towards Pays and being like, okay, Pays, carry us. We will put all of the eggs into your basket and we'll give you something that can really carry the game. Even with the Senna, like matching attempted push rather than, again, going for something that can really
you say that, and then your mid laner is like, excuse me, their support is here 24/7. Hello, I need
I agree. I agree with you. Right?
How about this? How about T1 draft a jungle matchup to split jungle vertical, and so you are able to get your bottom lane full confidence that you go for the invade, you take away their raptors, you split the map so that you're jungling on bottom half, and you just try and dive, try and fully just blow that bottom lane over.
We'll see. We are waiting for updates entirely on what is going on right now because our league officials are translating an issue on stage to both teams, which obviously takes a little bit of time to translate it, and we'll keep you updated obviously as soon as we can, and when we know what the issue is as well, we'll tell you that if we can tell you that, and if it's something super secret, then we're not going to make stuff up.
Then we're going to make a code. No, actually I am.
You're just going to make stuff up?
We're going to make a code. I'm not going to, well, maybe.
Who knows?
Just, I'll leave that open to interpretation so that if they Riot gets mad at me and calls me on it, then I'll say, well, I was just making stuff up.
Yeah, just throw in 5 or 6 different options.
We can make a code right now to the viewers, so then we can give them secret information.
Sure.
Pass it along.
What code do you want to use?
Only problem is that everybody's listening right now. So
yeah, I mean,
the code's not going to be very secret,
producers
is it?
will plug their ears for us. I'll be honest. They're fine. Yeah, I don't know exactly what is happening. Obviously, we talk a big deal about this series because it could be a final. T1 versus BLG, it's a final we've seen at Worlds. They're both great teams, top 3 in terms of favorites for the tournament alongside HLE in most people's estimations. But it is only round 1. We have double elimination here. The winner of this will go on to play Lion, and the loser of this will go on to play Furia. So it is not an easy road for either Lion or Furia, I'm going to say, after watching
I thought you were going to say for T1 or BLG. I mean, and
we both watched the series,
I 100% agree, Medic.
We both watched
the gameplay earlier today was the 3-0 win for us.
That is a code, by the way. Kobe, just in case you're wondering. We're in the draft. BLG on the blue side, T1 on the red. T1 will have first pick. BLG will be, as we said, on blue side, as that's where they've selected. They're going to get rid of the Orianna. We're going to have Varus and Vayne taken away by T1.
Okay, so they're really taking a lot of the range matchups out of top lane. The Varus, of course, also the flex pick that can be played up there too.
I mean, are you just trying to give Doran something that he can survive?
I mean, that would play into my idea about split jungle.
Yeah,
so
play the bot side.
Give Doran something he can survive on. Try and do a jungle invade to split jungle for vertical, and go from there.
And they still have things like the Scion available through this. It's Doran's second most played. Also things like, obviously, Cassante, if you want to just play tanks. We'll have the Nocturne taken away by T1. Last time we saw Xin Xiao as well, removed by BLG. But, I'm sure Owner would be very happy to get his hands on that. There's the Rumble. So where are T1 going? Obviously, you don't have to first pick your top laner. There's a lot of options still available for you if you want to go down that tank route, Scion, Ornn, Cassandra, all options.
Also, since we're getting deeper and deeper, I really want to see either of these mid laners lock in Akali. I always wait until later in Fearless, but I think Akali is very strong right now. And so once you start to get some of the mid lane champions out of there, I'm always down for that. But let's see what they decide to mix up. First priority here, Jarvan is still on the table. So Jarvan locked in first for Owner. I mean, now BLG looking at what kind of carries can we get that have decent mobility that Cataclysm won't find too much value against. And a lot of the ones with mobility actually have been taken off the table.
I mean, we've already seen things like the Ezreal taken away in terms of safe AD carries as well.
Here we go.
Is it Caitlyn Lux?
Is it time to play through bottom lane? BLG say, all right, we're going to beat you to the punch. You know what? We're going to throw a Caitlyn lane here for Viper. And when BLG do this, they do throw resources to bottom lane. So Caitlyn Elise is my favorite iteration of it, but you can do Caitlyn plus so many things for dive. Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn. Wait a second, are we actually going to lock in a Shen Nidalee? That also would be pretty fun. But nope, definitely going to need a good front line for them as well.
And technically, like the Skarner, it's a flex. It's a flex. We've seen On bring out the Skarner support once already. Will he do it again? Unlikely, I think. I think Skarner just works well in terms of getting towards the bot lane, enabling dives as well. Very good at diving. It's Skarner, especially with that Ishtar's impact and the Impale. T1 going to answer. I mean, Mel?
Yeah, this has been their answer into these. Mel plus what, though? Is it going to be like Pyke carrier?
They do like Mel Pyke.
Would pose a lot of burst damage threats.
Could look Seraphine as well.
I mean, both Nautilus and Camille are off the table.
Yeah.
So.
It depends if you want engage from your support, like hard CC, like as you say, or if you want to go for something that just play on the back line. Pyke, very strong, obviously, in Carrier's hands. In everyone else's hands, not as powerful. Carrier can just dominate a game on this pick.
T1 Pyke, okay. Mel Pyke, they're definitely very, very good at it. Some of the combos with Caitlyn, okay, getting some mouse overs, some hover overs. It's gonna be the recon into the Pyke. I mean,
it's fine.
There's my favorite.
Yeah,
there we go. Right back to
is
it.
Better.
That's the first thing that we mentioned. The Elise Caitlyn, the classic.
Okay.
They can try and get the dives off. Elise so good. Repel for dropping tower aggro. I mean, the Spiderling's pretty nice against Pyke as well. When you're trying to walk away, walk some bone skewers. And you can get those devastating combinations. If you can hit your cocoon into trap combinations from Caitlyn.
Pyke's just dead at that point, right? You do not have the health bar to survive through that, especially as Pyke. And then you have Skarner there for the follow-up as well. Skarner locks someone in place, cocoon on top of it, or you cocoon and Skarner comes in. There's so much CC and so much Continuous CC already out from BLG. Twisted Fate will get taken away.
Oh yeah.
By BLG.
If our bot lane's going to be a war zone, then it's not fair for your mid laner to have a Twisted Fate.
Especially when BLG wouldn't have an easy way to answer it, right? You can't get the rise for Realm Warp.
Silas is up though. So you can do some Silas angle, but they decided to ban Twisted Fate anyway, so.
That does make sense.
And I don't get my Akali, no!
I was going to say you could Akali into the TF, because when he Destinies, you shuriken him and then fly with him across the map, but I think our pontification on how do you deal with TF if you're playing as BLG doesn't really need to go any further, as the Akali now taken away by T1. We're going to continue to see mid lane bans. That's the question. It's BLG. After those top lane bans, we're yet to see a top laner locked in. And the Varus and the Vayne getting taken away. Still a lot of options for Bin. Olaf removed by BLG.
Let's see. For mid lane, I mean, he still has is like a Nivea floating around, Talia floating around, Faker's Lissandra as an answer. We'll see. The Ahri is still up too.
True. Was banned in the last game.
Knight Ahri.
Yeah, so we see the Silas from T1. BLG here.
Oh, Knight Ahri looking even better then. Silas down too.
I mean, it's who you blind, right? Do you blind mid or do you blind top? I think mid may be slightly safer. There's also the possibility this Mel is flex. I doubt it.
They could flex it actually. That would be annoying.
Yeah, I doubt it. But
Aurora side of it, yeah.
Aurora
all right, even better. And that puts pressure on bottom lane too. Aurora very, very good at roaming.
Not Knight's best champion though. He does struggle on this. He's only won one game of the 4 that he's played. I think both the mid laners in this best of 5 do struggle with that Aurora from time to time. Now where will T1 go?
Does Faker just want to play the Ahri into it, or is he going to cook a little? Because he definitely could. Cassante first. Okay, so that gives them some frontline and some actual structure. Is he actually just going to go more burst with like a Ahri Lissandra type of champion, or do we need something more consistent? Into the Aurora, you don't have a lot of options because Aurora can be a painful laner, so you can't get too creative.
Yeah, it's also where do you look for consistency? Like Azir, but that's really fallen off.
Yeah, it's just the Ahri.
Yep, Ahri makes sense. And now we'll see Bin's answer to Cassante. Still has...
Gwen. Okay, no, so looking at the solo queue, he's been throwing a couple extra games of Gwen in there.
Ooh.
These are similar ideas here. Mordekaiser.
Nah, it's going to be Gwen. It has to be, right?
I mean, this is what he's been playing more in solo queue for his solo queue account. So Gwen did get those nice little buffs back up to try and get her back in the meta. They wanted her more back in MSI meta, and now we finally do get her at MSI.
In terms of solo lanes, Bin on the Gwen will eventually run over a Cassante and an Ahri, really, when you think about it. For the Aurora, again, if she gets ahead, Ahri does have the ability to Spirit Rush away, but it's tricky to escape the Between Worlds.
I gotta say, unless the T1 bottom lane does some stuff on bottom pretty early, like some spicy stuff, they get some kills. I like the overall look from the comp from BLG. T1, though, they've got a lot of playmaking here, a lot of playmaking. And owner on Jarvan has options. You can go mid, you can go bottom. I think definitely to go talk like what we were talking about before, just don't go top. Just go bottom, you know. I mean, Doran, he's playing Cassante into Gwen, but like,
he can join up with you later
if you can get like some pressure from mid and actually stop Knight from taking over and stop the centerpiece of this BLG team, and then you can try and transfer that down to the bottom lane, and that could be a pathway to keep the series going. Or BLG could just take this one. They have looked very, very good
in their wins. They have looked so dominant.
Even the first game, that was quite close.
Yeah, and it was a T1 magic. We were talking about it in the game. T1 so often just find that way to get back in that small window of opportunity, and perhaps that's Terrier's Pike. He is so special on this champion. There's a reason he's got a world skin, and I'll say this best of 5, I think Keria has been pretty muted overall. I think he's been pretty quiet, hasn't had the best of series. Now looking to see if perhaps he can skewer on as that Spider steps forward. Bone skewer in, repel up from on, and they turn on to Pays immediately. Flash across the wall from Viper. Pays just can't escape. It's all gone pear-shaped for T1 in the bot lane at level 1.
On is so ready for that. Did you see that? Zero hesitation. He is so ready for that. Immediately into Spider form, into Repel, right on top of you, gets the Ignite, and now he gets a Cocoon onto Keria.
Repel's up. I mean, you have 2 skills at level 1 as the Elise, right? You have the Repel and you have the Cocoon.
There's a reason I said this is my favorite iteration with the Caitlyn Elise. Oh my goodness, this combo is crazy. And BLG, I mean, they were always even doing this even with Elkanon. And continuing with the success. Knight as well, good fit. Oh my goodness, good trade onto Faker.
Incredible trade there from Knight. As we see Bin dashing away from Doran on the top side, and that is devastating for T1. 700 gold down at 2 minutes into the game. With Band's new set coming out on the 31st of July. You can grab yourself that RE Inquisitive, a super special alternate art that can be found in packs.
Medic?
Yeah?
Last game,
Uh-huh.
all the BLG lanes were pushing and winning, and this game we're 2 minutes in, and all the BLG lanes are pushing and winning. So the story looks very similar.
Knight has overtaken Gala as well for international kills. He's at 580 to Gala's 563. On his way to try and chase down Bin and Owner, but see, with Bin being on the same team as Knight, it's going to be hard for him, because then Bin will be like, hey man, I really need this kill because I have to stay ahead of you on the leaderboard, and Knight will be like, please sir, I need my Dark Steel stacks. And yeah, that's the battle that I'm sure is happening in the middle of BLG right now.
I'm sure. Meanwhile, Bin focused on tower plate money. Give me that money. Trying to work through the first one here. Gets it very, very close.
Won't quite tick over. Expect to see a focus Fortune towards getting those grubs early on, especially if they want this Gwen to continue to push in.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup, I mean, that is brutal. Bin is just going to decimate him up there. Already with massive CS lead, working for turret plate money. Bottom side too.
Ghostwater dive, doesn't find the CC chain. On has to flash away with Ono on the way across. Triple snap trap from Viper. As Owner eats one, Carrier eats the other, but it's the summoner down for the Elise as we see Doran resetting. Has himself a helm. He made himself. And now TP's back in. Refillable? Oh no, it gets a null magic mantle, so a little bit alongside that refillable at least.
There you go, okay. The defensive starter kit.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, the pain is going to continue up there.
The pain's continuing it everywhere, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess Pace has been able to even out things.
Yeah, bot lane's chill. Bot lane's chill. They could definitely clap back, and they had Owner path down there, and they left a bunch of Vision. You see all these wards here around the bottom lane too. You know, they very well know they're going to need to make something happen. Mid lane is getting pushed in as well, but Faker doing a lot better in CS. Hasn't dropped too many here. So Knight only has a small lead over him compared to the rest.
Only about 50 gold, and we're still only 4.5 minutes in, right? The explosiveness of the level
Carrie
1.
is going mid though. Pyke a little bit of a roam timer. I think he was seen by that ward. So Knight could waste a little bit of his time.
Go in with that Phantom Undertow. Looks like the reset is just going to finish up. And as Shun just doing his Razor Beaks for now. Means that Hayes walks into the lane unaided by any support for now. As On is just waiting in that bush to see if Pays does overstep. If there's only On there, the rebuttal, a very good tool for Pays to avoid the cocoon in the CC and turn it around. Of course, if there's a little bit more CC there, then it becomes harder to get your rebuttal down in time. As Bin has hit level 6, has that needle work and begins to snip his way through Doran. Does have the Intofos, but look at the damage from the 1,000 cuts. Bin with the needlework and Doran, well, it's just sewed up in the top lane. Great flash from Bin, Doran overstays.
Doran down, level 6 to level 5. Bin chooses his moment, goes in with the needlework. Bot lane, I was going to say too, you know, Owner was hovering around bottom lane to try and make a counter play here, but no move opened up, and so it's just been domination, the story of this game.
And Ona's not on his way up there. Ona
No,
is not bailing you out.
He's
dude.
still
Like,
bottom.
yeah,
He was hovering last time for the whole play, and then does the grump and comes on back.
The question is, can T1 get enough of an advantage over here? There's the cocoon with the repel. And there's some great damage from Pace as T1 are able to lock up that Elise. It's the issue if that initial bit of CC doesn't hit and you repel up. Oh, great flash as well with the Phantom Undertow and the Ghost Water dive. The flash EQ combo as well from Ona. A moment ago I asked, can T1 find enough in bot? They give us a resounding answer.
Exactly what the doctor ordered, exactly what we asked for the bottom lane. They make it happen. They force on really early there to go for the repel, and they know exactly where he's gonna land. Only one extra option there. They get the early kill, and then Keria flashes in.
Ona gets the smite, gets level 6 out of it as well.
Yeah, Ona and Keria though, they both don't have their flashes from the bot lane play where they were just able to get those kills. And so could get a little bit dangerous. Shun's gonna know, hey, on, let's go. Counter jungle him. And let's take another look at it. So they start out here looking at On against the wall here on the Elise with the rebuttal on the cocoon. Then he just goes over to the middle of the lane. They're able to answer this one. And then Keria is like, all right, waiting. Cooldowns are ready. Where's his angle? There he goes in, flashes to make sure the stun hits, can pull him back. And then even though Pays, Viper's able to, wait a second.
Oh, Cataclysm in from Ona. Goes for the dive as well with Phantom Undertow from Keria. Pays on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Ona falling low, gets taken out by the weirding. Knight needs to run, and T1 are on the chase.
He's trying to get over to Bin, but I don't know. Keria and Dorian trying to close the door here. Bin wants to get those minions into the tower to allow Knight an area to walk out.
Shun is level 6 as well. This is dangerous for Keria. Knight tries to go between worlds across the veil, dashes away.
Yes,
There's
flash.
the weirding as well for the damage, and Knight can just, as you say, flash out the back. Pays flashing forward though, rocket belt! Unfortunately for him, the Eclipse not enough, not golden enough for him to secure that kill, while Faker uses the Spirit Rush in the mid lane as Viper and On push in. Bot lane abandoned by both these teams as Grub's the target for BLG.
Yeah, everybody roams up for the action here, and the long chase on Knight does not even afford the extra kill to T1. Pays trying to answer there, had his proto belt done. Almost was able to get enough damage, but not quite. And Rico gets interrupt. That's going to be interesting for bot lane because it's going to push in afterwards. So it started out with the red buff invade. We saw as Shun and On already took away the Raptors, but Keria and Pays got to reset and come for the fight. So here we go. The initial play again was on to On, forcing the repel early, and then they go for the follow-up play to burst him down.
Yeah. Shun missing the flash Istal's impact as well means that he's nowhere near the fight. He's a mile away. And because of that, T1 are able to turn it around. Look at that bot lane as well. 1,000 gold lead for Pays after he died at level 1 before minions had even crashed in the wave. Keria and Ona spending so much time down here, really helping out. On trying to step forward. Do they know Keria's here? Solar Snare comes out as the tower, the Drake goes over to Ona. Flash away from On. Keria now running with that Ghost Water dive, heals up. Knight looking for top lane as Doran his target. Shun is here as well. Doran's got to do a lot of work to survive through this one. Shun with the Ishtar's impact across the wall. They'll put down the Hallowed Mist and impale onto Doran, and enough needles to send him back to the fountain. Meanwhile, on the bot side, On and Viper now need to decide, do you stick or do you run away? Do you stay or do you live to fight another day? As good damage from the Spiderling, Cataclysm onto the backline. Viper able to walk away from the flag and drag combo with a TP coming in. Solar Snare only finds one Pays, down to about half HP. Good rebuttal On ignited, and Knight just here to save him. Golden Eclipse not enough, even with the ignite ticking onto On. They didn't have those overwhelmed stacks.
Yeah, T1, they get the teleport and look at mid lane. Faker's able to push that in. Faker's going to have a roam timer. He could try and answer somewhere else. Top lane's recalling already though, so not going to afford much except for that turret plate pressure. And the teleport cooldown from Knight here. I mean, T1 play it nicely. They know BLG have 2 teleports available to them, and they don't overcommit to the tower dive. As soon as they see the single teleport, immediately they back off. They land their combination onto On, and they draw it out. So, Dragon advantage for T1. it's really just this Bin Giga gold lead up there.
Yeah. But there's a massive gold lead for FaZe in the Coinbase gold grind down towards that bottom lane as well. 1,000 gold ahead. As you say, you can really see the schism between the two teams. It's like, how far ahead can Bin get and how far ahead can FaZe get? And we'll see when the two meet, which one of them is the stronger, which one of the teams is able to play around them better. Grubs, looks like the third one is going to get taken by Shun. It's the orbital deception, just short there from Faker.
Yeah.
Knight walked away.
And even with Knight having that kill and assists from earlier, Faker got so much alone time to push in those minion waves and get those tower plates. He's actually ahead in gold himself on this Ahri. Him, Owner, and Keria looking for the constant invades to get the division to set up their next play. Meanwhile, I mean, anytime the camera's topside, it's going to be more pain for Doran.
Yeah.
He's doing what you have to do, though. You just Giga stack your magic resist. Try and get to your Kinnick Rooker as quickly as you possibly can so you can play into Knight and into Bin and try and use that replenishing shield over and over. Keria!
It looks good onto Viper. Death from below. Keria finds him. Shares the love, shares the gold around.
And FaZe predicts it there. Really nice with the snare, so they instantly delete Viper. Caitlyn down, Flash gone from him as well. And guess what? Who's got the bigger gold lead now? FaZe is able to add a bunch of extra gold on top of it. They delete the bottom lane again. These teams have drawn the line in the sand. It is top lane for BLG, and it is bot lane, bot lane, bot lane for T1.
As BLG tried to match that bot lane pressure in the early game, but weren't able to do it. This Caitlyn Elise is when they play for bot. 77% win rate on the Caitlyn. They know how to play through Viper, even if he's not the key focus of this team most of the time. But here, T1 have just stymied that. They've suffocated this Caitlyn out of the game. And now Faker looking for the chase on tonight with the Spirit Rush. Charm doesn't connect. A Bone Skewer just whistles behind Knight.
Meanwhile, topside, Dorn's getting zoned off. Yeah, thank you, observers. Tower's going to go down in favor of Bin. That is first tower bonus for him. Mid lane, though.
Flag and drag in from Owner. Cataclysm down. On goes into the skies. Shun with a goodish does impact on Keria. Is still going to get rooted up. And now that Skarner has no place to go. FaZe with a double. T1 have come to life in game 4.
The critical difference. T1 choose the battlefield. They choose it around FaZe. Do not fight around Doran. Just abandon top lane. He's got his Gainic Rookern. And he's going to run. And he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, continue to fight around FaZe. Continue to choose the battlefield that is to your advantage. They get the kill onto the Elise immediately, and then they can follow it up with the other. Well, is a Scorpion not an arachnid? I know that's technical,
Close enough,
technical
dude.
difference. It's got a lot of legs.
Yeah, yeah.
So they kill the other one too.
A doctor, not a biologist, damn it, you know? Anyway, close enough. As the Scorpion has definitely lost its sting, and this Spider's Venom not doing any damage at all to T1. A 3,000 goal lead for FaZe. I will say, still, Bin is matching as much as he can through the top side. We'll have another look at this play in mid.
Okay, so they go mid around FaZe, and it's actually, you know, On trying to go for a play onto FaZe again, and they immediately punish him. Wait around for him to come down, and then bob side of your screen.
Yeah.
Keria and Faker, they can just lock up this Skarner. Double kill for FaZe. As you say, though, Bin off screen, still getting richer and richer and richer.
But how much can he do when the fight really begins? He has that
I've seen Gwens do a whole lot.
I have
with
too.
With that going untargetable deal, that is annoying.
That Hallowed Mist can do quite a bit, but I wonder if he is going to be stymied on his way, you know? Because a Pike can get quite close to you before they use the Bone Skewer. A Jarvan can Cataclysm on top of you, and then you haven't got your skip and slash, and you're not skipping nor your slash.
It's always so hard because you kind of have to like play an in and wait a second. How long are they going to go for this? Keria's on the way.
As is FaZe. Bin only has the plate of steel caps, and now with TP in from T1, they are collapsing on the top side, and Bin might be done. Good flash, but the flash and Topos brings him back, and they bury him in the lane where he had such dominance.
Okay, well, they choose the battlefield, and now it's around Bin 2, and they bring 4 members. T1, they overload the top side. Now they're going to transfer pressure towards mid. Pays, can he hit it?
Owner had to flash away from the Impale. Cataclysm came in as well. The Solar Slayer, the snare did not connect. But we did see On flashing out of its clutches. Rift Herald available for T1. Knight just hasn't really been involved in the game as much as he'd like so far, pushing through that bot side, trying to get some gold back for himself.
T1, Gray, the strength, the playmaking, they move around the map, forcing these plays, getting that kill onto Bin to try and keep him in check. He's not quite at his 2 items yet because he upgraded his boots and he gets locked in again!
Bin locked up, and where can you go? X marks the spot. T1, they changed the battlefield to top lane. They said Bin is the only one ahead. Let's make it not so much longer. As Doran comes in and steal any of that away, maybe took the Gromp, didn't quite see. You can see the swing in T1's favor. And now a 2.5k gold lead. And they are doing such a good job, as you've said a couple of times, picking where they want. Making their own terms of engagement and saying, hey, BLG, you don't just get to rule the map. We're going to find places where we can outnumber you, and then we're going to outclass you.
Yeah. Doran, the humble top laner. He's like, fine, I play Cassante. I will stack a bunch of magic resistance. I will be weak side, and eventually I'll get a turret play myself. And he's chopping down on that gold lead because Bin keeps getting targeted, taken off the map, and Doran, he's going to get a little bit in response.
And he's just, you don't need to be gold rich as a Cassante. Your items, you just want tanks. You just want a couple of tank items. You don't need 4 or 5. Obviously it helps, but you just want to be a tank later on in the game. Owner looking for Knight now, who does spot him out with the Oracles. Next Drake's still 2.5 minutes away, but the first 2 have gone to T1 as Owner gets the smite on the Crux. To force Shun to only accept those little ones. Shun has 2 items though, very cheap ones, Protoplasm Harness and the Vandal Pipes.
I mean, yeah, jugglers love stealing away some support items. Those things are made so cheap. Bin under attack again.
And the dash away. Faker holding that second Spirit Rush. They'll jump in for Bin. Hallowed Miss dodges the charm, locked against the wall though, and this is without Pays even here. The Fed carry for T1 is not needed to take down the Fed carry for BLG.
And I mean, yeah, they don't even have a tower up there anymore. Yes, BLG do technically get to push mid, but...
Phantom Undertow. Sorry, Ghost Water dive in from Carrier as Pays is already killed off on. Ishtar's Impact will get the knock back. So they look for the Phantom Overtow, but can't quite land it. But there's the Solar Snare, and Shun allergic to the sunlight. A golden eclipse as Carrier finds another. Viper trying to walk away, but a flag and a drag will pull him 6 feet under. T1 are dominating BLG.
In game number 4, it is T1 setting the pace, and BLG can't keep up. Bin was out there in no man's land. They didn't have pressure on the other side of the map. They didn't even have a tower left up there anymore. And so T1 target him again, and again. They put him in the dirt, and then they rotate over to get the rest of BLG. And now it's T1's turn to snowball. Medic, we've got another epic best of 5 on our hands here. If T1 can actually finish this one out, they will push us to a Silver Scrapes here. Another Silver Scrapes.
2 in 2 days.
At MSI.
I love it.
It would be epic. They still have some work to do, but they're all set up to do it.
Oh, Carrier with the bone skewer. Runs away with the Ghost Water dive, but he has been so on point finding these, also getting this vision in. That's not spotted out by On. There's a control ward down towards below the red buff. Next Drake up in 10 seconds time. Soul point for T1. BLG scrambling, trying to find a way back into this game. Almost 2 items on Bin. The Nash's Tooth not quite there yet. Viper still sitting only on the Hex Optics. Fitting for Caitlyn, of course, that sniper rifle, but really needs more. Because you look at Pays, and Pays almost has a hat. And Faker already has his first needlessly large rod if he's going towards that Rabadon's. BLG cannot contest. It will be Soul point for T1. A Cloud Soul alongside it. And with Carrier on this pike, I would be very scared of them picking up that Soul.
World Finals 2024, we were treated to all 5. And here, T1 with 3 dragons and a 5K gold lead. They look like they are steps away from trying to treat us again. BLG, though.
What do you do if you're BLG? How do you find a way back in?
Well, they're going to need to force a team fight here. They can't allow T1 to keep picking them apart across the map. Problem is, that's easier said than done. When T1 already have the vision control and they've got roaming around Pyke there with Keria and then Owner and Faker constantly popping out from the jungle. Deathcap also just completed for Pays, so he's got massive 3-item power spike damage. He's coming from the base right now. The lead for T1 right now is just basically at the breaking point. One more thing, and it's just going to be overwhelming.
Battle Herald comes down from Owner as they look for the charge towards the bottom side. Bin dashes to the side of the bone skewer, but still that charge is going to come in. Bin going forward
here, though.
onto him. Shun looking for the Ishtar's impact onto Pays, who rocket belts away. Owner trying to protect his Bin, dies towards the bottom side to the death from below, and now Pays with the Cataclysm there can just rain down solar damage from this Mel. It is easy enough for T1. Pays legendary, an ace in the hole, blocked by Faker. Owner looking to try and turn off on. But in the end, the mid lane push is all that T1 need.
It looks like it is going to be the clap back. T1 with that one, they just blow it out of the water. 8,000 the gold lead, should be a Baron as well. I mean, Pays just has so much damage on the Mel. That was a fight on 2 fronts, as Owner and Pays were able to win the top side.
They kind of need the TP to come in sharpish as we're both falling low to the Baron. Keria pushing mid while the Baron begun by his team, but T1 at 22 minutes are going to have an 8,000, almost 8,500 gold lead when this Baron falls. And for BLG, I mean, it feels impossible to get back in this game. You are thinking about Game 5. You're thinking about what happened at Worlds in 2024.
So look at this. You've got Keria and Faker on the bottom side, and they're trying to deal with Bin. They finish up the kill there. And then top side, even with Owner getting suppressed, they have so much hit with the Pace. They just burst down Shun, and Doran's able to get the ulti onto Knight, keep him up to the other side, and they get the exit kill plus the flash. I think that's got to clean it up. No flash on the Aurora either. T1 snowball is getting out of control.
It really is, and you have to give credit to their bot lane. Pays 9-1-2 on this Mel, Keria 2-0-8 on this Pyke. It has been by their powers combined that this game has gone so pear-shaped for BLG. Looks like an engage onto Owner. There's the weirding, there's the ace in the hole, there's the impale, and there's the kill. A shutdown going over tonight.
Every comeback starts with a shutdown, I feel like. That is a good one. Directly into Knight. All right, the Aurora with the double buffs, with the extra gold. He hasn't gone back to spend it yet, of course. And T1 still have such a massive gold lead, but teleport from BLG. They want to make the play.
Shun goes in, a great bone skewer from Keria to push Shun out of the wall. Knight coming in with the weirding onto Pays as well, who tries to rocket belt away. Meanwhile, Doran's trading with Bin. Pays getting chased down. A golden eclipse will make it a 1-for-1. Keria with the Phantom Undertow will go in and they'll take out Bin. Now a 3v3. Faker with the Spirit Rush forward, looking for a little bit more. As On and Viper are on the retreat. The charm doesn't connect as they turn it around now. Viper doesn't have a huge amount of damage in his backpack, but he can still chip away at T1's health bars. The stun from Keria with the flash, and they'll manage to catch out On. Viper now needs to step up for BLG, but in the end, just a 1-for-1 between the supports.
Oh my goodness, BLG, they wanted to take advantage of the moment where they have the extra champion on the Rift. They teleport for the play, flanking on both sides here. Double teleport, and they have eyes on Pays. They need to get that shutdown. Knight starts it out. Look how much damage Pays is able to get. He hits the snare, into the Q, boom. That's what it's going to take with the R. And even though they do get their shutdown onto Pays, he gets the counter kill. Shutdown money actually went into Skarner. That is not ideal for BLG. Then Faker wanted to keep it interesting here. He doesn't hit that actual charm. Very close to Shun, but uses extra charge to go back in. And then Peria tries to get real fancy here. Use the ultimate into the flash to get the pull into the charm. And yeah, they do get the support trades, but Keria spent a lot in order to set that up. No flash for him now.
He's looking to see if he could catch out Viper on that Kaelin, and now he's doing the same in the mid lane. He goes for the bone skewer. T1 going to secure the soul for themselves as Pays and Owner are able to do that just as a duo. The reset was stopped for Viper, who has gone Lord Dominic's Regard's second item, which is not something we too commonly see on the Caitlyn. Still an item advantage across the board for T1. Apart from Doran, who is even with Bin.
I mean, Viper is so far down. Yeah, he's trying to...
Yeah, he's
scramble,
scavenging.
Yeah, looking for some money anywhere. And T1, here comes the rest. They're keeping Bin split pushing, though, at the moment. So Bin still farming away down there. The Gwen was brought fully back under control, as we have seen this before, where... Wait a second. Okay, not going to go for the full engage, but...
And look at that extra movement speed on Keria, though. Getting that soul, the priceless the MasterCard priceless moment of the game for T1. Keria can just be everywhere. The rest of the team as well, obviously, incredibly fast, but Keria is the one that you have to keep your eyes on. That Umbral Glaive denying vision. Doran now resetting to answer Bin's push in the top side. The Baron up in 2 minutes' time. For T1, it feels like their siege not quite there. It's much more of a pick comp. They need people to step out a little bit further so they can catch them, and then they can push in with a numbers advantage. Whereas if they're just sieging 5v5, can't quite take down these inhibitor towers.
Yeah, they have a lot of map to work with, though. Keria here with the Umbral Glaive constantly taking away the BLG vision. And so you have a lot of area to make those picks with. That is the benefit. And Cloud Soul move speed is very nice in getting into position for those picks. Now, you're probably going to have to wait for the next Baron to come up, but already you see they're going to clean out the entire jungle here, leading over to the Baron, T1R, and then they're going to look to set that up. BLG, the critical part is, do you want to swap over to more Scryer's trinkets to have more blue trinkets to use to make your way over to contest the Baron fight? Because currently they only have Vipers, and it's pretty difficult to walk into this T1 team. I mean, they just have so much CC, so many pick tools that you've gone over. But the vision checking going to be difficult either way.
Knight 2 levels down on Doran. Even Bin 2 levels down on Doran. They've been so shut out of the game. T1 done a great job of making sure that Bin could not accelerate that 2,000 gold lead that he had. And Faker with the charm here onto Shun, just showing him that he can more than anything else. Looking for that little bit of extra damage. As you say, the push in from T1 just set up for this Baron. No vision at all for BLG outside of basically their base, apart from a single ward that shows them that T1's Grump is up, which I don't think is the most pertinent piece of information for them right now. They haven't had the opportunity to step outside the 3 walls of protection, 2 walls, I guess, of their base, and T1 on spawn will look towards the Baron.
Yeah, here it is, and they've got Viper's blue trinket. That is their tool to check. Shun's going to try and face check, but even that is a little dangerous. They're trying to take down the controller. He does get one of them. Doran comes over to lend to his help as well.
Doesn't land the hook onto On, who flashes, gets the cocoon immediately onto Pays, but the follow-up just isn't quite there. Great Impale, Pays is down. BLG find life from nothing. They find blood from a stone as Pays goes down, and now T1, all hail the retreat. The cocoon again onto Keria. Peeled over Peacemaker there for the follow-up, but Baron now in BLG's eyes.
What an incredible play from On and Shun. They find the pressure onto Pays, and now BLG, they're trying to make more.
Cocoon wide from On, goes it with the repel. Faker in with a charm, looking for the damage onto Shun, takes him down to half. Keria low as well, Ono at a third. BLG, it could be the one moment you really have an advantage in this game. Another charm from Faker lands onto Knight, who jumps away across the veil, tries to hide in the darkness of his jungle, but T1 able to stop BLG's Baron advance, and because of that, can turn their attention straight towards it.
And Pays is about to get up.
Yeah, Doran's just making sure they don't get the resets.
He has teleport. Pays is about to get up, and he has teleport, so he's going to teleport over to the Baron. That's going to be T1's now.
It took so much from BLG. A great flash cocoon from On to find Pays. But when you are this far behind, you have to capitalize, and T1 will not let you do that. You do not win this game unless they are all dead. T1 show exactly what they can do. Obviously, in this situation, so advantageous to them, but there was a moment there, a brief glimmer of doubt that you heard around the arena that BLG maybe had fought back.
BLG, they did their best. Nice pick from them on the key player. However,
Faker, hallowed miss, charm goes wide as the skip and slash comes out from Bin. Doran with a good path maker though will lock him up. Elder Drake in a minute's time. Baron remains on T1 for the next 2.5.
I know he keeps stressing that it's a team game, Medic, but Doran now passing the Gwen after the early stages.
He was 2K behind
in CS and Gold. Doran has been able to bide his time, and he is the tank that T1 need. Now T1 with the Baron buff and the Dragon Soul looking for more. They invade again, it's 35 seconds to the Elder Dragon. Again, it's a similar game plan. Elder Dragon comes, you set up around it, look for a pick.
On goes up with the repel, comes back down in a relatively safe spot. 7,000 gold the lead for T1, flashes up across the board as well. Only Owner lacks his. On also without the luxury of that summoner spell. Shun 2 for BLG. Drake up in 10 seconds time. Binner's pushed through top. It's Faker to answer without TP, importantly. Still half the cooldown on that. BLG do have a window if they've tracked that time, and they could look to force a 4v5. Carrier in base as well would be 5v3 right now. TP by Bin towards the bottom lane. Faker working his way down from the top side. The red buff, the first target. Cocoon comes out. Good rebuttal. Good rebuttal from Pays. Stops the possibility of an engage from BLG.
Yeah, that poke damage on Elise, that sticks. That is going to be painful for On for this Dragon fight. He's wrapping around. Faker pushing mid though. T1 applying that pressure mid while the rest of them wrap around.
Carrier finds the Bone Skewer onto Knight. Owner puts the standard down. No vision at the moment for T1 in the middle of the pit, but they're just going to step forward and get vision themselves.
Faker rotating
still not here. Does have the TP. Elder down to 10k. Faker on vision. BLG trying to step forward, but Owner and Doran are just too tanky. Faker with the Spirit Rush can go across the wall. Good double impale, but that's on the tanks. The Cataclysm going in. Owner almost falling. Knight down already, though, as Pays finds it. T1 eating them alive in the river. You will take this series out of their cold, dead hands. T1 take us to 5.
What an epic series here. They're going to even it up. It will be 2-2. T1 at the Elder Dragon. They take the team fight, and they're going to push for the Nexus.
BLG fought valiantly, but in the end, T1's early game, the pressure they enacted through the bot lane was enough to keep BLG at bay. When these two teams meet, we are always guaranteed a banger. And this time is no different. Bring on Silver Scrapes.
Oh my goodness, what a deciding game we're gonna have ahead of us. This game 5, deep into Fearless, all of the pressure on. And Faker just takes another sip, all right.
He's been here
Analysts,
so many times
I hope the
before,
analysts
dude.
are ready to set up this one.
We're going to 5.
Of course
we are.
We had to. I'm so happy about this. Oh my God.
Yeah, and especially because we set up the win conditions. We've talked about what we want to see from both of these teams, and especially for T1 to pull that team fight. By the way, this crowd is absolutely electric here. It is so good being in Daejeon, but I'm happy with what they brought on the table here. Raz, we've talked about empowering the bot lane, and it happens.
They were empowered all right. They got the counter pick. It was a flex pick Mel. This has all the makings of a World Finals. A simple trade turns into an erupting crowd. But I love the controlled nature of T1 here. They recognize they have an amazing lead. They initially had Ari just push out mid and then find an incredible angle. They didn't have to touch Elder. It had to be all BLG, and they just encroached them.
Yeah, we've seen so many teams. It comes down to Elder flip, gets secured, that decides it. They just didn't let it be a flip.
Yeah.
They said, we're strong with the fights. We're not going to give them a chance. It was 7,000 HP when the fight started, just nowhere near smite range.
Yeah, same with the Baron too, right? Before that, they get the pick on Mel. Finally, BLG are like, maybe we can do something. No, they actually end up losing Baron for it because T1 is able to delay the backs for so long.
And guys, we've been talking about Pays on 80 carries. We were talking about Pays on Zeri. Pays on mages and on Mel. This guy is popping off.
It's crazy that it started with him having an early death in the level 1.
Yeah!
It set the tone for me thinking that it was just going to be a 3-1. It did not happen. He completely controlled this one alongside Carrier. Carrier must be talked about. His Pike is just a demon.
And
All
the
his
setup-
champions are demon. I'm sorry, like you cannot let
The setup
Carrier
and
play
the
League of
layering
Legends.
of CC. Once CC goes out, the reads on some of these roots from FaZe are phenomenal. The team is in sync. The bot lane jungle doing so well as a unit, and FaZe has shown time and time again, you get him ahead in this Mel, he'll absolutely pop off. These have been the two big players for both these teams. It's 2-2, and FaZe and Knight have both been massive factors in getting to this point.
Yeah, and going into Game 5, these are also the two players I'm absolutely looking for to be like, okay, who is going to step up on either of these teams? I think even in their losses, both of these players have had really, really good performances.
Yeah, I mean, just it started for FaZe. It started with the incredible Jhin game. It made people think, you know what, maybe we should be playing more Jhin. If his ults are hitting that
Jhin
strong.
is fun to play, okay?
Yeah, and now it looks effective to play. And then you see his Mel game. And honestly, it looked like an incredible angle there, knowing that you're dealing with an Elise and Caitlyn. It's just, it felt like the moment a cocoon came through, not only is it being reflected back on you, but also you're just dying on that angle. So there's so much available. There's a lot to talk about. We have to get into this.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this, the big other thing in this game was at one point you're like, okay, T1 are focusing bot lane, but Bin is still this massive force in the top lane. I also thought T1 did a really good job of catching him out on side lanes or setting up 4 collapses on that top side to make sure that he couldn't make a difference in the mid game.
And with him getting an early lead, I was thinking back to that 2022 MSI when it was Bin on RNG.
Yep.
He picked Gwen 3 times, won those 3 games, and got the MSI title against T1. But this is not 2022. It's not the same Gwen, and it's not the same T1. They shut him down completely in this game.
We always know that when it comes to these two teams, they're gonna go the distance. Here, we're going to a Game 5 between BLG and T1. Before we toss it to break, guys, I wanna know, where's your allegiance? Where do you think it's gonna go?
I'm putting the damn hat on. I have to believe BLG will do it. I must.
Pass me over here. There we go. Here we go. Whoa!
I want to see draft.
You want to see draft?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
well.
unironically. No, go kick it away. I want to see draft. Get out of here, Rez.
It's been one hell of a series so far, and T1 bring it back. Game 5, Silver Scraps, you know it. Let's hit it.
Oh, Cataclysm in from Ona. Goes for the dive as well with Phantom Undertow from Carrier. Pays on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Ona falling low, gets taken out by the weirding. There's the Solar Snare, and Shun allergic to the sunlight. A golden eclipse as Carrier finds another. Viper trying to walk away, but a flag and a drag will pull him 6 feet under. Go across the wall, good double impale, but that's on the tanks. The Cataclysm going in. Ona almost falling. Knight down already, though, as Pays finds it. T1 eating them alive in the river.
Think T1's gonna do it. I snuck a spot here in between all of the T1 fans. I got 2 here next to me. Let's go! Are you happy? Yeah. Yeah, 7 games! Where have you traveled from, or do you live here, or? From Czech Republic. Czech Republic? Germany! Oh, amazing! And you've been T1 fans for how long?
I played this game since season 2, so I know them for a very long time.
Amazing!
Yeah. So
Who's your favorite player?
Kyria!
I see. Why?
Golden support, amazing player, strategist, I don't know.
Okay.
Best thing ever.
Okay. What do you expect for game 5?
There's always a hope, and I expect them to win.
Love it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good luck.
There's always hope, especially when you're a T1 fan, and they shall be rewarded here in Daejeon as they're taking them to Game 5 against BLG. One thing is sure when it comes to T1, it's never over until the Nexus explodes, and they prove it once again. Finding solutions when honestly, I didn't think they would. Game 3, Game 4, no, Game 2, Game 3, I felt like BLG had the upper hand, and we see T1 crawling back, finding solutions here in the end and trusting them bot lane. I'm excited for Game 5. I don't even know what to expect here.
I think something we've seen time and time again from this T1 core of Faker, Ona, and Carrier is that there is no level of pressure that will shake them. They've gotten to the point where they've seen it all. They've seen all the World Finals, MSI Finals, and it means that even when they go down in a series, even when they're at match point for the other side, they still just play with such confidence and conviction, and we've seen that so many times get them out of sticky situations.
And just the images on stage before that game, like Faker meditating, the vibes are up, anything they do in game turns into an erupting crowd because you're here in Daejeon, Korea. Of course you're the crowd favorites. So, I mean, and then also when you go into the draft, we were just talking about it, everything is open in the bot lane.
There's so much stuff available to both of these teams, and that's why it's really interesting to already see BLG has chosen first pick, which means T1 will have counter pick if they do want to save it for something like Carrier's support pick, which typically have been picked much earlier in the draft in the recent meta. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see, especially with this being set up as kind of like solo laners on BLG versus the bot lane of T1. We kind of saw that play out early in last game, but then Mel just took over.
You know, it's funny to see the difference between those two teams because on one side you see them right now, T1 laser focused, Faker meditating. On the other side, it's only smile and vibes on the side of BLG. So I'm assuming that they have more in the tank.
I mean, Emily always calls Shun the vibes guy. He's always bringing it. And like, even just thinking about what could be even first pick, I feel like this entire series has been around playing to the aggressive picks that Bin has had. And I think T1 did a great job of being like, well, we have full mid push. We are not letting you try and like look for another pick towards, like for instance, it was Gwen versus the Cassante and trying to find a kill there. Now, Sion's available. I imagine that that's going to be first pick. I think it's an incredible pick, generally going later in the series, and it makes your comp so well. And also, you have a shield like Doran top line, you want to pick it away from him.
Yeah, and they're all been doing phenomenal here. It's the first time we see these teams clashing in 2026. We're used to this matchup in the later stages of international tournaments. Right now, they're all fresh here at MSI in their very first series, so let's see what they can come up with.
I can't wait. Game 5 Fearless is truly a Safari combined with a Zoo, combined with some chaos. You never know what you're going to get.
Safari is very close to a Zoo already. It's just...
I mean, it's still very close to a normal draft. It's just with slightly different animals, you know?
I like it. I like it. Well, as far as those characters do go, I saw them bouncing over a few champions already, and we'll see. The analyst was touching on quite a few things still being open, a lot of very powerful tools still available. We've already had a lot of surprises and a lot of cool things. The Belkaz bottom picked up here in our series. The Swain counter pick from Knight, and now in Game 5, do they have anything better?
BLG had a first pick from right of first selection. They will lock that in. Yone banned by T1 to kick us off. Lucian and Nocturne taken away. The Xin Shao still one that automatically rises to the front of my mind when I think of Owner. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that banned away by BLG. Varus and Vayne, though, so far have made their way through the draft. No Orianas, no surprise. It's Faker on Oriana, and it's Knight on Oriana. No one, well, we all want to see it, but no one from either of these teams wants to give the other that much of an advantage.
My Akali dream is still alive, though. I really have been hoping for this Akali. Akali Silas is available. That was one of my favorite metas of all time for mid lane. Let's see, though, if they whittle it down. The Vayne now does not make it through.
So Varus jumps up, Xin Shao jumps up.
So if the Xin gets picked early, then you can do stuff into it still, like a Kha'Zix or a Trundle pick and stuff too. So you have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
Shun definitely could pull out the Kha'Zix for sure. And in Game 5, that type of stuff is exactly the direction that we see a lot. So the Varus, the other priority pick, finds his way to the top 2.
BLG, first pick, Rumble. Seen it banned a couple of times, is just going to get locked in straight away for Bin. Bin in lane has been absolutely dominant. There is no other word for it. He has been so good in the 1v1. However, Doran has got a couple of friends. We've seen Pays go up towards the top side to help out. We've seen Keria go up towards the top side to help out. We've seen Owner go up towards the top side to help out.
I consider myself a friend of Doran too, so, you know.
I buy his items, therefore I'm his friend. That's
He's got me over here. Oh, wow, the Trundle actually coming up even earlier than we talked about. But they're going to slam that one first. And like I said, you know, it also kind of like dissuades you a little bit because it is good into dueling the Xin. So could make you not want to go that now on the side of BLG.
I'm also wondering if T1 wants to go towards something like the Sion, and it's just a takeaway. It's a, hey, we want to play a top lane tank. Sion into Rumble, you do just get burnt, but you shouldn't die too easily, right? You can farm up in that lane, you've got your shield from the Soul Furnace. Ornn does a similar thing and gives you a bit more long-range engage. But instead, it is going to be a Gnar locked in for Doran on top side.
And that has been heavy on the ban list as well, so finally getting through here in the end. There's our Pantheon, the point and click we're looking for, and the global as well.
Also Shun's most played across the course of spring, so wouldn't be surprised at all if that is locked in for BLG. You can use the pillar to interrupt the shield bash, that jump forward. Instead, BLG taking a moment to think about exactly where they want to go.
Ooh, Ashe Seraphine here versus Pays and Keria. A lot of stuff is down already though, so they're thinking, okay, well, with the Caitlyn Bard down, with the Elise down, with the Pyke, with the Camille, with all of this stuff down, what about, okay, Ezreal's gone. I was gonna say Karma plus something else to do the heavy poke lane, but the Ezreal's already out there as well.
Tough.
It is getting a little bit deep.
I mean, you could go hyperscale. You could like,
yeah,
Yunara, Sivir.
Yeah, a Pays Keria like the Lulu Zeri that we've been talking about.
The other option is you go really aggressive, Kalista, Renata, but then you have to win early, otherwise the Ashe Seraphine is just going to root you up and slow you down too much.
And honestly, both of those options, Pays has been able to pilot extremely effectively. The Talia finally makes her way out as well. Okay, Faker gonna grab that one first.
Another great roaming mid laner, all over the map. Knight still has a ton of options in his toolkit. We are falling lower down, but you look to things like the LeBlanc, which will struggle a little bit into the Talia. You still have the Twisted Fate as well, if you want to go that route. And Nivea still has made its way through. There's a Xin Shao ban, which does make sense. Even though the Trundle is good into it, Xin Shao Seraphine is just such a strong combination.
Yeah, makes your team fight insane. Do they need... to protect the Talia at all? I guess not really. It's not that much left.
I like the Zeri ban. We've seen Zeri Yumis, specifically into Ashe Seraphine, because the idea is just flash the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Just don't get hit by it, and then run at them. And you can just run them down with the Crash Lightning and with your Burst Fire. Also, it's pace. The thing is, you could say that so often. Oh, it's pace. Maybe you shouldn't give him Jinx.
Yeah, but with Zeri, it's really it's pace.
Most pentakills of any player internationally at 15, I believe. And a lot of those coming on this Zeri. Now, Pantheon is the final ban from T1. BLG, do you shore up your bot lane a little bit, or do you look towards pinching? I mean, support is the other option. You can ban out one of those, try and get Kerry on something I was going to say he's less comfortable with, but he's pretty comfy on the majority of the 170-odd champions available to him.
And the idea, whatever it's going to be, is still going to be the same. Ashe and Seraphine, while they did take over the meta, they are vulnerable to high-pressure mobility champions, and you want to try and put some kill pressure and burn through their flashes and attack them. So you ban away the Zeri, but Yunara still up and available to do the Yunara-Lulu combination.
But we haven't seen the Lulu in my head. We had Yunara-Lulu, makes sense. Lulu is going to be the first of the two selected. Does give you other options.
Like Jinx or something?
Jinx. I mean, hyper carry. I like Yunara. I agree with you. I'm just saying.
It's because I still would prefer him to have the jump. That's why I like the Yunara more.
Yeah, but they've done this for a reason, and you already know enemy support.
Yeah.
I guess the one argument is the Seraphine could be flexed to mid, and then you could have Ashe, Lulu bot lane, Seraphine mid, and just pick an AD jungler.
Night
You don't
Syndra.
have too many left. Night Syndra is locked in, as you say, across his career. This is his third most played with an 80% win rate.
Yeah, insane. Ooh, Reset City here. Is it Shun time?
Oh,
Talk about
Shun's
player
Kindred.
champions.
Oh
Shun
my
brings
God.
out his Kindred in Game 5.
Eponymous with Shun is this Kindred. So often seen as just a facilitator, he can take over a game, as we've already seen in this series with the Kiana, with the Neferi, and there is the Yunara locked in for T1.
He's going to try and dance around this Trundle. You have to be a little bit careful there with the Talia rocks and with a Lulu in the game. Until you get your extra marks for your extra range, you definitely have to be very careful. But this is an oldie but a goodie here from Shun, signature champion. Let's see it. And he does have setup in mid lane and bottom lane, both with CC, with skill shots to hit into champions that they definitely can take advantage of. Oh my goodness, Game 5, all coming down to this, and it smiles all around.
Oh, I mean, it's because it's double elimination as well. Like, obviously you're having fun. You know you have another shot, another bite at the cherry if you miss on this one. But what a series it has been today, Kobe. What a best of 5. We've had 2 in a row. The second series of each day seems to just be a banger right now. As T1 and BLG ready to battle it out on the Rift once more. Historically, MSI has been BLG's territory. 3-1 so far in series, but in this one, T1 have bitten back. They struck in Game 4 in dominant fashion, and now as we go into Game 5, it is the swell of the crowd support behind them that buoys them up.
I kind of want to point out too, I don't know if they actually could even get a camera shot, but there not only is every seat filled in here, but there are people lining the walls.
There's
there are
like
people
50 to 100 people in the
There's
back.
not even extra seats in here. There's just people all lining the walls for Game 5, T1, BLG. Shun throws down, last pick, Kindred jungle coming in. They've got Shun, Kindred, Night Syndra, signature champions. All right, let's see about the jungle clears. Is going to be an early invade. The Kindred, always very tricky early on. And Shun, I assume, did the Q over the back of the Dragon Pit wall.
No, he
in
walked
here.
through Tribush.
Or
They
could even
walked
just walk
together
in through here.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be able to steal away this red buff.
And you can see immediate pings. Owner looking for the
Yeah,
invade
W
on the
start.
Razor Beaks as well. Shun will get the red. It's going to be an exchange. Shun spotted on the Razor Beaks as well, as Owner is.
So again, we were talking about the vertical jungle. Split the jungle for your bot lane matchup here. Your Ashe Seraphine. Could be a very painful lane as Faker goes fairly aggressive with his positioning in tonight. But trying to split this bottom lane to make sure you have jungle priority and you have range priority. The harassment from Ashe Seraphine, they rose to power with the synergy between the slow into the guaranteed snare from the Seraphine. And Shun splitting the jungle here, gonna apply the extra pressure. They're slowly building the wave, pushing in.
Congratulations, sorry, very quickly, Kobe. Congratulations to Dorans passing Perks, the 21st most wins.
Yeah, G2 coach Perks, right?
Yeah. Positional coach, I believe. T1 in Game 5s. At MSI, don't have a winning record, 5-7. At Worlds, though, 8-2. As we've said a few times, T1 tend to level up when it comes towards that Worlds Championship, but for BLG at MSI, they have that winning record in best of fives, but at Worlds, well, at least one of those losses has been to T1.
And I love the strat from BLG. You know, Pays has been the guy. Pays is him, okay, at this tournament so far. And they're like, you know what? We're going to split the map. We're going to try and get as much poke damage on you under tower. We're going to try and limit the income of this Yunar fairly early on. So Viper and on, getting that push, getting that CS lead, trying to work away at tower plate money. Scuttle Crab, actually, the first mark does spawn towards Shun as well. Nice for him, so should be able to pick this one instantly. Mark number 1 in the bag. Looking for the big 4, of course.
Yeah, 4 gets
nice
you that
break
initial
point.
break point with the extra range, and then every 3 after that, I believe, is the next break point. So want to be stacking up as quickly as possible. The later on into the game you go, the harder it is to get them as they start to spawn on big objectives in your enemy's jungle. It's a lot trickier for you to find them. So we'll expect to see BLG actually playing around Shun to make sure that he can get some of these invades. At the moment, relatively even between the two teams. Carl bought for Pays. He's just trying to survive through this lane and get towards that later game portion. Faker is also stacking up his team.
Here's a critical point, too, because respawn of both Raptors, and Shun is actually coming to contest enemy Raptors first to push Owner.
We'll be able to push him out. Control ward down, though, and Owner with the frozen domain looking for the chase. Faker stunned up. Scan of the weak flash away from Shun.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. Mid lane determines the Raptor camp, and flash used by Shun, but he's returning for round 2.
Yeah, he wants to get that smite. This is a mark. If you can get to that 4, it's massive for the Kindred. Owner tries to go back in with the chomp. Hawk shot used as well to give vision in the bush.
Bot lane's joining the party.
On and Viper here. We said they play around it. Owner looking for it. Seismic Shove's going to get the knockback. The dash in, the stun. Shun gets it in the end as T1 unable to stop the Kindred from getting her second mark.
Mark acquired. All right, bottom lane pulled all the way over here, too. Now trying to make their way right back. I mean, that's a very quick 2 marks.
Yeah.
Kindred, typically in solo queue, you can stack your marks a lot quicker than you can in professional play. One of the big differences of the champion, because there are far less frequent scrambles of fights and random kills and stuff where you get to be able to mark stuff, but getting an early 2 for Shun here this time around, and mid lane as well.
Unleash power! Knight almost takes out Faker. He has to flash away and now has to walk the long way home. No TP for Faker either. Will be a while before he's back in this lane. He's going to lose most of this cannon wave, although with Owner coming across, it looks like Faker has found the bravery to walk back forward in the lane.
Yeah, the power there of Knight Syndra definitely felt. Faker does at least tick over to level 6 off of this. Knight continuing the push, though. He's low on mana, going to go for the reset afterwards, and Faker can just catch.
Importantly, Knight using his mana to get the push there means that Faker knows he's not under any threat if Knight stays around. Knight also knows that, which is why he has gone by and back to that fountain.
So, though, it's another game. Gold leads all the way down here for BLG. Remember, they got pushing lanes again. Nice little split on the jungle, too, and getting the early marks for jungle, for Kindred, for Shun here is another good early start for BLG. Of course, T1, they turned that right around in game number 4, the previous one that we just saw. with a lot of good play out of especially Pays and Keria. But this time around, they're not on those playmaking champions.
Yeah.
The Mel and the Pike are built for it. The Yunar and the Lulu, not so much. Gonna have to look a lot more towards farm.
I think generally T1 feel like they have to look a little bit more towards farm. Like Talia has the seismic shove, Doran has the Gnar, but mostly it's a hey, let's wait for team fights and then let's look for some good team fights. They have strong front to back. And Subjugate will help them with that, although there's no true tank on the side of BLG. As Shun is going to start up this Drake. Pays underneath this tower, caught out by the volley, and almost dies to the beat drop, but does manage to live through it.
All right, should finish up on that Dragon 2 with their priority in both mid lane and bottom lane. And during that timer of the Dragon where you know they're taking it, Owner slinking around, trying to make something happen, but they invested 2 control wards over here to try and get control and access from their jungle over towards mid lane. But it's not going to amount to much at all in BLG's early game plan going swimmingly here. Nice early leads for them across the board and the objectives as well.
Yeah, they're in a prime position in this game. 1,000 gold ahead, spread across the lanes as well. Knight obviously with that advantage, building up the splinters almost at 40, which gives you the double Dark Sphere. Allows you to keep 1 stack in reserve, and then it actually accelerates the speed at which you can get more. As our On and Viper now move towards the top side, 15 seconds on the grubs. BLG really just looking to take everything off the map in this early game.
See about this invade though, because Owner is here with ult.
Jumps onto Shun. Dance of Arrows, the impel, the pillar not stopping it. We'll see the Lamb's Dress by coming out as well. There's the encore as BLG 1 more out of the fight. Shun takes it, takes his 4th mark. Owner a little greedy, flashing into the Krug pit.
Oh, very greedy. This is after this lane swap, and you know you've got Viper and On up there. I mean, dying up around the Krug's kind of reminiscent of against HLE. But he didn't hesitate. He flashed over to follow Shun, and Shun's got teammates.
And he has his ultimate as well. You've got the Lamb's Respite in that situation. Owner perhaps thinking, if I flash Chomp immediately, Shun won't have the time to use that Kindred ultimate, but Shun is so experienced on this pick as Pays and Keria alongside Owner come across to try and contest the grubs. 1 taken, secured by On, and it looks like BLG will give up the ghost of the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, Owner gets back up and is able to make it back out in time to grab the other 2, but I mean, that just pushed the gold lead to 2K for BLG, plus no flash, and I believe Shun had him marked.
Yeah, he got his 4th mark from it as far as I saw. So
that is crazy. In a pro game, 4 marks at 9 minutes?
Yeah. That is absurdly fast. We'll have another look back at it. As you said, the red contest, it's a good start for Owner, right? You go in, you get the Chomp, you have Frozen Domain for the attack speed. Pillar doesn't interrupt the Dance of Arrows, but at this point, it just goes sideways.
Yeah. He wanted to fall over, but On, really nice shot there. Bounce the ultimate off Shun's head, able to connect. Owner knew as soon as he had gone over there too, it's like, ooh, whoops. Yep. I think it's a bit too far. I got to get out of here. He was trying to run away afterwards, tried to flash out immediately, but not quick enough. On is there, On connects, and it means Shun on his Kindred. Not only is he well set up with marks, but he's super well set up with gold too.
Yeah. 650 gold ahead, the only lead for T1. Doran, who has not often had that luxury throughout this series, in the lane doing a good job of keeping Bin a little bit stifled. Bin is running the Deathfire Touch instead of something like the First Strike to print money on this Rumble, but Doran with that range advantage continues to just chip away at this Rumble. Doesn't get that second hypercharge. At the moment, even though Doran is winning out on the 1v1 top, it feels like the rest of the map really belongs to BLG. Chana Crystal Arrow doesn't find anyone, as Faker was too far forward in the lane for that to connect.
Meanwhile, this is set up for success for Shun here. I mean, he's got Enchanters to back him up, plenty of CC. You have Hawkshot, the dream for a Kindred.
Yeah.
Kindred with an early lead against the Trundle. I mean, especially with the added vision control and pushing lanes, really such a beautiful setup for him in this game to control. Let's see though, T1 creativity What can they pull out in this game?
But it's also, where do you find that creativity? You talked about it earlier, that the agency in terms of individual plays, in terms of those highlight moments that we often see from Keria, from Ona, it's just not there. You're a Trundle and a Lulu, and yes, in team fights you should be pretty strong, but in terms of finding a good bone skewer or catching someone out in the enemy jungle, it's so much trickier.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's going to be very difficult because you've got a Kindred with accelerated money, so Trinity Force is already done, even though he stopped off for an early No Magic Mantle. Trinity Force is already done for Shun, and he's got pushing lanes to play with and enchanters, and they're just going to keep on jungle invading.
Yeah. That's all they need to do. Keep getting Shun as far ahead as possible. They use the Force of Will to drag the red buff away. And
that's 5.
Ona, yeah, unable to get close enough to take it. Scuttlecrab, the next target for Shun. Next Drake is also available to BLG. They want to keep this tempo up, and it makes sense. Continue pushing your advantage where you can. Looks like Shun just playing around the tri-bush there. He's going to wait for the wave to be caught by Viper and On, and then turn his attentions across towards that Ocean Dragon.
I mean, I guess you can say it again has to come down to some team fights for T1 to come up with some really big plays.
Yeah.
If you theoretically, you know, Doran, Gnar, you can try and like push people off of a Kindred ultimate or something like that. Kindred it's a very high pressure champion, but if you can CC chain with like Lulu and Gnar or something, you're trying to cook up dream scenarios here, but you can like, you know, push them off of ultimate or CC chain them or something like that to try and pull this lead back. But otherwise, Shun's doing a very good job increasing this gold lead, taking away camps, and Faker under attack.
The encore onto Faker, unleash power from Knight, makes Faker take a knee.
Dude, hats off to On, okay? Yep. Another really good ultimate on his mid timer here. Support able to make a big difference. Gets another kill. This one for Knight. And level 11 with 74 splinters is pretty good for him too.
Yeah, he's in such an accelerated position as well. As you say, 2,000 gold now, the lead for BLG. And if you're looking at it from T1's perspective, it's becoming less expected and more miraculous in terms of a turnaround. You are looking for things outside the norm, to say the least. And even if you find a wombo combo, and even if you find a good team fight, you then still have to deal with a Lamb's Respite. You can see in this Coinbase gold grind that Shun is 1,200 gold ahead, and a lot of that is just from the fact that he's been able to get, you know, the extra kill, the extra minions. He's farming quicker, 40 CS up in the jungle as now he steps forward in the mid lane with the Triforce already complete. Keria and Paze will be able to clear out the wave.
It's just beautiful because Kindred can actually lend a lot of help in sieges. Not all junglers can, and so he's cleared all these camps, can just come over to help support the Ashe and the Seraphine here, and they just continue to lay on the damage while they're sieging, while they're keeping this pressure up. BLG able to keep that control, and Scuttlecrab will spawn right into their arms.
Easy enough for Shun to take that 2-level lead for Shun now over Ona, and it's almost a true 2 levels as well. Ona only about a third of the way to that level 10. Equalizer down from Bin with a TP behind Faker. Knight will join first. Seismic Shove doesn't connect. The scat of the week will, though. Shun looking for the beat drop alongside On towards the bottom side, but in the end, T1 will be able to walk out. Invested was an equalizer and an enchanted crystal arrow alongside the Transcend oneself. That's Yunaba's ultimate. But with T1 on the back foot, BLG will happily take a consolation prize of the Rift Herald.
Doran's gonna take a look, but yeah, they are indeed going to take that prize. And Shun gonna go home with the accelerated recall immediately with it too. BLG doing exactly what they need to progress this game. Nice snowball so far. T1 though, Pei's gonna try and push back out. Maybe he really wants that turret plate. Ooh, okay, he's not gonna greed for it. Doesn't want to knock the crystals off as Owner's taking away the blue buff, so they collapse into the jungle and...
Oh, flash away from Knight. Scatter the, Seismic Shove, I think, was coming out under his feet, so didn't want to get caught on that unraveled earth. Knight with the Force of Will to claim the blue buff. 1,000 gold lead for Doran in the top lane, by the way. But a 1.4K and a 1.1K for Knight and Shun in their respective roles means the gold still sits very handily 2,000 ahead for BLG. Next Drake up in a minute 10 would be the third for BLG if they can take it. And I wonder if T1 are ready to fight yet. Still no first item on Faker. Pays has a Kraken Slayer. You've got Mikhail's.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
I mean, honestly, not too bad of a time. When you're talking about Doran, I think that is a good point. He's got his flash too.
Yeah.
So definitely could be a large difference maker in that team fight. We've seen so many turned by a huge Gnar ultimate. And while BLG have done a very good job in the early stages here to get their lead, and especially Shun has just cemented his lead with the experience difference you're talking about. Still, we are looking for a critical fight.
Jason Viper has to flash over the pillar. Good slow initially. Knight looking for Faker. Scan of the week finds its mark. But no further follow-up there from Knight, who is at 84 splinters on his way towards getting that extra execution on the ultimate. Shun down towards the river now. Is going to be able to clear out some vision with BLG. Faker, Seraph's complete.
Yeah, I think before BLG get their second items,
yeah,
T1 might need to do something.
You can see the range from Shun as well as we have the beat drop onto Ona. Enchanted Chris Lara hits onto Kerry on the back line. The encore coming out as well. But BLG, they hold their horses. They rein them in. They say, not yet. We don't have to go for the full court press. Instead, take a moment, take a second, and reset. Let Bin join us. We force them away. They're low HP. BLG now trying to make a play on two fronts as Knight and Viper play for the Drake, and the push in mid means that T1 can't get in to contest.
Yeah, so much damage there from BLG. Even though they don't get a kill, they push them off and they secure their Dragon Soul point. They've already made the bridge now. It's going to be very rough for T1. The clock on the very early Mountain Soul in this game. And BLG are just going to continue to increase this jungle lead. Kindred constantly will just continue to counter jungle a Trundle.
I think the only shining light for T1 is that the gold lead isn't exploding. It is expanding, but not at a cataclysmic rate. 2,000 to 2.3 thousand. It's, you know, it's advantages, but sometimes BLG don't push those advantages as quickly as they could. They often do, but when they fail, it's because, at least in my eyes, they don't totally suffocate their opponents out of the game. Instead, they're willing to wait the 4 minutes, say, okay, we'll play for the Mountain Drake, maybe we'll find a pick here or there. The question is, will that be the case here? Is that the way T1 maybe get back into the game? Because BLG so far, when they've been in this position, in this series, have not given up the game.
On again has been, wait a second, Knight does hit the stun here onto Faker, and
Faker looking to try to trade back. Doran's on his way across, but Faker losing out on the 1v1. Unleash power, Seraph's the shield enough. Faker dashes away from the Dark Sphere. Faker with the seismic shove! Take a bow, Knight, because Faker is king here, and you must genuflect in front of him.
He uses the flash, he gets the shutdown, and the crowd erupts. Teleport down here from Bid to clean up the minion wave, though. They're trying to remain calm and deal with the aftermath of this. Knight really thought he had him. He goes for the stun, hits it onto Faker, then he's like, okay, I can close the distance. Faker moved up from that Q, and he dodged the other Q too. Only thing that hit there is the ultimate, the point and click. And Faker's able to finish him off. Nicely done. Gets the shutdown. No flash now on the Talia. And let's see, T1, is that the beginning?
He's turning back onto On, dashing forward into Viper as well. There's the encore, cleanse away. Carrier caught out with though as the Shun steps forward. Viper able to take the kill. A little bit over-eager from the T1 bot side, and BLG very willing to punish.
Yeah, BLG, they pick up right where they left off. Teleport in from Knight, they use their Herald, immediately drop it. Mid lane gonna get blown open.
And this is the acceleration that BLG can bring. That charge was stopped by the pillar. They're still gonna get the damage on the turret and should be a tier 2 for BLG. Once again, they extend that gold lead to about 2.5k. There is a Baron available. Looks like they're playing for Doran instead. Riftail's going to charge through. Doran needs to get the hell out of dodge because BLG have 5 players on their way to kill off this Gnar.
All right, Doran does have flash. Can he escape?
High note, out. Knight goes in with the rocket belt, tries to get the slow onto Doran, manages to do so. Flash away, beat drop, only finds one unleashed power, doesn't get the stun, the equalizer goes wide, and Doran gets himself out, but the Baron was actually begun by Viper and Renan, and now because they do not kill off the Nard, Doran, that last glimmer of hope for T1, manages to survive, and now T1 take the mid lane tower, take plates off the bot lane tower, and you can hear the crowd come alive because some of that T1 magic seems to be happening.
I mean, BLG, they split their focus trying to get Doran and starting the Baron, hitting a little bit, as you say, and T1 will make them pay for it. Doran does escape. The flash, the dodge, and then the hop. Him living allows for a little bit of counterplay there, little bit of money off the turrets on the other side of the map for T1, and we're only a minute and 10 seconds away from the critical dragon fight. The Mountain Soul will arrive imminently, and you're looking at the 2-item power spikes coming in. It's pretty much across the board here. Owner doesn't quite have enough for his Spirit Visage, but everybody else for T1 has been able to complete theirs.
Where are we in terms of summoners as well? On no flash, that's the only flash lacking for BLG. On the other side, Doran, Owner currently no flash, Faker no flash, Pays no flash, Carrier no flash. It is a hard fight for T1 if they want to find purchase in it because they don't have that summoner luxury. The question is, do you give up Soul and take the Baron?
I mean, they're positioning to get the vision control of it at the very least right now.
Arrow onto Faker. He knows that's warded now. Haven't seen those arrows finding their mark as much as they'd like. No bullseyes yet for BLG as the bot lane tower falls to the slow advance.
They're going to threaten it for sure.
Minions.
They're going to start hitting.
T1 on the Baron. BLG, they must know. You see no one on the map. Wherever T1 is 22 minutes.
Hawk
Obviously
shot.
they're going for the Baron. There's a whole shot out as well.
Burn, burn, burn! Faker builds a wall!
Down the Weaver's wall. BLG trying to climb over it. 5,000 on the Baron. The equalizer down the knockup, as well as Owner falls lower. Scatter the weak. Encore! Do you want more? BLG won it, and Sun secures it! A Scatter the weak into an Encore combo silences the crowd in Daejeon.
Where else but at the Baron pit? BLG are able to get around the wall. They get into the pit in time. They take down Owner. They take down the Baron. And now they're going to finish up with the base. They don't even bother with the Dragon Soul. They're going to push first.
Unlikely to be the final push of the game, but just as T1 had started to come back alive, BLG immediately put them into a sister lead. There will be an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. The Baron remains. This Red Bull Baron power play will continue for the next 2 minutes. This is Soul as well, and Soul crushing for T1. So much was lost over that sequence.
They got kind of close within range of damage on the Baron, so they decided, you know what? With this wall from Faker, let's try and burn it. But BLG still are able to get there in time. Does that hit Faker? It does. They knew their recall position.
It's not going to do anything. It just stops the recall. You can see Knight is on. It looked very cool. It did look very cool, but we didn't need a look at the arrow. Look at the arrow. Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
Channel my inner Crepo for a moment.
T1 licking their wounds after that. I mean, that's the type of play that just snowballs into too much to handle. Baron and Dragon Soul and gold lead just exploding. Now BLG can take so much off the map, and feels like with that play, they are moments away.
Yeah, you can see Shun as well at 7 marks. So accelerated in this game. Doran trying to push through the bot side. He still has 1,000 gold lead, but look at the rest of the map. It's the K at least in every role. T1 trying to push through mid, seeing if they can find some pressure points on the map to play through, but BLG unwilling to give it to them.
Come.
Weaver's Wall in from Faker. Saves the tower for now, but those cannon minions are going to do enough work to take it down. Faker now isolated from the rest of T1, who will just walk back towards mid. BLG can continue to push. Have another wave on its way in about 20 seconds, and the Baron will remain for it. Faker caught out the volley for a little bit of a slow. Unraveled Earth, the risk of getting stunned with the seismic shove enough to keep BLG at bay. TB behind by Doran. He's just gone mega. BLG must realize that something is up. They'll spot Doran on vision now. And I don't think he's going to go for the engage. BLG backed away enough. This is an inhibitor-saving TP more than anything else.
Here comes the onslaught. BLG closing in. with the Baron buff. Bin will push up mid, 4-1. Playing it safe, staying at range, waiting for the next wave here to buff up. It's a cannon.
It's the last 10 seconds of the Baron buff. Owner goes in with the Impale. Encore lands onto Owner. Subjugate comes out. Dorman looking to build up that Mega Barber with the Equalizer. He might die before he can even go into his Mega form. A dance of arrows and a dance of death out from Shun. As T1 are relegated to defending only their Nexus Tower. Has been pushing in. They have no top laner. Can T1 do it? Can they find a way to get back in this game? Because right now BLG aren't giving them an inch and they need a mile. BLG here. I thought it was T1's home turf here in Daejeon, but BLG are claiming a small strip of soil on that stage. MSI is where they belong. This is their home ground, and T1 cannot stop their advances. The Lamb's Respite out from Shun just keeps him alive. T1 trying to get through it, but Pays is down, Own is down, T1 is down, and BLG will claim the victory.
In a full 5 games, BLG will take it. Shun's Kindred, he controls the game, splits the jungle, plays off the bottom lane, stacks the marks so quickly. And with that control, BLG can finish this series.
Dude, that wasn't even an elimination game. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break that one down. Take it away.
Absolute cinema! Absolute cinema between these two teams. BLG taking it, oh my god. The way they did it, the draft, the execution, they didn't let it go.
This is why I told you I needed to see draft, Raz.
Yeah.
You know what I wanted to call out is Kindred is such a Shun classic. It's always such a treat to watch him bring it out. He had so much support, especially with the Ashe Seraphine in this draft. He's now 42 and 18 on it.
Wow.
At about a 70% win rate. So it's just like this is something he played back on EDG Young, or IG Young rather.
Yeah.
You know, and now to see him bring it out in this game 5 was amazing.
Owner did the same damage as Carry on the Lulu. He was completely shut out of this game.
I mean, Raz, you said it. This Trundle is going to have a miserable life, and he tries the invade. Flashes on the other side of the wall. But is that Kindred with the tempo, with the rest of the team following up? I'm like, no. Sorry, Owner, not this time.
It's the Shun Classic. When he was re-added to the team this year, this is what he is known for. It's when you get deep into a draft and you might see a Shun Nidalee or a Kindred.
You never know when it's coming.
You don't even know if it's going to be a good pick.
No, it's not always good in every draft.
This one, it made the series, and so it's nice to see BLG a complete team now.
I also feel like Shun is one of the players who got the least sort of mention. A lot of focus on the solo lane, that's what they've been playing through. On has been enabling that, roaming up. And I just feel like Shun has been quietly doing his job, but then in this game 5, completely defined it. Got so many stacks so quickly. And you know, I've seen games in Pro in particular where you're not getting as many kills, where you're sitting at 2 for just ages, but he very quickly was just getting those numbers up and just dominating the matchup.
Listen, they all got their moment, but at the end of the day, if we have to pick one performance that makes the difference, of the player of this series, it has to be Knight. Sure, the Swain was great, but it's just one moment among a lot during this series that he made the difference with this team.
Yeah, I mean, what a great moment, though. This was insane.
It was a banger.
The Swain pick was really, really inspired in this draft. But yeah, Knight, we talked about him coming in, how he has been the best performing mid in the world, how he's having just an absolutely insane career split. And even in their losses, I felt like he was still looking really good.
He's an absolute force to be reckoned with, and as you said, the Swain was sick.
Listen, we want to hear from the winners, and we have standing by on stage, I think it is Viper with Hyeji and Fanny in the Verizon post-game interview. It's not ready? In like a minute. You know what?
Okay.
Let's keep on chatting.
Let's keep talking. Let's keep
on
talking.
chatting.
Because Medic said that it's not even an elimination game, but it feels like it.
Yeah, it does.
It feels like a finals.
And you know, usually you see these teams ramping up, not being at their max. I'm like, how far can it go?
Yes. It feels like we're getting dessert before dinner.
I want this for every series.
I am
This
going to say
series is
one
so
thing.
good.
Coming off that series, T1 are going to be out for blood. And we
I'm
know that they're
sorry,
going to be facing
Furia.
down
Listen,
Furia.
you know what? whether it was T1 or BLG, there's no easy route in this lower bracket. There's no easy route for Lion either, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're gonna suffer no matter what happens.
That is true, but I will say, my respects to Furia, that's going to have to deal with a T1 in the lower bracket.
Angry T1 at home.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
But the fact that this feels like a sneak peek to this MSI finals, I know HLE is still out there, and it feels like the top 3 teams that are going at it, anything can happen, but it shows you what we could see, what is possible in a series with Fearless, with all these players. Like, when I saw the Vel'Koz, I was like, okay, let's just throw the draft card out of the window. Anything can happen at this point. People can first-time picks at any point.
I mean, this is why you want the MSI format with all the best of 5s, why you want Fearless. This is what people had always hoped it could be. And I feel like some teams haven't been experimental, but these teams are bringing out all the stops, and BLG in particular, the Swain, the Vel'Koz. This was craziness.
Yeah, what? Go ahead.
Can I say that this entire...
No.
Okay, well, I won't.
You can
Raz does this
You
all
don't
the
shut it,
time. Because the interview is ready on stage. Let's send it over to Hyeji and Fanny with On for the Verizon postgame interview.
MSI 2016 브래킷 스테이지 상위권 1라운드 네 번째
2026
매치
MSI bracket
BLG가
stage, the fourth game, the match between BLG and T1, and BLG were able to grab the victory after a 3-2 scoreline. And now we've invited On to join in us in the interview. Congratulations!
네, 오늘 전 세계가 주목했던 정말 뜨거운 경기였습니다. T1을 상대로 3대2 승리를 가져가게 됐는데요. 오늘 승리가 운 선수에겐 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
So I believe all the world paid attention to this matchup, and after the game, you won this very important match with a 3-2. So what's the meaning for today's victory?
最终也是由 BLG 3-2赢下了 T1。那非常想知道这场比赛的胜利对于你来说有着怎样的意义呢？
意味着我们离黄金之路又近了一步吧。然后我觉得我们团队在战胜强队的这个 BO5之后，是会越来越好的。
That means we're just one step closer to our golden road, and also after beating a strong team, it means like we can just do better and better in the future.
그리고 이제는 아무래도 T1은 강팀이니까 이렇게 강팀 이겨서 더 뜻깊은 것 같습니다. 네, T1이라는 강팀을 상대로 오늘 승리를 하면서 꽤나 자신감을 또 느꼈을 것 같습니다. BLG가 스웨인, 그리고 벨코즈, 킨드레드 등 다양한 픽을 오늘 꼽아왔습니다. T1과의 대결을 위해서 어떤 준비 과정이 있었을까요?
And after the game, you can get more confidence, and also through the whole series, we have seen like Swain, Victors, Kindred, there's so many different picks. So tell us more about the preparation in facing off against T1.
因为他们已经打过3个 BO5嘛，我们就通过这个3个 BO5去观察对手的战术，还有英雄 BP 选择。我觉得 T1 的话，他们在进攻的回合里做得非常的好吧。其次我们就是昨天讨论一下 BP， 就是这样子。
So because T1 have already played in 3 best-of-3s in the playing stage, so we kind of observe them and study a lot about their strategy and campaign choices, and also they can really did a very good job in all the aggression and also for the turns. So we discuss a lot around the ban pick as well.
오늘도 멋진 경기력 보여준 것 같습니다. 자, 또 BLG에는 바이퍼 선수가 있습니다. 지금 이곳 대전이 바이퍼 선수의 고향이기도 한데요. 대전에서 경기를 치르면서 좀 맛있는 음식은 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
And also, this MSI is held in Viper's hometown, Daejeon. So maybe does he give you some recommendations about maybe the delicious food?
在这个场馆附近有一家圣心堂的面包。
Because around the arena, they've got the Songsimtang, the very famous bread, the bakery, and we have tried it.
어떤 한국어인가요? 那也是听说来之前有偷偷的学一点韩语哦，非常想
And
知
we
道学了什
have
么，给大家
known
展
like
示一下
before
吧。
this, you have learned a lot of Korean. Could you share a bit more?
대전 야호.
와, 지금 가장 핫한 유행어예요. 대전 야호라고 외쳐주셨는데 온 선수가 오늘
And this sentence become more famous.
대전을
대전
잘 즐기고
야호.
계신 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 상위권 2라운드에 진출을 하게 됐습니다. BLG 오늘 경기를 보니까 굉장히 무섭고 강력하게 느껴졌거든요. 다음 경기에 대한 각오도 여쭤보겠습니다.
And after today's victory, you have qualified to the next round, and for now, BLG looks so strong. So tell us more about the expectation towards upcoming games.
那你对于之后的比赛有着怎样的展望和决心呢？
不管是哪个队伍，我们都会赢下他们的。
No matter who's going to be our opponent, we're going to try our best to get the victory against them.
온 선수의 매서운 경기력만큼이나 앞으로 또 멋진 활약 펼쳐주시기를 기대하겠습니다. 지금까지
And in the future, we're going to expect you to have the better performance as well. And congratulations once again. And now back to our desk.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for this amazing translation. And honestly, I applaud the confidence on the side of On. I'm not surprised a single bit, though. He doesn't even know who he's facing up against. It's like, you know what? Whoever it is, we're ready.
You know, don't you, Raz? You know who
they're
facing.
Just you wait until you face Bad Boy Owls. He's got you, buddy. He's got you.
Not the Camille again.
Oh, no.
The Camille is benched.
No.
He was sandbagging today. He's got you next time.
All right.
It's not going to be pretty.
I mean, you know what? It makes sense. Like BLG learned from T1 playing in the playing stage. Of course, Lion today didn't want to reveal anything.
Of course.
Exactly. Okay. All right. That's what we're saying.
It's the classic LPL sandbag. Anyway,
No.
I got her with that one.
Press.
I got her with that one.
Why are you doing this
Bring
to
it
me?
back. But I will say something I wanted to say earlier, which is we always talk about the T1 Barons.
Yeah.
And they almost got it in that last game with how bad it was going. BLG, the moment it was in fog completely, but then you saw the minimap, ping, ping, ping. BLG knew. With how many times they had faced T1, that was the only angle. They found that, and it was a great storybook ending to this specific series. It might happen again this tournament.
And you know, I got a fact for you guys. So we've had double elimination in MSI since 2023. It was JDG who won the first one, then Gen G 2 times in a row, and it has always been from the upper bracket. So even though T1's still to be feared in the lower bracket, they'll have to make history if they want to win from the lower bracket. Never been done before.
Well,
and they'll have to.
Are you saying they have no shot?
Alternatively,
I'm saying, I mean, T1 are no strangers to making history.
Yeah, I was gonna say if anyone's gonna break history, it would be T1.
I don't know, it sounds like Ox is saying they have no chance, guys. I would personally debate him on Twitter.com.
Those words came out your mouth. Don't put them in mine.
Champion instigator.
Yeah, I'm good
All right,
at it.
what do we think about the bracket and where we leave
I
things off
think
at the end of this
both.
second
Oh my god, the
I
West is screwed.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think both
No
Furia
surprises
and
so far,
Lion are gonna have a tough time. G2 also could have a very tough time.
What do you
Look,
mean?
I think it's okay, right? Because if Lion lose, they go down, they face the winner of Team Secret Wales or Top Esports, potentially winnable, and then they go through to round 3, which will likely. Oh, never mind. No, you know.
Hey, we got a good shot here in lower bracket. Wait a minute, why am I underselling us? It's the damn 4th of July. We haven't shot straight. You already made the point that there hasn't been a lower bracket winner, and we're still in the upper bracket. So I feel like statistically, it's in our favor a little bit, you know?
What a way to go!
All right.
When it comes to tomorrow's schedule, we're going to be back with the teams that we had yesterday. So as we said, it's going to be LoL Esports versus G2 Esports in the second series of the day. And we will open up with Team Secret Wales versus Top Esports. And I'm going to turn my attention to the resident Top Esports fans.
We'll be here tomorrow.
Because it's you guys. We're going to be here tomorrow. So I want to ask you, are we on the fraud watch again for Top Esports?
So,
not in this matchup specifically, but in general.
Team Secret Wales, I think, are a matchup that, in theory, Top Esports should have enough of a goal between them that they comfortably win. And as I say these words, I'm immediately thinking
it's just like a knife.
Such a Top Esports move.
Surely they don't lose.
I wonder if they would lose. Have they lost to a Vietnamese team before? Has there been a Karthus Ultimate?
Something to tick off the bucket list, I think.
that is. I'm starting to remember something happening a long time ago. 2023, maybe?
I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah,
I can see it. Stop.
I can see the ending.
All right. You know what? Enough tormenting you guys. Second series of the day. We said it. G2 Esports, Hanwha Life. Bring it on. Come on. What do you have?
Yeah.
Hit me. What do you have?
Oh, they're going to hit you.
So there's Zeus, Kanavi, Zeka, Gumushi, and then also Delight.
Listen, we one bite out of Kenyan, one bite out of Tien.
Okay.
You think I'm scared of Kanavi?
Okay.
Who? I'm
Flip
gonna
this
eat my words tomorrow.
Flip
I'm
it
gonna
immediately.
tomorrow. So I don't
Flip this moment.
Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure with you guys today.
Awesome.
And I hope you enjoyed the show as well. We'll be back tomorrow. That's all for us here. 5 a.m. CEST. Put the alarms on 8 p.m. PDT for Team Secret Wells versus TES. Have a good afternoon, good morning, good night, and be kind to each other. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to MSI 2026. We're going to bring you a banger Americas matchup here. He's taking a ton of damage from IU, and Isles is going to have to go back to base, you think. It sneaks in the shot. Jin takes him down, and Tatu flashing in on to save, but he's taken out by the curtain call. Beautifully played there.
The very no flash. Oh, I can book. Jin over the wall, maybe.
Okay, I think so. Jin no flash.
Look, fight.
Oh, Jin no flash, Jin no flash.
Everyone shows up. Gigo is there. Berserker is trying to get involved here, but this fight is all Furia all the time.
Oh, look, bye, guys. Look, bye. Aura behind me. Okay, looks fine. I have flash. Castle on me, Aura. Yeah.
Give me Penta. Penta.
Okay, try to get Penta.
The Nexus will surely fall. Revenge for America's Cup is oh so sweet. It's a 3-0 sweep for Lion.
Right? It started with that kind of BLG come up, and then they've consistently been meeting each other with T1 definitely having the edge.
Cease and desist on tonight. He's isolated, but Onan not with his team towards the top side. On and Bin are down, and Faker finds the double flash away from Sun, but the curtains are closed on BLG. T1, the taunt on Sun, flashes away. Faker in with the Justice Punch. The boundary setting. Heroes enters to try and get Faker away. Knight beginning to step forward and pays into the middle of the meat grinder. Does he have a way in? Supreme display of talent, and the Baron going over to BLG. Ona already dead. Faker trying to step forward, but even with Tibbers by his side, all he gets is a hug good night, but that's on the tanks. The Cataclysm going in. Ona almost falling. Knight down already, though, as Pays finds it. T1 eating them alive! As well as Ona falls low, a scat of the week. Encore! Do you want more? BLG won it, and Sun secures it! T1 trying to get through it, but Pays is down, Ona's down, T1 is down! And BLG will claim the victory!
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 같이로 해도 결국 갖지 못할까 날 봐 눈을 떼지 못하잖아 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 난